A beautiful morning from the confines of the Keene Country Club, Keene, New Hampshire, and today we bring you the 34th annual Keene State College Chartwells Golf Classic, today live on the Owls Media Network. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the Keene Country Club. Gorgeous day and setting for this event, and I'm Ryan Goodwin, joined by SwampBats broadcaster, recent Franklin Pierce alum Ryan Fitzpatrick. Last year we had the privilege of bringing you the first broadcast of this event, and with it we kickstarted a new era of the Owls Media Network. Pleased to say that this past year was another successful one for Keene State Athletics. 5 more LEC titles came home to the Elm City, and once again the Owls finished atop the LEC in the race for the Commissioner's Cup for the second consecutive year. Well, Ryan, this is your first taste of the event. What do you think of it so far?
Well, as you mentioned, the success that Keene State College Athletics have had, but it's not the Keene State athletes we're seeing today. It's going to be a lot of the upper folks in the staff, management, and coaches' plays, and that's really what I'm excited to see so far, how good their swings can be, especially after they can talk the talk, but can they walk the walk?
Yeah, exactly. It's always fun seeing some alum here and with their swings, golfing here. They're all here. We have friends and sponsors of the college, as well as some of the coaches representing the different sports that Keene State has to offer students. We'll talk with many of them throughout the day as they hit the links, when we hope you stay tuned for a fun and exciting day here on the Owls Media Network.
Hi, I'm Dr. Kim Topher, and I teach in social media. We find that there are so many jobs available in social media management, in social media analytics, in public relations. Everybody is looking for someone who can do social media, who can help them create a strategy and measure whether that strategy is working. In the social media major, you'll learn how to create effective content. You'll learn how to analyze content and make sure that the goals that you're trying to reach are being met. So the new social media major is going to help students learn how to build content that's appropriate for all different types of social media, whether it's TikTok or LinkedIn or Facebook or Instagram. You're going to learn how to create videos, create photos, and create post content. The social media major is designed to give you a well-rounded experience that pulls from a lot of different disciplines, including business and art, computer science, and journalism. So the goal of our social media major is to give you the experience that you're going to need to go out and do social media for yourself, for small businesses, for nonprofit organizations, healthcare, journalism, whatever you're interested in.
Well, leading off today is our president of Keene State College, Melinda Treadwell. Thank you so much, Dr. Treadwell, for being here.
Thank you, Ryan. Ryan and Ryan. So glad. Make it easy for me. Thanks. It's so good to see you all.
Yeah, so this past year, obviously another very successful year for Keene State, not only athletically, but academically. What was it like being a part of the college for the 2024-25 school year?
Oh my gosh, incredible. And when we talk about Keene State athletics, I mean, second year in a row, Commissioner's Cup. That means our teams are the best in our entire athletic conference. Kicking off a season where almost 60% of our athletes are the all academic team. It's incredible. And 6 championships. I mean, it just, and national honors, regional honors. I mean, it was just a great, really successful year. A statement to all of you who helped tell the story, but our athletes really making the story. So pretty awesome.
Well, you're a Keene State alum, correct?
Yeah, yes.
What was it like going back to your alma mater? What was the motivation behind it?
Yeah, so I love this school, right? So I was the first in my family to go to college. Came to Keene State to play basketball back in 100 years ago. And it was a place that changed my life. And so I care about it. When I came back as a faculty member and had the chance to teach and work with our students in our community, I knew I loved the place. And when I was asked to come back and serve as president, it was a absolute no question. I never thought I would do this, but I'm really glad I have. Very fortunate.
Now, this past year, obviously, was the first year for the women's ice hockey program, particularly. Yes. There was like a little documentary on that, which I thought was pretty cool. But also the men's ice hockey team back for the first time in a long time as well. Yes. And you got to obviously be a part of that. What was that like? It's
terrifying to drop a puck on the ice in the opening game. So incredible privilege. I think when I first came back, one of the first conversations I had with athletics was with our ice hockey, then club coaching, and followed that club team, really successful. And when we knew that there was the opportunity for us to partner with the city, partner with Keene Ice to bring a Division III competitive ice hockey program, that too was a no-brainer. This was just a great opportunity. And to watch those athletes come to play, to watch the success of those coaching staff with those athletes this year was great. I can't wait to see next year. And the ice is beautiful. Keene Ice really has made an incredible place for us to play and have fun, so it's good.
Well, the story of you being a first-generation student was very inspiring, and I'm sure to many others as well. Walk me through that process, and what were the type of struggles you faced?
Yeah, so I think I grew up in very rural Maine. Only 4 of my classmates went with me to college. So that was less than 4% of the total graduating class in my high school in the mid-'80s. And so this is not a common thing for a lot of kids in the country. And my father was a Marine Corps fighter pilot. My mother was the town clerk. College wasn't a normal thing. Going into the military service or community service was very normal for my family and my community. But I loved to play basketball. My mother was a basketball player as well. And so when I had the opportunity, we did not know what it meant. And so I think it was guidance counselors, the coaches at Keene State at the time, helping me think about the application process. And then when I came to Keene State, over 43% of our students are first in their family to go to college. And so we know how to help a student and their family navigate entry into post-secondary education. And it changes lives. I mean, it opens doors, it creates pathways. My kids will go to college now because I did, and I think that's the pay it forward. But it's about a community supporting you because I had no idea what I was doing. And I was pretty successful. I went off to Dartmouth Med School, and
look at you now.
Yeah.
You're the president of a
There you go. Well, speaking of basketball, the men's basketball team obviously continuing to have great success. 4th straight LEC championship, went to the round of 32 this year. And also the women's basketball team had a pretty solid season as well. Do you enjoy going to those games?
Oh, it's really hard. I want to play, and I would never be able to step on the court now with them. I love it. I love going to the games. I also watch all the streams that you create and put out. So thank you, really, for the quality of what Al's Media Network puts out. I travel quite a bit for the role that I'm in, but I watch the streams, and I feel like I never miss a beat for the teams because of it. But I love to watch our student athletes in all of our sports. And for me, basketball, because it was such a big part of my life and my adult life, I played all the way up till several years ago, and it is a beautiful sport. It's just a passion, but to watch that success, to watch that camaraderie on the court and on the field is incredible. It's a tremendous privilege. So, yeah, I love it. But thank you for what you do.
No, thank you.
I wouldn't see it if I wasn't able to watch your streams.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, what's your long-term vision for Keene State College?
Domination.
Oh, yeah.
No, my long-term vision, we are an institution. We've talked about the type of students that we support and the families we support. I think increasingly what I also want the community to know is that our students graduate with incredible preparation. We have very high academic performance, tremendous research, creative opportunities for our students across our majors. I need more communities to know the special thing that is Keene State College, and so I think my vision is for us to expand the awareness to the community in our region, and that means the Northeast region, and to use athletics, academic opportunities, and the work that we do with our local employers to really help lift the awareness, because when people know of us, they experience us and they come and they are part of this community. So I think just telling that story is my purpose, and my vision is for us to continue to be successful doing what we do.
Yeah, you've heard it. If you build it, they will come.
Yeah.
In some movies, they say, but
yeah,
and that's,
and we're
that's
seeing it. This is a really one of the best statistics that I've seen since I came back into this role as president. If a family and a student come to our campus, they are 80% of them deposit to come and study at Keene State.
That's cool.
And our retention rate for students who do come, and this is really important too, when you tell your story and students think that they're going to have an experience and their families think they're going to have this experience, your retention, the students who stay with you beyond that first year to the second year and then on to graduation, is a measure of whether the experience they had was what you said it would be. So if they come and they think it's real and it does happen the way they expect it to, they'll stay. And our retention rate is now up over 80%, and that is up 11 percentage points since I returned to Keene, and that is a testament to the community delivering what it says. And that, to me, is the most important measure. Students are happy, they're staying, they're graduating, and they're launching lives to grad school or career in really high numbers. So I am proud of that, and that's the best statistic, I think. Students get what they expect, and they're happy.
And it looks like they're making a connection with the school
They
as
are.
well.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Giving
And
back.
It's a beautiful campus. Come check it out.
It is.
And one last thing, maybe kind of piggybacking off of that, what are you looking forward to the most for this next coming school year? Obviously, a couple months away. We're in kind of the off season right now, but it'll be
For
here
athletics?
sooner than later. Yeah, or just athletics or in general.
So overall, I'm very excited. Our campus looks beautiful. We've done some continued improvements on facilities, lab spaces, classroom spaces. We're going to be welcoming some new partners, both a public charter school and a graduate school, who will be co-locating, so students will have even more opportunities to enter Keene or to go beyond Keene State with our partners. What I'm most excited about is seeing our students back. It is really, I'll just tell you, my job is wonderful, but the experience about what I love about this job is being around our students. So the summer's kind of boring. There's just nobody around. So I'm looking forward to welcoming our students back. We're doing orientation programming right now for that incoming class. And I'll tell you, I'm excited to see what the young talent's going to bring us, because the energy, the enthusiasm, and just the caliber of those incoming students, I'm looking forward to see what they bring next year.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much, President
Thank you,
Treadwell,
Ryan.
for joining us. And
Thank you, Ryan.
look forward to seeing
Thank
you
you,
out there
Ryan.
next year.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the opportunity. It
Oh,
really
yeah.
is a privilege. And have fun at the golf tournament today.
Thank you, yeah.
Talked to lots of folks. Someone hit the putt over here
Oh,
for
I
the
I heard
cash
that.
prize.
There
That's
was an
gonna be great.
eruption of applause.
We heard
over
it,
that.
yeah.
That was
Gotta
interesting.
get him.
Yeah.
Good interview.
Oh, yeah.
Thank
Let's see
Jen.
you swing.
Yeah, oh,
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
It's a hazard. All the equipment's in danger if I try to play golf. So we don't do that. They keep me off the links. So, but thank you, gentlemen. I
Well,
appreciate
of
it
course.
very much.
No
Yeah, thank
problem.
you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
Lucar. New Car has over 1,700 pre-owned vehicles, the largest selection of inventory in New Hampshire. New Car Nissan of Keene has the most competitive prices. With a selection of over 30 brands, New Car has exactly what you need across the Granite State. Find your new car from any of New Car's family of dealerships throughout the Northeast and get it shipped to New Car Nissan of Keene for free. Plus, we'll deliver your new car right to your door. Visit New Car Nissan of Keene today and discover why everyone loves a new car.
When we put this uniform on, we're preparing to serve our home state of New Hampshire. We serve part-time in our own communities and for our families and friends. In any emergency or disaster, you can count on the soldiers of the New Hampshire Army National Guard to be there. Our mission here at home is to make life better for everyone, and the benefits we earn help us improve our own lives. Learn more about part-time service with the New Hampshire Army National Guard at nationalguard.com/NH.
So when I ask students, why Keene State, the students say unanimously it's the sense of community. The feel when you walk on this campus is immediately a sense of belonging, a sense of safety, a sense of welcome, and a sense of opportunity and promise. And so I think our students feel that when they come to our campus, and they experience it when they join us. Why students choose this campus is the sense and feel, and also the opportunity and the promise of that opportunity for them when they're making the decision. And why they stay is that we deliver on that promise. We have students from urban environments, from rural environments, and when they come to Keene State in those first weeks of forming a new community, they bring all of those experiences together to create a better Keene State. It's a campus small enough to feel a sense of recognition and identity, and a campus big enough to feel part of something bigger than yourself. This isn't a passive experience, so please get engaged, find a club, make a new group of friends, get involved in a recreational sport activity, in an intramural sport, get involved in a creative performance, go see a show, be a part of this community and squeeze everything you can out of Keene State. And if you do that, I am confident you will have an exceptional experience and your life will be changed as a result of it.
College sports fans, get ready for game day with officially licensed merchandise from the NCAA official online shop, ncaa.com/shop. Get the whole family geared up with the best collection of apparel and accessories, including t-shirts, sweatshirts, headwear, championship gear, and more. Visit the NCAA shop for today's special offer and rep your favorite team now. Only at ncaa.com/shop.
Ignite your athletes. Empower your coaches. Rally your community. Support every team with one solution with the Huddle Athletic Department package. You put all your school's coaching tools under one roof. From recording to analyzing to sharing, with your Huddle AD package, you cover every angle. Equal access means equal opportunity, and equal opportunity means full potential. Let's take your department to the next level.
I worked in HVAC when I was in high school, and I really liked being on a job site. When Keene State came to my high school, the admissions counselor told me I could have a job on a job site and also make a difference on people's lives. He said being a safety engineer meant I could work with my hands, but also make sure that everybody was going to be home safely at the end of the day. The safety field is growing rapidly because companies are noticing that keeping their workers healthy means that they can keep their workers working. My plan is to graduate from Keene State so I can get back onto a job site as a safety engineer. It's great because there's jobs to choose from all over the United States, so I can basically go anywhere I want. Keene State is giving me the tools to make that happen.
I pledge.
I pledge.
I pledge. I pledge.
I am an NCAA student athlete.
And I pledge to be a champion of unity
on my team, on my campus, and in my community.
I pledge to embrace differences and strive for inclusion and collaboration.
I pledge to stand against racism, hate, and discrimination.
I pledge to strive for love, care, and forgiveness.
I pledge to stand against silence, deceit, and obscurity.
I pledge to strive for dialogue, truth, and understanding.
I pledge to stand against fear and doubt.
I pledge to strive for trust and belief in one another.
I pledge to stand against complacency and stagnancy.
I pledge to strive for change and growth.
I commit to supporting my fellow student athletes in all circumstances that impact them.
I commit to both choosing unity personally and encouraging it for all.
I pledge these things because we are stronger together.
United as one.
We are here now with the hitting coach of the Keene State Owls, John Luopa, and thank you so much for being on, Coach.
Oh, yeah, thanks for having us. Great day out here.
Well, Coach, the Keene State Athletics definitely have a lot of success. What's the future looking like for the baseball program?
Oh, I think the future is just like the sky's the limit. With Coach Blood at the helm and the way he recruits and the way he coaches guys up and seeing the improvement from our players from when they get on campus to the majority of our guys are juniors right now. So it's just incredible to watch and be a part of.
What was it like, obviously, being able to, not only make the playoffs this year, but to win it all, especially after making the playoffs was a huge step for you guys last year?
Oh, yeah, that was huge for especially with how young we were, to get that experience. And then I don't know the last time, Ryan probably would, but he might be taking a nap. He got here a little late this morning. But with that, when's the last time someone won the regular season and then won the tournament? Do you know?
No, that's good.
Because for us to do that this year, I think says a lot about where we're headed and the direction we're going.
And going back to when you started your coaching career, what inspired you to come here to Keene State?
Money. Well, no, when I played, there were scholarships because we were Division II back then, so that's what it was.
Man, money.
And actually, people don't know this, but the guy that actually recruited me, his name was Peter Mishaw. He never coached a game, but he was the head baseball coach, and right before our season started, my freshman year, he had a couple of issues pop up in his life, and he had to go back over to the Seacoast. He was commuting from the Seacoast, and that's when Coach Howe actually got the job. The week before, I tell this story all the time, the week before Coach Howe actually came in, he was working for Athletes Corner at the time, and he was selling us our cleats that we were going to wear for a team. And then 2 weeks later, he's our head coach, and he was for 30-plus years, I think. Yeah.
What was kind of a difference, I guess, between, how did you carry kind of the stuff you learned from your playing days over into coaching, being a hitting coach?
I was fortunate enough to have quite a few really good head coaches that I played for. John Watterson, Eddie Main, Kenny Howe. So all those guys, they basically groomed you. It's sort of like what takes place now with Bill Belichick and all his coaches that coach with him, and now they go off and they're successful or really have good careers. And that's what I take from each one of them, something positive.
Now, you mentioned John Watterson, obviously his son being Kevin Watterson, everyone knows him in Keene. What's that relationship like with the Watterson?
Oh, I think it's great. I just messaged his Kevin's oldest. No, is it oldest? Ryan's right there.
Son, yeah.
Yeah, Ryan's one son. I just talked to Ryan. But then John, his other son, who played at Princeton, I just messaged him the other day, and he got right back to me. They're just a great family. The whole family is incredible.
And Kevin Watterson being the president of the Keene SwampBats, another baseball team here in Keene, NECBL Summer League.
Yeah, and Big Johnny, Kevin's dad, was my coach, and that's who really started and brought in the SwampBats at the time, with help from a lot of other people. But that's the thing with Keene. Keene's a baseball community through and through. It's a great community. Like, it's easy to recruit kids because what don't we have in Keene? We have everything.
True.
And speaking of maybe the most important question, how's the golf swing been today?
Oh, it's been good.
It's been good?
I wouldn't say the same about my group, but we can edit that out. And, no, we're even par so far today, and there might be a little side bet with Coach Blood's group, but we'll see how the scores end up to see if it actually comes true or not.
We'll have to ask him when he comes by, see how things are stacking up. But thank you so much for coming on, Coach, and good to see you today.
Thanks.
Welcome to Hurt Skirt or Just Hurt. Our first contestant is suffering from knee pain from a recent running incident. What do we think, audience? Hurt Skirt or Just Hurt? Why not try Hurt Skirt? Make your recovery hassle-free with Hurt Skirt, a patent-pending, stretch-to-fit, hot-cold therapeutic sleeve, proven to stay cold longer and still remain completely mobile. Drop the ice, skirt the hurt.
I remember writing in the 2nd grade that I wanted to be a teacher, and I always knew that I was going to be a teacher. I started school a year early, and it created challenges for me because I wasn't able to pick up material as fast as the other students. Outside of school, my jaju would quiz me on my math facts and read with me. It showed me that even though I had challenges in school, there were still people who wanted to help me. In high school, I knew I had to work harder than everyone else to get the same results, but I had teachers that would help me in subject areas outside of their own because they could relate to how I felt. The way these interactions with my jaju and my teachers made me feel while I was learning is the inspiration for how I'd like my students to feel. I'm able to build relationships and be vulnerable with my students when they're struggling because I've been in their shoes and I know exactly how they feel. Being able to relate to them from my own experience has become a massive asset in becoming a teacher.
You're now with cross country and track and field coach Dan Roark. Dan, thank you so much for joining the program this morning. And
thanks, guys.
Yeah, how
Thanks
are
for
things?
having me.
How are
Good.
things going out on the links?
Things are going great. I've been working at the putting green. We had one guy get in already, so it's been a lot of fun over there. And yeah.
And it's starting to get nice out finally. Sun's
I
coming
think
out
the sun- here
as
comes the
we
sun.
speak. It's been a chilly morning, so is that going to help your swing at all? You thinking or what?
I'm luckily I'm not.
You're not-
I'm not swinging too much out there, so just working the putting green. So.
There you go.
Yeah, with Coach Boucher over there.
You guys obviously had a very successful year this year. Championship win in cross country back in the fall. And you got a huge addition this year. I mean, obviously you have many great athletes on your team, but local kid Jake Velasquez joined the program. What was that like being able to coach him this past year especially?
Yeah, that was awesome. So team-wise, the men's and women's cross-country teams both winning the championship, which was the first time two teams from the same school have won in 9 years. And we were the last team to do that 9 years ago. And then the third, the three-peat for the women. So this is the third in a row, and the first time the men won in a while. Having Jake around was an awesome addition. We were very happy to have him. Did some awesome things. He was the first All-American in 20 years in cross country. So the last All-American prior to Jake, was David Bridgewater. And this year, David Bridgewater was inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, wow.
So he was the last person. So it was kind of a great, this year, David Bridgewater came in for the Hall of Fame, talked to our team. He was the last All-American in cross country, and then we had an All-American in Jake, and Jake had a phenomenal season, becoming East Region the Runner of the Year, winning the East Region All-American, and did some great things in track as well. But it was great to have him, and I think really pushed the level of the team forward. Especially you're talking about the cross-country championship, and it was a close meet. So the men won, and it was points. Like, we knew the 5 teams in the LEC were going to be close, and it legitimately, the race ended, and no one knew who won for 20 minutes. We were like, which one of these 5 teams won? And we had no idea. So it was a great experience and really cool opportunity. Marty was down there with us, and we were waiting, like, who won? Because a lot of those things, he was like, all right, you can kind of eyeball, and it was so close, we have no idea. And having, people like Jake really stepped, had the other guys step up, and I think they really learned a lot from him. And, we still have a young group. Pretty much everyone on the scoring side, on the men's side, is coming back, and we're excited to see what they can do this year.
I mean, that's got to be stressful not knowing who won. How long were you waiting for that result to come out?
Like 20 minutes. And yeah, I was like, so much that I went to the timer. I was like, are we having results? Are we having results? I'm like, stop asking.
I mean, you got it. That's a stressful moment. But obviously, with the success you've had this year, how are you looking to continue that success for this program?
Yeah, I think, we are really trying to push that. Cross country and track success-wise, we are, arguably the most successful team on campus. We've had over 186 All-Americans. I think, Ryan, what was the statistic? There is, in cross country, I think we've won 60% of the championships since we've been in the LEC. It's just so historically, cross country and track and field has been a powerhouse, and we're looking to bring back in that direction. I think, winning cross country the last 3 years. The women's team in track got second this year, both indoor and outdoor. The men got third and a close fifth. I think we were 15 points away from third and outdoor. We broke 15 school records this year in track and field, which is just insane. Especially for, you're talking about the history of the program, and to have 15 school records in one year, it's something really special. Our sprints and jumps program really took off this year. In something like, Kyle Thomas in the 60-meter dash broke the school record by a quarter of a second, which you're talking about 60-meter dash, and it is a blink of an eye how quickly that goes. He ran 6:84, and the record it was broken last year. It was actually, you probably know him for baseball, Tommy Ehlers. Ran the 7:16 last year to break the school record, and then Kyle broke it by a half a second this year, and Aiden Law was under 7 for the 60 as well. So we had a really good group, but sprints really took off this year, and it's something that was special. But 15 school records, insanity.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's kind of unique too about track and field and cross country is that you do have some athletes who, like you said about Tommy, who will come over from other sports and run. And also it's, kind of a very short off season as well. But how do you guys kind of stay ready for the next year just in that short time?
Yeah, very short off season, and talking about dual sports, we talked a lot about the men. Women, we had dual sport athletes, a lot who are here today on the course. Like Keely Giordano was Rookie of the Year, great 100-meter sprinter, broke the school records in the 60, 100, 200, and 4x1. Bryn Dickinson, the captain on the women's soccer team. We have, a couple girls coming in. The field hockey team, we have swimmers, we have a lot of dual sports athletes, which is a lot of fun. And it's a quick turnaround, and off time is what off time?
It's crazy.
This is basically off time now for the summer. For our distance runners that do cross country, indoor, outdoor track, 3 sport athletes, they're basically taking 4 weeks off, downtime a year. So in the grand scheme of things, and right now they're in the summer training, they're growing. It's a constant grind, but that really is I've been talking to some of my athletes today, hey, we're ready to go. And we're here in June 13th. We're focused on November competition, and they're like, hey, we're putting the work because I want to win in November.
That's right.
And going forward. So it's true dedication that our athletes put in, and it's a lot of fun to watch and see them grow. Especially talking about some of the distance runners and some of the people for graduating. We really do a great job of developing our athletes. We had, I can give you some example, 2 athletes who just graduated on the women's side. We say Autumn Beauvert and Sarah Christian. They came in high school. They were running 23-minute 5Ks. So they both graduated this year. I think their PRs were 18:30 and 18:38.
Wow.
So you're talking about minutes, and I can go person by person. It's that is not uncommon for our group to do that, but that's really the effort. You're talking about, hey, you're training all year long, and we get results, and it's a lot of fun to see them grow over time.
Yeah, got to keep the bodies in shape for that. That's definitely tough.
It's grueling.
As multi-sports athletes as well. And as a coach, how do you approach these multi-sports athletes, dual sport athletes, compared to other athletes that are just focused on running?
They're always moving, always doing something. So it's a conversation. As coaches, we always talk together and try to work because we want the best for the athlete. But they want to do well. They want to put their heart and soul in it. And with all my athletes, we have conversations hey, what do you want to get out of this? What's the goal? How do you want to handle this? And it's something that between the coaches and the athletes, we work together because we all want the same goal of being hey, let's do the best you can and see what you can put out there. But a lot of the dual sport athletes, they're in really good shape. You just gotta get in track shape, or you know.
And you remember all the scores from each and almost all your athletes?
Yeah.
Name it off the top of your head. That's crazy. That's impressive.
It's when they put in the work all year long to try to get these, you know, remarkable achievements. It's, you know, I might be a couple seconds off here or there, but yeah, it's a lot of, you know, track and field and cross country is such a sport of, you know, seconds, inches, milliseconds, where it's like, you know, the difference between running 686 and 750, why it's like, oh, it's a blink of an eye.
Right.
That's a huge difference. That's a matter if you're a, you know, LEC champion, or if you are, you know, 16 out of 16. You're making the meet. And it's like, oh, well, that's a blink of an eye. It's like, well, our sports is a sport of milliseconds and seconds, and yeah, so it's kind of lives up here.
Well, I know in like cross country particularly too, did it some of it in high school, that like kind of the courses can also play a big factor too, whether it's a hilly course. Obviously Keene, we have more flat courses, I'd say overall. But what was probably the most like challenging facility or course that you guys went to in the cross country season last year?
Yeah, so a couple of different courses we went to. So our course, if you're talking about flat, has a whole 6 feet of elevation.
There you go. Yeah.
So it's definitely a flat one, but we enjoy that and have a lot of fun with that. Last year our conference meet was at UMass Dartmouth, which was a flat course. So we had a lot of flat. You know, we had 2 meets at our home course, 2 meets at UMass Dartmouth. So our regional course, that was at Hopkinton Fairgrounds, which definitely has one big hill in it, and it's just it's a really spectator friendly course, and it's 2K loops. So if you're on 8K, you're just doing 4 loops. So with that being said, you see the same thing over and over again, but that gives it a challenge where it's like, okay, you have a mindset of it's almost like track where you have a couple laps, but it definitely had one big hill you had to make something that was a little bit of a challenge, and also you see that over and over again. So it was more of a mental barrier. Like, hey, I know this is coming. I've already done it once, and I have to do it 3 more times. So it's a unique course. But yeah, that was probably, I think, more of a challenging course, but also it being our NCAA regional meet just had, you know, the stakes were a little bit higher.
And Coach, tell me, why Keene State College? What inspired you to come here and coach here?
Yeah, so one is the history. So we've had great history here. The other thing is, you're talking about cross country and you want miles and miles of trails. You can't find a better place. I talked to a bunch of alumni, and they're like, Coach, this is the Boulder of the East. And we're like, we have hundreds of miles of trails. You can, you know, run every day for a month and not run on the same trail twice. So between that and the history and what is capable of here, that was awesome. And I think another part is when I came for my interview and on campus, the group that was here at the time were like, hey, we want to win. We want to be here. We want to make this program great. And at the time we had 20 athletes on the team. Now we have close to 85 athletes on the team. So, you know, the opportunity to excel, what program has been historically, and where we have taken it in the last, 4 years I was here, and where we can go. I'm really excited, and I love it, and the community here is awesome, and it's definitely something that me and my family love being up here. So.
All right, well, thank you so much, Coach Roark, for coming on, and hope you have a good rest of the day out there. Sun's coming out, so it's starting to look up here.
There we go.
Get that putting right over there.
Yeah.
We'll go take a look. So hopefully, I think some people are getting some good putts in over there. So, all right, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
We know you will find your community along Appian Way here at Keene State College. Over a campfire on the Student Center lawn. In some friendly games and competition. Or in a club you connect to at the Student Involvement Fair. Maybe you will find your people on the courts, in a cheering section in the stands, at the rink on the ice, skating as an owl, or chilling in the yoga studio. Your connections may take place on the quad, listening to music, hanging out with friends, participating in a Keene State tradition like Pumpkin Palooza, or working on a group project, studying with classmates. Maybe your talents will bring you together with your community on one of our stages, in the main theater, or the recital hall at the Red Fern Arts Center. For us, community is all about the people you meet and the connections you make. At Keene State, our community is really about you.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go into personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
Number 32, Kyle Hornsby.
Inside the 30, touchdown. Michaela Burgess. An incredible finish by Hall.
The NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org.
We're here now with Topher from Hamblet Electric of Keene, the primary sponsor of the Owls Media Network. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for being out here today.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
How's the golf game going so far?
You know what? We're very even, meaning we've parred every hole. We haven't really been able to get any red numbers yet, but we're working on it.
That's great.
But we're having a great time.
Yeah, you'll take that.
Having a great time.
You know what? The weather's getting better, Topher. The sun's coming out. It might be improving the swing, you know?
Yeah, exactly. When the sun comes out, we start making birdies.
There you go.
I like it. I like it.
Well, what inspired Hamblet Electric to partner with the Owl Media Network?
Well, we've actually worked with Keene State College for decades. Actually, we've been involved there. We have a great mutual relationship. Keene State's taken very good care of Hamblet Electric, and I like to think that we've taken great care of the college as well. So when I was approached by Marty to get involved with something like this, it was a no-brainer, absolute no-brainer. We really support what's going on at Keene State, and especially the athletics. So it's a good thing, very good thing.
You guys get to come out to, or did you get to come out to a decent amount of games this past year?
Only a few this past year, but wanted for sure get more involved as the year goes on this year. Coming into next year and stuff. So, but yeah, things seem to really trending in a good direction with the athletics at Keene State, which is great. It's great to see.
Yeah, how does supporting higher education institutes like Keene State align with your company's mission or values?
Yeah, so we're we do a lot of work actually at schools. But Keene State is I'm talking grade schools and high schools in the area. We've done a lot of projects there and support them in a maintenance and service sort of environment. And then at Keene State, of course, we're very involved there on new dormitories, Zorn Dining Commons, and the list goes on and on. The boiler plant. We have a lot of projects there that again have been great for us, and it's a great thing for the college, as you guys have improved your facilities over the years tremendously. So we've been a very proud part of that improvement, which is wonderful. So it lines up perfectly with what we do.
Are there any new projects that you guys will be getting involved in as we head towards the next school year? Or?
Well, we've got quite a big presence this summer on campus. We're doing some fire alarm upgrades, some HVAC upgrades. A few of the owls' nests got torn down, and we're reworking the high voltage system that kind of serves those buildings. So we're quite busy on campus this summer. And then we'll go away as the students come back. We tend to go away, let the year happen, and then during breaks we'll come in and do different repairs and upgrades as needed. So we're always at the ready for whenever Keene State needs us, which is great. It's great.
Well, what do you hope students and broader college communities take away from this partnership you have with the school?
I mean, it's I would say that the most important thing is, at least from my standpoint, is going to be working with really good people and having those relationships that go on for. I mean, Hamblet Electric has been on campus for like 40 or 50 years. It's incredible. It's very unique, and it's all built on relationships. And I think that's something that doesn't matter what you do for a living or what you choose to do with your life. Relationships are the most important part of how anything gets done. And so, taking good care of good people, and they'll call you back, and they want you back to do more work, and they want you back, whatever you're doing for your job. Relationships are going to be how you make it through the world. So that's the most important part.
Yeah.
That's the most important part.
Well, thank you so much for coming out today,
Absolutely.
Topher.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you guys for being a primary sponsor of the Owls Media Network, and
happy to do it.
we'll let you get back to your golf
Excellent.
game.
Here come the birdies.
Maybe get the birdies right
here
now.
come the birdies.
Sun's
Awesome.
out, birdies out.
Excellent. I love it.
Heating it up.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All righty. Take care.
Our campus can be pretty quiet during the summer, but we're still here to show you what your life at Keene State will be like. I'm Emma, a tour guide at the admissions office, and I'm here to answer your questions and show you the parts of our community you're interested in seeing most. You can book a tour at keene.edu/visit or reach out to any of our admissions staff to find out when you can come see our home. Here's a sneak peek at what a tour is like.
Here now with President and GM of the Keene SwampBats, our very own Kevin Watterson. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Hey, nice to have you.
Hey, Kevin. So you've been with the SwampBats over in Keene for the NECBL since 1997. What motivated you to start that team?
Back then, we had a very strong group in Keene who wanted to take baseball to the next level. And in our mind, we had the Cape Cod League in mind, that level of play. We had been running regionals, sending teams to World Series, and we wanted something a little extra. And we went to all the pro scouts in New England and said, hey, this is our vision. Guide us. Where do we need to go to make this happen? And to a person, they said, well, first of all, the Cape Cod League's too far away. It's a 3-hour ride. They would have no interest in you. But there's a new league in town, the New England Collegiate Baseball League. And you need to take a look at them. You need to talk to them. They're putting their commissioner is George Foster, played for the Reds. You need to talk to them. We think this is the league that has the future, and you want to be a part of.
That's right. And that partnership you've had with the NECBL, what are those relationships like, forming those throughout the years?
It's first it starts out as baseball. And we've been in the league, I think Danbury's been there a little bit, a couple of years maybe ahead of us. But the relationships over the years, when we first got in the league, there were people like Torrington that were very successful franchises and that guided us. And here's what's working for us. And today, when new teams come in the league, it's the same thing. The relationships are everything. We want great teams. A new team comes in the league, I love if they can come in and win a championship. It means we went with the right franchise, we went with the right people, and they understand what the NECBL is about. So relationships on a local level, it's critical.
Yeah, you guys this year are off to a great start. Lost the opener down in Danbury, but 6 wins in a row. Just got the win last night over in Sanford, and tonight you guys are home against Upper Valley. And if I'm correct, I believe there will be a new jersey that is debuting tonight.
That's true. First, the streak that we're on, the NECBL over the years really has been a league of streaks. I can tell you some ugly ones where we might have lost 5, 6, 7, 8 in a row. But you have to believe in yourself, in your talent, in your coaching staff, and that you will bounce back. And so, opening night, who cares about opening night? Yeah, we got killed 12-2 at Danbury. They kicked our butts. And since then, we've got a lot of our top arms in.
Oh yeah.
And you win with pitching. And every night we're rolling 90 to 95 miles an hour out there, and it's proofs in the pudding. So we'll take that streak. Upper Valley tonight, they always bring good players. I mean, one thing about Upper Valley, you don't ever have to question that you're in for a fight that night, whether it's here or at their place. They just bring good players from around the country. So we know we're in for a big test tonight. We're throwing Ben Rabatin from Kent State at them. Ben's a 90-95 mile an hour guy. Just finished his freshman year, pro talent. I feel like we got the right guy. I didn't even look to see who they're throwing, but hey, I think they're second in the league to us, our first. So they'll come in ready to, they won't certainly take us so lightly, and we need to play our best to win the game. New jerseys, it's kind of a total different look from the purple and the black. We got a little gray in there. We got a little gold, yellow going. I think the fans are going to, we haven't made a big deal of it, but I think when they get here, they get situated, and they look at us in those new unis, I think they're going to love them. And we're calling them our weekend uni.
Weekend unis.
Weekend unis.
Oh, yeah, Kevin. I like it.
Yeah, and we only wear them at home, and we only wear them on Friday and Saturday nights.
All right. Awesome. And you mentioned the pitching before. Getting the start out of Kyle Peters like yesterday, going 5 scoreless, 5 strikeouts, and he actually had an immaculate inning in the second. What's it like seeing the guys that you and the other members of the board and the coaching staff recruit go out and have the performances like they do?
Well, first of all, you're really happy for a guy like Peters. He is good. First game, he was okay. He got the win, but his control wasn't exactly there. But yeah, he's still 92, 93. If you're around the zone, you're gonna get people out. Last night he was untouchable. 5 shutout innings. Hey, I think he walked one. Yes, he is special, and he's a warrior on the mound. You know, there's nothing soft about him. He's going to give it all.
That's right.
Yeah, how about the start that you guys have had from Michael O'Brien as well? Just 7 RBIs, I believe, in his last 2 games. Incredible start.
Yeah, Michael O'Brien he's a great player. He can do it all. He's a 5-tool guy. I mean, he can run. He's a great center fielder. You saw what he's got for power the other night. That home run he hit the right center. I mean, that was gone immediately off the bat. And he competes, hits good pitching. From Mississippi State, and just signed with Arkansas Little Rock. So through the portal, great get for him. He'll be in that lineup every day. And for us, hey. He's a guy who wants to be on the field. He could be out doing portal visits and whatever else, and he said, no, Coach. Mac told me, Coach, I'm here to play baseball. I don't need to be out doing road trips. I know where I'm going, and he said, so I just need to be in that lineup.
That's awesome. And going back to the history of the SwampBats and the success they had, being one of the top 2 most successful teams in the NECBL, and the progression from players making their MLB debuts from the SwampBats. What's that like as the president, seeing these players come up and grow through your system and then go out and make the big leagues?
I think for me as a person who does most of the recruiting and along with Mac, it just validates what we're telling our fan base, which is come to a SwampBat game and you're seeing pro talent. You're seeing future Major League Baseball players, and it's just true. So we're proud that we play a small part in any young players graduate, so to speak, to MLB, because that's all why they're here. Right. They got the dreams, they got the goals, they want to play MLB. So we're proud to have played a part in that.
You guys, over the years, have obviously had a great relationship with the city of Keene, but also a great relationship with Keene State College. What has that partnership been like?
From day one, Keene State and the SwampBats were a team, a partnership. In the early days, I know Judy Kalich, who was assistant to the president at that time, stepped up and found a way for us to house our interns. And because where do you house the interns? And it's really been a special place where we're able to provide room and board to a highly talented internship team. And we say we're as proud of our internship team as we are of our baseball team. So Keene State played an integral role there. They've always allowed us on their baseball field, and that's not always easy. We bring 40 guys, and we need it at a specific time. Melinda Treadwell, they don't come any better than Melinda. She's special. Marty Testo. They have got a great management team at Keene State, and we're fortunate, really, to have that partnership with them, and proud of it.
Kevin, a previous guest on the show, who's the assistant pitching coach here at Keene State, said Keene is a baseball town. And you, growing up in Keene, how did baseball play a role in your life?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I would agree that Keene has that reputation. I mean, we are a baseball town. We've sent teams over the years to World Series here, there. We've hosted a Legion World Series, seems like 100 years ago. On a personal basis, my dad was an ex-minor league manager. I played for him. I always tell people I survived him. He was that throwback guy. Yeah. But hey, he was a great teacher. You talk to people, most people love that they had a chance to play for John Watterson. And he was a big believer in education, huge. He was a blue-collar guy, had 5 kids, he and my mom put them all through college. So, just trying to emulate a little of my dad, who passed maybe 10 years ago. But he was the man behind the vision to bring the SwampBats to Keene. He put that initial group together, and so, hey, we're all indebted.
That's right, and he influenced your approach to leadership, but also the community building behind Keene, that it really has a strong foundation.
Yeah, and I would say from my dad, he was a true baseball guy. He was all about the baseball, but man, was he a community guy. In civic clubs, he was always there. We tell the story often that initially it was just about baseball.
Mm-hmm.
It was only about baseball, and we were going to put a special, great organization together, which we did. But what we found out was, in the early days, what this community also valued was community. And so that's when we realized we had to do more than just put a baseball team on the field. We had to make it entertaining, had to make it fun, affordable, bring the family, and that's really what drove the SwampBats, I think, to the next level. And if you look at us, we're not a good old boys club. If you look at our board of directors, we're heavy female. I think we've got 7 out of 10 of our board members are female. They are hard workers. They got ideas and opinions, and they certainly they implement them.
Yeah.
So hey, we're proud of what that whole community piece has become.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ryan.
No, you're
Go
good.
ahead.
You're good.
You
You're
sure?
good. Yeah.
All right. You have been a scout as well in the past with the Yankees for a little bit.
Yeah.
How do you bring that, or how did you kind of bring that experience into when you started the SwampBats and being a GM with this team?
Well, I was fortunate that I played in college for a guy named Bill Livesey, a legend in this country. I think he won 5 or 6 Cape championships. I played for him in college, and as I was leaving Eckerd College, he was leaving to go to the Yankees and take over player development. And as it turned out, he ended up I forget was it who was it? Oh, Skip. They built those great Yankee teams, Posada, Jeter, that whole crowd. That was them. And so I scouted for him for a couple of years, I didn't love it, but it was, hey, listen, but I learned so much from a guy like that. How do you put together a team? Where were the priorities? Summer baseball, it's a little different than back at school where you have the kids 7 days a week. Summer baseball is a little bit different, and he taught me some of the nuances. And I think over the years, as I left baseball on a professional basis to get into private industry, and the SwampBats allowed me to pursue my passion over here on the right, I always took those Bill Livesey learnings with me, and have tried to incorporate them in what the SwampBats do.
Well, I've seen that you are a very busy guy, and I've worked with you for the past probably 2 or 3 weeks. Please tell me what the typical day looks like for you when your team is in season, because you're running around.
Yeah, I think, I'm busy. I was always busy in private industry. That's probably, I got that from my dad. Boredom isn't a part of my life. But I think for me, what I love about the SwampBats, it isn't the same every day. Whatever. Maybe you're working on tonight. Maybe you're working with the coaches. And I try to take part as much of the marketing as I can, because for me, I love coming to the park and it's a full house. Yeah. And it doesn't happen by accident. You got to work it hard. You got to work with your people. We're really fortunate to have a couple of people, like I call it the Sarah and Sarah Express. Sarah Pelkey, who does our sales and marketing, and Sarah Culp, who's our director of operations.
Oh, yeah.
Those two are professionals. And
yeah.
In all the 40 years I ran businesses, I never had anyone in management exceed their skill sets and their drive. So the SwampBats and the community are very fortunate to have what I call the Sarah and Sarah Express.
Yeah, and outside of that success, you guys have obviously had a lot of success on the field in your history. 5 championships. That's just that's in second place overall in the NECBL and league history, just behind the Newport Gulls. But it's interesting because I think coming into this year, we looked at the last 2 championships and they were 6 years apart, 2013, 2019. And if you go 6 years from 2019, it's this year, 2025.
I got to be honest with you, that's a stat that I was unaware of. So you're bringing a smile to my face this morning if we follow trends.
Hopefully.
I will say this. We never judge the success of a specific season as to whether we won a championship. Hey, do we like to win? Yeah, we like to win. Do we like to win championships? Absolutely. 5. And as a coach, ex-coach and scout, for me, I always remember the ones we lost. I can tell you they're like 3 or 4. There's no way we should have won that one. But, sometimes baseball is a funny game. You got to, not only have you got to be good, you got to get lucky now and then. And, hey, there's been a couple of times where we won a championship. We flat out were good, but we also got lucky. And we lost 2 or 3 that there's no way we shouldn't have won a championship. But some things happened, and, hey, we didn't bring the gold home that year.
Kevin, give some tips to the people out there, including ourselves, I'm sure, how you juggle managing so many responsibilities, going from managing the interns to speaking with coaches across the country almost all the time.
I think that, truthfully, I think the biggest thing is you have to surround yourself with talented people, and you have to delegate, and then you have to let them do their thing. You can't micromanage good people. And if you look at our team, the Sarahs and our board of directors, and you come and you see key volunteers, you know, there's so much that I try to stand back and let them do their thing. And I think that's key for me in being able to, well, number one, be successful, and number two, to touch certain areas and be successful at it. Because people want to be, they want to do their own thing. And as long as you give them some direction, for us, it's worked.
And last year was especially, I think, special too, because you guys shifted coverage for the broadcast to ESPN Plus exclusively, and that obviously has continued this year. What has that partnership meant for the team and just getting kind of the message out there?
You know, I think when you sell yourself as one of the top leagues in the country, if not the top, or at least second best, you know, the fact that you can then follow it up with a discussion. Did you know that ESPN Plus does all our games? Really? And then that's an eye-opener for the fan, for the sponsor, for the business community. And that's probably as much as anything, being able to put that tag on us, ESPN Plus. They do all our games. And when you can share that with someone, I think and we used the word earlier, and on the business side of what we do, it truly validates our product.
That's right. And, you know, these home games, I know you put in a lot for them. And from Reading with Ribby nights to opening night to the 4th of July, the day before the 4th of July, what night stands out to you the most throughout the season?
For me, it's always, well, I'll always go back to that night we won a championship, or that night we won that championship. However, in the big picture, I think I truly, just on a personal basis, I love our theme nights. You know, I love Pink at the Park. I love first responders. You know, we do a lot of theme nights that maybe don't put 3,000 people in the park, but that are incredibly meaningful to those participants on the field that night. And I think, you know, to whomever it is, that I know that they're going to have a lifelong memory of that night. And then the second one is the last 2 nights we just had at home, Reading with Ribby. You know, you put 3,000 one night, 3,000 the next night, and you do that year after year after year. You can imagine after 22 years the number of citizenry who were part of a Reading with Ribby program now maybe have kids in the program. And I say in many ways, Reading with Ribby defines the SwampBats. It's really, it talks to our tagline, community wrapped in baseball. And so I'll take that one too.
Gotta love it.
Yep.
Well, thank you so much, Kevin, for coming on this morning, and we'll see you later. And
hey, guys, thanks for having me.
Always a pleasure to talk.
Yep. We'll see you at the park tonight. Let's grab another the W.
Yeah.
To national championships runs through NCAA.com. And whether you follow one college team or all of them, it's never been easier to get the content you want all in one place. With live broadcasts of multiple championships across all divisions, with exclusive access.
Turn this music on, we still dancing.
And highlights for every single championship. Stay in the game all season long with NCAA.com, the home of college sports.
If you're not here for Fandom 101, you're in the wrong class. Here, we learn the fundamentals of fanology, the basics of bringing the noise, and the physics of bringing it out. Your path to fan mastery begins here. It's all part of the curriculum. The NCAA Championships, Attendance is encouraged. Passion is mandatory. Buy your seats today at ncaa.com/tickets. Class dismissed.
When we put this uniform on, we're preparing to serve our home state of New Hampshire. We serve part-time in our own communities and for our families and friends. In any emergency or disaster, you can count on the soldiers of the New Hampshire Army National Guard to be there. Our mission here at home is to make life better for everyone, and the benefits we earn help us improve our own lives. Learn more about part-time service with the New Hampshire Army National Guard at nationalguard.com/nh.
Here now with Ryan Watterson here as he joins the program. Thank you so much for coming on, Ryan. And you're running the photo booth that's to our left right over there. How's that been going this morning?
It's been really good. Golfers sometimes aren't as receptive to it, but you should see they're all having fun today. And a lot of them have never seen a 360 booth before. So then we have a digital booth, too, where they can take their photo and, they just text it or email it right to their phone. So, and there's some great props over there, too, that they're really liking. So.
It is pretty cool how that thing works. Talk to me about how it exactly goes down over there.
Yeah, so we're a local photo booth from Swansea, and so we have every type of booth you can think of. I think we have 6 different types now, and one of the latest crazes is the 360 booth. So you stand on this platform while this arm spins around you and takes this really cool video with music and slow motion, fast motion, and puts together this little music video of you. And then you post it to social media. So that seems to be the thing now, where it used to be you go in a little tent, get your photo printed out. Now people want a video for social media. Yeah.
Everyone does.
Yeah. And then same with the other booth there. It just takes your photo, you text it, you email it to yourself, and instantly you can share it with people. I don't know, you've probably been to weddings where people take a photo of the photo strip. Doesn't look that good. This looks very professional.
Nice.
Yeah, and in that digital booth we have is really cool. It has a screen on the front that can be marketed, and so today it has photos of all the athletes from the 24-25 season. So yeah.
Yeah, and so obviously you said earlier, I think right before we went on, that you're usually out here golfing, but what's it been like today, just kind of hanging back, obviously getting to interact with people?
I like it. I'm right by the putting contest, which is fun. I never got to watch that. Being from Keene, I recognize most of the foursomes, so it's great to interact, catch up with some old friends. And yeah, this is the first year I haven't played in probably a dozen years, but I know I'll be back next year.
Would you be kicking it over there? How's that swing looking?
Oh, I'm bad. I have a bad swing.
I'm bad.
But I make it happen. So it's a very quick, short swing, and I'm only good for probably 10 rounds a summer. So I'm not trying to break any records. I'm just out there having fun. Gosh.
All right. You said you lived in or around Keene. Talk to me about the relationship you've had with Keene State College.
Okay, so Keene State. Actually, I graduated Keene High in '99, and then I found a college to go to in Wisconsin, very similar to Keene State. It's called Carroll University, but I took a bunch of classes and actually got a whole year's worth of credits at Keene State. So I was taking summer courses. I've been to a lot of their games over the years, athletics, but being a student at Keene State, I had a great time. I got a good education, and all those credits did transfer to the school I eventually
That's huge.
from. And just growing up, my hometown, it's always been the Owls, the Blackbirds, and what's the middle school? The Cardinals.
Cardinals,
so,
yeah.
There you go.
All birds here in Keene. Yeah, it's kind of funny how it works out. But were you able to get to any of the Keene State sporting games this past year? Or?
Yes, and I'm actually a big hockey fan.
Oh yeah,
I still play twice a week at the men's league. So, with the new college team, it's just great to have some really good hockey in town. And have you been out to the games yet?
I'm at Franklin Pierce, so I haven't seen those games, but I've seen the arena. It's a good-looking ice arena in Keene.
Yes, it is a great arena. I mean, now I understand they're adding on locker rooms and a press box, so for you guys. So I can't wait to see the finished product. And I really want to snag a jersey. I mean, their jerseys are awesome.
Yeah.
God, maybe Bobby will give me one.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have Bobby on later. We'll have to talk to him about that for sure. But yeah, like to your point, I mean, they added in the press box, I think, this past season at over at Keene Ice there. I think they're doing some touch-ups as we go into the next season. So really excited to see, though, kind of how the program evolves, and it's going to be in the LEC too this fall and winter. So should be really interesting to see how that goes.
That'll be great. And I know that, sometimes in these men's league, the former players come back and play, and you always know they were a Keene State kid because they got the red helmet and very talented. So the ringers,
Yeah.
Being from around Keene, like you said, what's it like being a part of the small community factor that everyone really rallies together and makes this a strong foundation?
Well, gosh, it kind of reminds me of, you just talked to my dad, Kevin, with the SwampBats. I volunteered for the SwampBats for 28 years. It's just what you do. They need help. I'll help in the press, or I'll help in the snack bar. I'll help with tickets, anything. Also part of the Keene Rotary Club, so we're all about community service and helping those in need in the community. So it's just remarkable how many relationships I've built over the years. I love living here. That I know most people are willing to help out those in need. So I'm proud of the community I'm from.
Definitely.
Very good.
Obviously, like you said, you've had, a long tie with the SwampBats. What's been maybe, like, if you had a favorite memory maybe from that time?
Yes. Early on, they needed mascot help, so I have been ribby before.
Oh, that's a treat.
Occasions, and, I don't have kids. There's no real kids in my life, so I don't quite know, being a mascot, you're there for the kids. So one time they sent me to a summer camp, and it was just all wild kids, and they asked the counselor if they could tackle me, and all the counselors go, sure, why not? So that they lined up like a firing squad. They all ran and tackled me, and it was hilarious, but very, very fun memory.
Try not to get hurt doing that.
Right.
Did you try to turn into like Marshawn Lynch? Did you lower the shoulder at all? You try to get through him?
I was just trying to keep the ribby helmet on, And then my brother had a team, early 2000s, the North Adams team, and he's like, I need a mascot. So I was his mascot too. So I do have mascot work. If the owl ever calls out sick, I could do that.
I mean, your father Kevin talked about your grandfather John and how well known he is in the community. Is there anything that passed down to you as well and what you took into your adult life?
Well, growing up, it was baseball. Just starting at 6 years old, just constant baseball. And I do love that. In my everyday life, I'll run into someone, and, oh, you're a Watterson. I knew your grandfather. He also had 5 children, so it's just so nice that everybody knows one of them. So something to talk about. Grandpa's all about, doing well in the field, doing well in life. So I feel like he passed that on to Kevin, who passed that on to me. And we did win a lot, but we learned by the losses also. But the goal was always to hopefully be there at the end of the season.
Oh yeah, big time.
And how many like total 360 shots have you gotten today so far? I mean, obviously there's a lot of day left.
Yes. I've probably done 15 or 20, and that's good. I mean, people look at it and a little apprehensive at first. Oh, I don't want, because they're on camera. But
True.
But just so I've been demoing it, and that's easy. I'll have some fun with that, and hopefully we get a bunch more, and they'll post that to social medias later. So that's one of our favorite devices. I don't know if you've heard of a mirror booth, but we have one of those as well. So big tall mirror takes your photo. And then another big thing now is the audio and video guest book at a wedding, particularly, or a reunion or a birthday party, where guests will leave a video message or an audio message, and we give it to the couple or the person at the end of the night. So it's all about high tech now. The old walk into a tent and get your photo strip is kind of a thing of the past now. Although we still do print them out for people.
That's good. What does it mean to you to see that something that you brought out here gains such popularity early on in the day?
Yeah, I'm very proud of it. My wife, who was a teacher at Monadnock High School, and I started this 9 years ago. So just slowly we've been building momentum, and I really feel like people are starting to notice, hey, we have this local photo booth in town for any type of event. I think we've done 30 different types of party, so it's hard to think of one we wouldn't be appropriate at. Just we'll do it all.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And what would you say is like, I mean, because you guys, I'm sure, probably do a good amount of weddings. What's like the busiest time of year generally?
And I feel like May and June, honestly, I'm right in it. I have 7 more of these events in the next, I think, 10 days. So we're going all over. We're going to be just over the New York border tomorrow night at a reunion. We're going to be in Loon Mountain next weekend. We'll be at the Jumanji Fest in Keene. We'll be at the Wink Fest in Swansea. And we'll be at the Player of the Year next week for Keene Sentinel right here at the Country Club. So, and we'll be bringing the 360 booth there. So I know the kids are going to love it with their awards.
That's awesome. Any future projects with Keene State in the near future at all?
Yes. So and also this is the second event I've done with Keene State. I'm really hoping we can do a lot more in the future. I know we're going to do the Hall of Fame awards in September. And then also I'm really hoping to do hockey and basketball. We have a beautiful big 8x8 backdrop of a basketball and hockey rink, so I can't wait to show that off. And yeah, it's going to be very visually awesome.
That's great.
But no, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thank you for coming on, Ryan. And we now have 4 Ryans here under the tent, so this is really special. This is a special moment here.
Best name.
That's right. It is the best name.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for coming on, and thank you for your support of college, and enjoyed having you on.
All right, thanks, guys. Back to work. Right.
Fenton Family Dealerships, Tri-State Area's best selection of new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs, has state-of-the-art service facilities and services all makes and models. Home to an exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty on no extra cost to you. Locally owned since 1986. More information at FentonDealerships.com.
A single thread is unique. Like each of us, full of purpose and potential. A strand designed to connect, strengthen, and unite. But we face different challenges and have different opportunities. By acknowledging that others may struggle in ways we do not, we can celebrate our differences, embrace each other, and fortify the ties among us. A single thread can fray, yet when it's woven with another, a bond forms. A new strength created by the fabric of the whole. Let's embrace the fabric we make together, the diversity of our threads, to reach beyond ourselves and overcome the impossible. The true power of our game comes from unifying our individual backgrounds, connecting our unique stories, enabling us to be stronger, braver, greater. We can achieve so much more when we are all as one.
What a season! The confetti is going to fall. There she goes, and she's got it! How sweet is this, and how wonderful for the
All right, we're here now with softball coach Haley Chandler. Thank you so much, Haley, for joining the program here on this morning. Sun's starting to come out.
Finally.
A little bit of breeze. Things are looking up.
Yeah, it's a little bit warmer out. It was chilly here this morning.
It was. It really was.
I put all my layers on.
I don't see you out there golfing, though. Why aren't you out there?
You don't want to see me golfing. I'm just here to watch.
All right, fair.
Here to watch and judge a little bit.
So obviously this past year was your first year with the program, and you guys made some strides. Last year, 2024, only had 9 wins. This year up to 16. You were saying right before we went on, things kind of ended a little bit sour. You lost your last 7, but things starting to look up for the program. What was probably the best part about coaching this team this year?
Yeah, they were super coachable, and taking over a program that had been struggling is, taking over a program like that is always it's always a fear, I guess, to thinking about like the culture aspect of a program that's not successful. Is you're worried that maybe people are pointing fingers and blaming, and that's not what I came into at all. The culture on this team was super positive. They took care of each other through thick and thin, and that's a huge testament to them. And they were coachable, and they wanted to learn and do things differently, and they wanted to be held accountable. And it was a lot of, that stunk, do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again. And I think they liked that, and it showed. We started our season like really hot because they made massive strides pretty fast, which was really cool to see. So, like generally super coachable team, and it was really, really enjoyable for my coaching staff and myself.
It's awesome. And as Goodwin mentioned, that the team's heading in the right direction. What is the plans moving forward after this past season?
Yeah, we talked a lot this year with our team about moving the needle, just moving the needle of our program. And I asked them all at the end of the season, I said, do you feel like we moved the needle of this program to be in a good direction? And they were like, yeah, of course. And so, it's going to come down to, bringing in like high caliber athletes and girls that want to be challenged and, want to, they want the difficulty and they want to succeed and they want it to be hard. So making sure that we are choosing athletes that are both, good people and also, dogs. We talked a lot about having dogs on our team, and it was a word that we used a lot, and I think they kind of got into that, and we say like, you're a dog. And so like bringing in dogs is like what we're trying to do so that we have some like good competition so we can move that needle and then move up in the conference.
Definitely sounds like a good T-shirt idea. You guys got dogs on your team.
We talked about doing like next year. Talked about doing like dog of the week or something like that.
Dog of the week.
We'll figure it out. But like pushing that mentality of like be a dog and like be in their face and be tough, and that's what we're looking for to build. So.
That's cool. And somehow you're going to have to coordinate with the owl and dog collaboration. You're going to have to find out with the mascot. I mean, you'll find a way. You got to, next spring?
Yeah. Part dog, part owl.
Dog owls.
The dog owls. We got to figure that out. So taking suggestions.
Got you.
Yeah, so you guys got to open your season 2 down in sunny Florida back in, it was mid-March, I believe.
Yeah.
But was that kind of like a bonding experience for the team, or would you say that kind of set the tone for how the year went?
Totally. They all 19 of them were in one house for Florida, and the coaches were in a different one. And so it was just a really cool time for them to just spend with each other, not only on the field because we were playing 2 games every day, but also in their house, just like hanging out. Playing games, being weird, being silly, cooking for each other. They had a few nights where they cooked for each other. So it was a cool time for them to get to know each other. And that's what we talked about that at the end of our season 2. We talked about like highlights, and a lot of them talked about just spending time with each other in the house in Florida, and how it was just like, it was fun. And it's, it's low key and they don't have schoolwork to do, and it's stressless because you're just hanging out.
Now that we're in the middle of June, what are you looking to do this summer?
gotta recruit, man. Recruiting starts this weekend, so I'm gonna go tomorrow to some games, and then there's a few events throughout June, and then July is pandemonium. It's tournaments midweek, weekend. So anybody that's like, hey, what are you doing in July? I'm like, I'm booked. Like, don't talk to me. So tons of recruiting, lots of outreach, emails, phone calls with recruits. I've had a few phone calls already. So, like just being present and chatting with kids and finding the dogs,
And the dogs.
Yes, fun those dogs.
Yeah.
What are you looking forward to, or who are you kind of looking to step up? Who's already on your team, kind of as we go into the next season? Obviously, you have a little bit of time, but in the fall and obviously working through the winter.
Yeah, that's something that we as a coaching staff have talked about a lot. And in our exit interviews with our athletes, we ask them a bunch of questions to try to figure out, who they each see as rising leaders on our team. And we have a good crew of people that we had anticipated, and it was justified by our exit interviews. So some upperclassmen, some younger kids too, some of our younger players who saw the field a lot. We're hoping we'll step into those leadership roles, because we lost our 5 seniors who were kind of, like in charge, quote unquote, for 2 years because there weren't any seniors above them. So there's going to be a lot of big shoes to fill, because they were the people, they were the leaders on our team, and they held people accountable, and they, kept the culture and stuff like that. So, looking for a solid crew to step into that leadership role is going to be huge for us. But that's also something that the coaching staff has to kind of cultivate too. Kids show leadership qualities, but then you have to teach them how to be a leader. So that's on us.
That's right. It's always tough losing leaders, especially when you can't help it as they're graduating. But other than that, is there any type of area you're specifically looking to improve going into the 2026 season after the 2025 one?
Yes. We're looking to basically teach them how to win and what that means. And I don't mean that as an insult. I mean it how to sustain that, right? Because about halfway through our season, we I think that we got tired, and for whatever other reasons that my coaching staff and I have been stewing about, I think that some of it comes down to knowing how to win and knowing that it's hard. It's hard to sustain wins. And, no matter what role you're in, whether you're throwing every single pitch or you are, getting into games only every once in a while, sustaining wins is so difficult. And our season is craziness, and it's in, we smash 40 games into a month and a half. So, sustaining those wins and staying healthy and, realizing that you have to be on all the time, in a game. If you go up 2 runs, it's not time to relax. It's time to, buckle down and get some more. So stuff like that. So, learning how difficult it is to win, and, how to be a dog.
How to be a dog.
How to be a dog. That's it's a new hashtag for the team, maybe right there. What's some of your long-term goals? I mean, this may seem like an obvious question, but long-term goals for the program?
Yeah, I mean, obviously move up in the conference. The Keene State has been at the bottom of the conference for softball for a while, and just trying to raise them back up. And you do that through coaching, and you do that through recruiting, and you do that through creating leaders on your team. And it's your culture too. Your culture is what you allow every day and what you reinforce every single day. So just making sure that we are staying consistent so that they can stay consistent. And I think that'll put us in a good spot, because, we want to be in the LEC tournament, and we want the mystery of when is our season going to end? Because that's a cool feeling. And they don't know that feeling yet.
Oh, yeah.
So trying to get back there.
And with the surrounding success in Keene State's athletics, does that play any part into your coach style? Does it set the bar at all?
It does. I mean, being surrounded by so much success only makes you better. It's like being if you're the best person on your team, are you getting any better? So, being kind of not the best is definitely they see it, our athletes see it, like I see it, our coaches see it, and we see, you know, what it takes. For example, like our men's basketball program, super successful, and like I see what that takes. So like, you know, I listen to like TC when he talks, the assistant coach, and like Steve when they talk about like recruiting and outreach and all that stuff. So like, you know, having those like, I guess like kind of like role models is like super helpful, like from a coaching standpoint. And then, you know, bringing that into my program. So like I pick coaches' brains often. You know, my office is right next to Travis, our women's lacrosse coach. So I pick his brain constantly, and I like listen in on his conversations with recruits. And I'm like, ooh, that's a really good question to ask.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm learning like all the time, so that, you know, I can pass that to my athletes. But yeah.
And I mean, you also got to see obviously the baseball team win this year, the LEC.
Yeah.
And that's another team that obviously up until the last few years have really struggled for a number of years.
Yep.
Is that kind of an encouraging sign, would you say, for you and for your team?
Absolutely, yeah. And I was a little bit like removed from Keene State athletics just because I was like, you know, doing my own thing for a while. But when I came in, I learned about, you know, Justin and what he's done for his program, and it is like super encouraging, but I also realize that it takes a ton of work. So, you know, like constant emails and check-ins with kids and texts and phone calls, and, you know, making sure that you're present and bringing in, you know, the athletes that you want and the athletes that you know can get the job done. It's a ton of work, but it is encouraging. It's really cool to see that Justin was able to do that for his program, and now he has to sustain it. So that's another challenge for him.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. And you know, going back to this past year was your first year. Before that, what was the mindset going into searching for schools? Why Keene State?
How do you mean, like from coaching or for?
Why picking coaching at Keene State? Yeah.
I mean, I went here, so
True.
like I love Keene, and this is, you know, college is often like where you grow up in a way. So like I love this area, and it seemed like it was a good fit. I had been teaching for a long time, and I left teaching, and I was just kind of working at a brewery and a bakery, and I was like, obviously I can't do this for the rest of my life. So just kind of like doing my thing. I was still coaching high school softball in Salem, New Hampshire, and that was something that I like really held on to. I was like, okay, like whatever I do when I leave teaching, like I still really want to coach because I love coaching, and it's rewarding and it's fun, and you know, you can be creative, and it's your own little unit. So I held on to coaching like really, really tight, and then when this, you know, surfaced, I was like, I feel like this makes sense. You know, it's where I went. I know the area. I know a lot of people at the school still, which is so important when you take a new job. You know, being new stinks. It's the worst when you're at a new
kid.
job. Yeah, you're the new kid on the block. So like being new is tough. So I was like, you know, I'm going into a new position. I've never coached college before. I was an assistant coach with a program, but like I've never been the head of a college coach or a college position before. And it's, you know, it's cool to be in a space where I know some people, and know that I'll have the support that I need. Because like when you take a job, you don't know what the culture is. You're like, this could be really cool and it sounds really cool, but like the culture of the position could be tough. But I knew that it was going to be great because this is where I came from.
Yeah.
So it just made sense.
And would you like to, at any time in your career, maybe return to teaching at some point?
Sorry, teachers. This thing keeps falling off my ears. But I mean, coaching is teaching.
True.
But you get to teach the subject that you want, and you're coaching kids that want to be there. You know, they want to be there and they want to get better. So it is teaching in a way, but it's different. So I don't think that I'll ever go back to teaching as much as I really loved it. I loved teaching a lot. I taught high school Spanish for 9 years, and I got my degree from Keene State that, you know, allowed me to do that, and it was fun for a really long time. And then I was like, I just kind of fell out of love with it, and I was like, I think it's time for a change. And I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I just knew that it wasn't that anymore.
Right.
And so I left without a plan.
And that was a quick no. You do not want to return to it.
Really.
That was a quick no.
Not really. It's crazy. Like, I can't believe I used to wake up at like 5 a.m. every single day.
Oh yeah.
Every day.
And like,
now I'm waking up at 5 a.m. now. I'm like, oh, how did I do that? That's crazy.
And you put it in great in terms of kids wanting to be there.
Yeah.
Like in school, obviously, kids want to be there to some extent, but in athletics and sports, they really want to be there.
Yeah,
That-
exactly. Yeah, so you get to, teach what you want, and it's cool. And it's also something like I love, they love it, and, you're opening their eyes to new ways around it, and they teach me things, I teach them things, we grow together in different ways, which is like the coolest part. So, yeah, but probably not. Not teaching anymore. I have a lot of friends that are still teachers, and it's hot and cold. It's a mixed bag of who still loves it and who's, we're about the same age. A mixed bag of who's still in it, who's kind of on their way out. And but teaching is hard. It is not for the weak. It is tough, man. But I liked it for a long time, and then I was like, I think it's time. So.
And obviously you said you coached at Salem for a number of years, high school. What's kind of some of the differences between high school and obviously college?
Yeah, I mean, I have just like, it's like a lot of things. How do I like put it into words? I have like more access to my athletes now. We're all in the same place, and their life as a student athlete in college is like, it's so like their sport is so much more like central to their experience. Whereas like in high school, you have your seasons. If you play 3 seasons, you have your soccer and then your hockey and then your softball, and it's like 3 separate things. But when you're in college, generally speaking, you have one sport, and your life is like your academics and your sport, your team, your coaches. So it's cool that I'm able to just like see them all the time, both like at practice and stuff, but also like on campus, just say hey, and sometimes they just drop by my office and say hey, and we chit chat, and so that part is like really cool, being able to just form like more meaningful relationships, I guess, because we get to see each other more often. That part's really cool. And then there's like uncharted territory, obviously. Like we're talking about kids they're young adults, they're in college, they have other responsibilities and choices to make. So that part is new to me, obviously. But so far, so good.
Yeah.
Knock on wood. But yeah, so similar but different, more challenges in college coaching, obviously.
Yeah.
Like the expectations are much higher, and, making sure that I'm hiring assistant coaches that are, trustworthy, good role models, motivated, intelligent, kind things. Not that you wouldn't do that with high school, but, but yeah, similar but different.
Making that transition from teaching to college, a lot of student athletes in college are a lot more. You say that they focus on athletics and scholar, but sometimes a lot of student athletes in college focus a little more on the athletics part. How do you handle that with your athletes?
I think that I'm a little spoiled. My team generally is full of, I guess so far, has been full of like excellent students. And I'll never fault them for that, because, like having a background in teaching, I'm like, no, like go to class.
Right.
Please go to class. So stuff like that, excuse me. But yeah, like I don't think that I necessarily have athletes that are like, skipping class to come to practice, which is like a no. Like you need to go to class, because if you don't go to class, you can't do this.
Exactly.
So I think I'm a little spoiled in that department. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much, Coach, for coming on. It's been great to talk with you, and obviously have fun out there today. Continue to have fun out there, and thank you.
Thanks, guys.
No problem.
We are Keene State. Here, we believe that everyone is welcome and anything is possible.
Look closer. We are a tight-knit community, an inclusive community, where people can be their true selves. Bring your ability, background, culture, or traditions, Whatever makes you, you.
You already have what it takes. Welcome to Keene State.
We are here with two Keene State alums, Maggie and Paxton, both also student athletes as well, formerly of field hockey and men's lacrosse. What's it been like being out here today, being back for Keene State College?
Oh, so fun to be back and to be here together doing this, but fun running into, some of the players that are on our teams, meeting new people. It's great to see everybody out here.
Yeah, it's awesome. There's all the coaches that are still here that we know, and even the new coaches that have come through are super welcoming, even of alumni and everything like that. So it's great to see people that we know and get to meet all the new coaches as well, and it's a beautiful day.
Yeah, it has been a beautiful day, and how's the golf game going for either of you?
We're all right today. I think that's thanks to my dad and his friend that we're playing with. We're 4 under through the first 9, so doing all right. But
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much we're contributing to that.
Yeah, no. Obviously, the day's starting to heat up too, so maybe the team's starting to heat up as well.
Yeah, hopefully.
Definitely, yeah. No, it's good. I mean, anything beats sitting in the office, when it's nice out, especially in the summertime. So I'm happy to be here. I know she is as well, and it's a lot of fun.
Obviously, you each played sports at Keene State. What was kind of each of your favorite memories with the college?
I did 5 years here, and in my first 2 years, freshman and sophomore year, we won an LEC championship in both years. So that was a pretty special moment for me to do that and get to share that with all my teammates. So that's probably my two favorite moments from being here.
Yeah, I unfortunately was able to go to a few championships, but was not able to take any home. But I think my favorite memory here would be sharing this experience with my younger sister, being able to be on a team together in our hometown and be under Coach Watson, who's just been so successful at Keene State. So I would say, all the friends, but certainly sharing that experience with my sister.
Yeah, Coach Watson going into her final season as well, trying to win back-to-back LEC championships too. So has that been fun for you to watch?
So fun, and she's coming up on 500 wins. Hopefully this fall she'll have that. We've got a huge alumni game coming up in September. Lots of my friends and former teammates traveling from, even different parts of the world and different parts of the country to come see her. So it just, I think, shows how much she means to Keene State athletics and to Keene State field hockey. So it's been awesome to see her today, and looking forward to seeing the girls hopefully take it home next year.
Yeah, and I think if I remember right too, she was 1 win away, I believe, from
she's
500.
up,
So she's very, very close. Yeah.
I think that's why she's going for that final season. You can't stop at 499.
Yeah, exactly. You got to get at least 500. But won't interrupt much of your game too much more. But thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for coming back.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
so
thanks
much.
for having
Great
us.
being here.
Thank you.
I teach the art of fanology, a job I take seriously. As to the question of nature versus nurture, is a fan born or is a fan made? I know this. Our game can make a fan out of anyone. And at Fandom U, we take it to a whole new level. The NCAA Championships. Attendance is encouraged, passion is mandatory. Buy your seats today at ncaa.com/tickets. Class dismissed.
The road to national championships runs through NCAA.com. And whether you follow one college team or all of them, It's never been easier to get the content you want all in one place. With live broadcasts of multiple championships across all divisions. With exclusive access.
This is your ticket to the NCAA tournament.
And highlights for every single championship. Stay in the game all season long with NCAA.com, the home of college sports.
Here now with baseball coach Justin Blood. Thank you so much, Coach, for being on, and well, congrats on the LEC championship as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Great year, team-wise, a lot of individual accolades too. So, really great spring for us.
Well, Coach, what drew you to coaching initially, early on in your career?
Wow, I just love baseball. Love being around it. College game is special. Made a lot of really good friends, and my college coach was a groomsman in my wedding, so just had some things that happened along the way as a player that kind of drew me to wanting to stay close to it and involved with it. And here I am 20 some odd years later. So
nice.
You obviously had a good playing career too, making it with the Seattle Mariners, being drafted by the Seattle Mariners. How much of your kind of pitching days do you bring into kind of your coaching style?
I always looked at the playing pro ball as kind of like my master's degree. So, you know, obviously playing college and getting a chance to play in summer leagues like the Cape Cod League and then going to pro ball, it just gave me a chance to be around a lot of players from different parts of the country and the world really professionally and hear from a lot of different coaches and instructors. So just try to steal as much, you know, good information and ideas and routines from them as I could. And so, yeah, I think it plays a pretty big role in the things that I try to implement. And, you know, I think any good coach is still trying to steal good ideas from people. So, but yeah, it definitely, I think I realized when I played professionally that it helped me realize that I love the college game, you know, because the pro game is very different. So, yeah, it was obviously a key experience for me and something that I can lean on as a coach now.
And Coach, I know you're a family guy and you're closer to them now. What's it like being around them a lot more and you're able to be in Keene?
I think one of my favorite memories from this LEC tournament run was, you know, people from the community. You know, my wife and I both grew up here, and you know, so our kids are in high school at Monadnock and going to sporting events and cheering for other people's kids and seeing their successes, and then in our first game looking in the stands and seeing some of those same families, you know, pulling their kids out of school to come and watch us play. And so the community has always been, really important. My family, obviously, but I think the special part of this for me is the entire community, and then them coming out and supporting us is definitely a memory that I'll hang on to for a long time. And hopefully we keep giving them reasons to come out and support us in the future.
Yeah, and this season you guys had obviously a great run to the finish, going undefeated in the LEC tournament. But kind of earlier on in the year, things were maybe a little bit more shaky. Was there kind of a moment that, you know, kind of things switched, I guess?
Yeah, we've had that question come a few times because it was a tough start. It wasn't the fast start that we had kind of hoped and expected. And so when things don't go the way you expect them to, you know, there's a lot of second guessing, and I think some guys were, and the coaches too, coaches and student athletes were wondering, okay, what's wrong? You know, how do we get this right? And I really believe that the student athletes, they made a lot of key changes internally, and not necessarily stuff on the field, like play-wise. You know, we always had the talent, but it was more an execution and just a vibe and, you know, the swagger that we weren't seeing on the field. And they made some changes internally in the locker room and in the dugout and, you know, off the field certainly, that I think really helped us perform better on the field. So give them a lot of credit for, in the midst of some frustrations, figuring it out quick. And then once we started rolling, it was like, okay, this is what we expected, and it just carried, obviously, through the end of the season.
Now, speaking of things going the way you expected, how are things going out there on the course?
Pretty much the way I expected.
Is that good or bad?
It's a little of both, but usually more bad than good. I'm a classic. Like I hit 2 or 3 balls and think I got it figured out, and then I hit the woods 3 or 4 times. So thankfully, I got past the 18th hole without hitting a car, so we got that one out of the way. But yeah, the golf game it's not the greatest.
So you guys in the LEC championship were able to beat Eastern Connecticut State, and that's a team that really you've been trying to get over the hump against for quite a while. How special was it? Obviously, not only to win the tournament, but to be able to finally beat the Warriors.
Yeah, it was the only team that we hadn't beaten since I got here, and it just felt like as we progressed through the end of the season and secured the 1 seed and got into the tournament, we knew at some point we were going to see them and we were going to have to beat them if we were going to achieve our goal. And for that game to be a 2-1 game, I don't think anyone, them included, expected it to be a low-scoring game like that. But our pitchers did an unbelievable job that day, and just every move that we made, the players executed, and they kept their calm in pressure situations. And yeah, it was an important victory, and to have it be against them felt fitting for sure.
Is it extra satisfying for you knowing that your pitchers are getting it done, you being a pitcher?
Yeah, I mean, the pitching coach must have done a good job
That
this year.
too.
No, the pitchers, they figured it out. We had guys that could throw strikes and had good stuff, but we weren't getting to the edges well enough at the beginning of the year, so we were giving up some hits, too many hits and in the wrong spots. So I think when you start with strikes, you can then get to the edges. And they did a much better job of that as the season wore on and made pitchers pitches. So when you're not throwing strikes, it makes it hard then you're just trying to get back in the zone. But as long as pitchers and hitters, as long as a baseball player, there's a reason why we play so many games. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. It's not 1 game a week. I look at like lacrosse, like to me that would be a tough sport to coach personally, just because it's like you got 1 shot a week, and then you got to go try to figure it out, and you got another 1 shot. We're in a rut, and you got another game the next day, and then, or if you're feeling good, you're piling up games. So it's a game of adjustments, and the teams that keep adjusting as the season goes on usually perform the best at the end of the year, and our pitching staff and our hitters too certainly did that.
It's obviously the beginning of summer ball season right now. You guys have a couple of players in the NECBL, but also some guys in, I think, the Futures Collegiate League as well. Is that kind of something that you stress to players or encourage players to do to get some work in over the summer?
Challenging yourself in a summer league is a big part of a development for a player. And our guys, Tommy and Dave in the NECBL, they're both super talented kids, and like any good athlete, competitive athlete, they want to challenge and see, hey, can I compete? I'm doing well against this competition level. Like, can I step up a notch? And the summer leagues are a good opportunity for them to get to do that. They're playing with a lot of Division I guys in the Futures League too. A lot of Division I guys, Division II. So the summer leagues are important, and the guys that are in the CCBL, the Connecticut Collegiate League too. I mean, we've got some guys, there are a lot of guys in that league. Just again, the adjustments, keep progressing. You can't put the bat down or the glove down or stop pitching for 6 months and then expect to pick it right back up. So to keep them moving and progressing and developing is definitely an important thing for our program.
Coach, I know you're looking to get back out there on the links. Is there any adjustments you're looking to make on the course, or are you just going to continue to have a good time?
I'm just going to try to keep smiling and not hurt anybody. That'll be my goal for the rest of the day.
No cars.
Yeah, no, we're done. We're past the car holes, so we're good. We just brooks and trees and hopefully no humans.
Is that the hole you look to throughout the entirety of your outing? Like, okay, that hole's coming up. I got to pull this together.
Yeah, no, we started there this year, and I was like, I definitely hit a car here last year, so let's just get through this one and move on. But yeah, it'll be fun the rest of the day, no matter what. It's a great day for our department, our alums, and supporters in the community. So just try to make sure they have fun. That's the most important thing.
Cool.
All right, well, thank you, Coach. Continue to have fun out there, and it seems like it's at least going a little better. You haven't hit a car today.
Yeah, no cars, no windows broken. We're good.
That's good.
So.
Absolutely. Well, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
This is Paul Sullivan of Sullivan Tire Company. We're thrilled to be sponsoring the Keene State College Athletic Program, supporting the Owls. No matter what the sport is, in Division III, they are legendary. What a great academic institution, liberal arts school, in a beautiful part of New England. So let's go, you Owls. And remember, at Sullivan Tire, we're always here to get you there. Thank you.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go into personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
All right, we're here now with Coach Stephen Enright of men's basketball. Coach, thank you so much for being on. And you guys won your 4th straight LEC title this year. This was your first year, too, of being a coach of the program. What was that like?
Yeah, it was a fun year. Came into a situation, I think, with, this time last year with a decorated rising senior class, and those guys all were able to graduate as 4-time conference champions, first time it's ever been done in Little East history. So really put a button on some special careers, this past season. And it was a fun first year for me.
Now, Coach, what drew you to the head coaching position at Keene State? What stood out to the program?
There's just such good history here with Keene State basketball and the community itself. Rallies around our program, and it's been that way for 2 decades now, under multiple head coaches. So, happy to be in the driver's seat and try to, keep chipping away at it. And the goal will be, hey, we want to go to our first Final Four in school history and ultimately win the big one day. So, I think the process now is just about getting better and enjoying the moment, but, thrilled to be here in Keene.
You guys had a pretty convincing LEC championship win over Western Connecticut State once again. And obviously Octavio Brito, you had some other great players too, but Octavio Brito was obviously a huge part of this program the last number of years. What was it like getting to coach him?
He's different than most. Been fortunate to, over the course of my career, coach at all 3 levels, Division I, II, and III, and have never, really had a guy with quite his work rate anywhere I've ever been. He's different in the way he's wired, and what people see on the court is just the culmination of hours and hours and hours. It's hours of work on his craft, and he's going to be a professional basketball player now. So really looking forward to following his journey as he goes.
Now, Coach, like you said, you coached at all levels, Division I to Division III. How has that shaped your coaching philosophy today?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I was fortunate to, I've worked at 7 different schools, been an assistant coach at 6 different places. So worked for 6 different head coaches, and you're always going to take something from everybody, you've worked for and mold that into your own, philosophy, to build a program and to win. And I've been fortunate that I've worked for a lot of really good coaches and a lot of really good mentors over, the path of my time as an assistant. And, I think you're always trying to shape your coaching philosophy around the strengths of your players. So it'll evolve as you go in terms of scheme. But, I think the program building side of things, you have your benchmarks, you have your standards, and you have your constants. And I would have formed that from all 6 guys that I worked for over the years.
You guys obviously were in the D3 tournament, and you won the first round against Clark, fell to actually the eventual Division III champion Trinity out of Connecticut. What was that experience like, and kind of how can you learn from that loss going into this year?
Yeah, I mean, Trinity was a great team, and I thought going in, when you see the draw, okay, they're, one of the 2 or 3 best teams in the field. I felt going into that game as if, hey, if we can, if we can survive this game and get to the Sweet 16, we have a really clean path to the Final Four. We would have seen Western New England, who we beat in the opener, in the Sweet 16, and I want to say the Elite Eight would have been the winner of Roanoke and Catholic, which I felt as though both those teams would have been good matchups for us. But, I think our prep and our plan was good. It didn't make enough shots ultimately and kind of ran out of gas in the last 4 or 5 minutes of that game. But, you learn, a lot from losses. Like whenever they happen, you got to learn from the negative, from falling short. And, ultimately for us, I feel like our group coming back is going to be hungry. They've tasted the NCAA tournament. They've won a game in the NCAA tournament. Now it's, okay, how can we advance? And there's so much, circumstance and different things and, that go into, making a run in the NCAA tournament. But we feel like we're primed to do so at Keene State and want to continue to take the next step forward next season.
Now, looking at it all, did you envision this type of success going into it when you took over the program, or did it exceed expectations?
Yeah, I think when I came in, it was really the roster was in an interesting place in the sense that the centerpiece of the scheme, Jeff Hunter, 2-time All-American, one of the best big guys in the country for a couple years at this level, had graduated. It was going to be hard to replace him with one piece. We were pretty thin in our sophomore and junior classes, when I got here. So we ended up going and trying to sign some transfers that had 2 or 3 years to play. And I think we were able to do that, with a lot of guys that made impact for us this year, like guys like Leo Chaikin and Mitch Shettles and Ryan Blakey and Josh Williams, like that was all kind of by design. And then as we looked at the roster going into the summer, we thought we could be a player nationally, and we were. But scheme-wise, our best chance to get our best, 9 or 10 players on the floor rotation was going to be to play smaller, speed the game up, apply pressure defensively, and really we were going to be dependent on the three-point line. So we knew that. I think we were something like 17-1 in games where we made 10 or more threes. So we knew we were going to be dependent on that. We were, whatever it was, like 6-5, in games where we made less than 10 threes. So, when I got here and just kind of looking at the roster, I felt like we could have success playing that way, and I think we did. But again, it'll evolve as we really learn our personnel through the summer and what we exactly have. And, once the roster is completely solidified, we'll make the adjustments to put our best, guys on the floor and then we'll design the scheme to their strengths.
Obviously, you guys continuing to recruit and have a new class coming in this year. What are you looking forward to for this next season out of that freshman class?
Yeah, so we have 6 newcomers right now. We're still working on some things in the portal. right now we have 6 newcomers with three high school kids, so 3 true freshmen and 3 transfers. I think that we're going to have some impact immediately from those 6. I think, a couple of the transfers will be guys that I think could be high production guys right away. And then we're returning 6 of our top 10 rotationally. We do have some size, this year, both internally, like coming back, and then, with one of our transfers is a big dude. So, I think, if you look at last season, we didn't play a guy rotationally over 6'4". I think it's possible this season upcoming that we have 4 guys 6'8" plus in our rotation. So when that happens, we'll change how we're playing defensively in particular, and do some different things to play to more, size and that way, and play a little bit more on the interior. But I'm really excited about our group next year. I think we're gonna have a lot of talent. We're gonna have guys that are gonna be primed for bigger roles than they had this year that are returning, and I think we'll really get a punch from our incoming class as well. So I'm excited to see the product once we get out there.
Well, the team set the school record for 3-pointers, ranked top 10 nationally in scoring. Was that style of play part of your vision from day one?
Yeah, I think, that was what we started designing once you got to look at Octavio Brito as the guy, right? So now we have to build around Octavio. And we felt like with our speed and our shooting ability and our ability to have 4 or 5 guys on the floor at all times that can make threes, we knew we were going to spread it out and be able to hang 100 on a good night, and I think we did that a bunch this year.
Yeah, and definitely had another obviously very good year in the LEC, and also obviously winning around in the tournament as well was big, and falling to a tough Trinity team. That's certainly not a bad season at all, and great job in your first year, and thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks. Yeah, next year will be fun. Our non-conference schedule is, I think, going to be among the best in the country. We're playing, we're going to have 7 possible opponents with top 30 MPIs. We're playing a monster slate in the non-league, and then the Little East is always tough. So we're, going to do the best we can to work towards making it number 5.
All right, well, thank you so much, Coach.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
Awesome.
All right.
So when I ask students why Keene State, the students say unanimously it's the sense of community. The feel when you walk on this campus is immediately a sense of belonging, a sense of safety, a sense of welcome, and a sense of opportunity and promise. And so I think our students feel that when they come to our campus, and they experience it when they join us. Why students choose this campus is the sense and feel, and also the opportunity and the promise of that opportunity for them when they're making the decision. And why they stay is that we deliver on that promise. We have students from urban environments, from rural environments, and when they come to Keene State in those first weeks of forming a new community, they bring all of those experiences together to create a better Keene State. It's a campus small enough to feel a sense of recognition and identity, and a campus big enough to feel part of something bigger than yourself. This isn't a passive experience, so please get engaged, find a club, make a new group of friends, get involved in a recreational sport activity, in an intramural sport, get involved in a creative performance, go see a show. Be a part of this community and squeeze everything you can out of Keene State. And if you do that, I am confident you will have an exceptional experience, and your life will be changed as a result of it.
We're here with Neal Goldenberg, the team doctor of both Keene State College and Franklin Pierce University. Ryan knows full well.
A little too well.
Thank you so much for being on, Neal.
Oh, thank you for having me.
First of all, how's your golf game going?
Terrible, but it's so much fun to be out there.
Oh, yeah. Get out here this early. You know, you were here early in the morning. It was a little chilly out there. The sun came out for a little while. Did that improve anything for you?
Oh, it's so great. When the sun comes out, you're playing golf. There's nothing I'd rather do.
There you go. There you go. But it's still not, going well for you on the course so far.
That's okay. I didn't come out here to win. I just came out here to have fun.
Have a good time. That's all that matters.
That's right.
So what has you're at Cheshire Medical Center, but what's the partnership with not only Keene State but also Franklin Pierce meant to you?
It's been so important to me, especially for someone who is not originally from this community, but has been kind of taken into this community. Has meant so much for me and my family. The partnership between Keene State and Cheshire Medical Center and myself has been amazing. It's allowed me to work with these student athletes, see them at their best, sometimes seeing them at their lowest, but then getting them back to their best, it gives me so much joy. And seeing them get back on the field, get back on the court, that's what it's all about. Yeah, at the end of the day, everyone just gets to have a good time, get to do what they love, and get a great education doing it.
So you said you were kind of like adopted here. Where were you from originally?
So I'm originally from St. Louis, Missouri.
Oh.
And me and my wife moved to the community here about 4 years ago. My wife actually works for Keene State College. She's a professor in the nursing program. And like I said, this Keene itself has been a great place for me and my family to grow and set down roots.
How does it feel being in such a tight-knit community where it's small, but everyone seems to rally together and build that strong foundation?
They do, and you don't see it more than when you see the community rally around athletics, honestly. Like when the basketball team's doing well, you see everyone at the game. It's been incredible to watch. It is an amazingly supportive community.
Now, what's it like working with student athletes a lot so far in your career up here in Keene?
A lot of fun. So it presents some challenges too, right? Like we talked about. Sometimes you see them at their lowest. You see them after an injury, but it's great to be able to diagnose that injury, treat them, get them back on the field, and you learn a lot doing it. Not just about them. So you get to meet them. Their families are very involved, but you get to be involved with the coaches and the community.
Now, how do you prepare for breaking the news to an athlete that he just might have had an unlucky triad and tearing their ACL or other injuries? How do you prepare going into telling an athlete that?
Honestly, that was the hardest part at first because I felt so bad. I never wanted to deliver that news. But then I think you have to focus on the positives. You have to focus on the path forward. You have to focus on the plan for them. Because if you focus on just the injury, it's really hard to get past that. But going, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to get back. This is when you can expect to get back. That I think allows the news to set in, but then to kind of, okay, here's our plan. We're going to be okay. It's not the end of the world. We'll get you back to doing what you love to do.
That is true. When you told me about my injury, you immediately said, and I'll never forget this, you said, I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is it's treatable. The bad news is the three tears.
Yeah.
But it is a good thing that you do focus on the positive and the recovery aspect, and it does mean a lot to student athletes.
Thank you. Honestly, it's my favorite part of the job is getting to work with you guys. It really is. It brings meaning to my life, and it's why I do what I do, is to have the opportunity to work with you.
I guess to play off that, what's the feeling like when you work with an athlete who's been injured and then finally they get back to being on the field or on the court?
Yeah, it's so great. So example, like an ACL tear, they go through the ACL reconstruction, and then it's 9 months or a year before they get back on the field or the court. The most gratifying, there's two really gratifying moments. One is when you clear them to return to play. You can just see in their eyes how happy they are because they have put in so much work to get there. And then when you see them back on the field and doing what they love to do, by far the best part of the job. Yeah.
What made you, obviously that's a great part of your career, but what made you initially starting this journey say this is what I want to do?
Oh, that's a great question. So I think, like you, I had an injury, And I actually hurt my shoulder as a lacrosse player, not nearly to the level of play as you were, but something like that happens.
Oh, yeah.
But it was my orthopedic surgeon who treated me, got me back on the field, and I was like, I love this. You can actually do something physically to help another person, and that really meant a lot to me and kind of changed my trajectory. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely sounds great, and thank you so much, Neal, for coming on. We'll let you get back to the game out there. Hopefully start to turn things around, maybe.
Hopefully, we'll see. I don't have much hope for myself. I got hope for my partners, though. But thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Great to see you guys.
Don't hit any cars out there. That's
I
all.
try not to. I might have done one or two already.
Yeah.
We are Keene State. Here, we believe that everyone is welcome and anything is possible.
We're empowering your unique voice.
Igniting potential and possibility.
Look closer. We are a tight-knit community, an inclusive community, where people can be their true selves. Bring your ability, background, culture, or traditions, whatever makes you you.
Because Keene State becomes home from day one. Come find your people and enjoy live music, art, coffee, thrifting, and did we mention the food? And if you're worried about what there is to do on the weekend, just look at this.
Everything we do here is about community.
Because we're a community of intense learners
with extraordinary hearts
that raise each other up.
We are fueled by each other's successes.
Learning outside the classroom as well as in.
And we're here to provide the guidance and support you need to succeed.
All right, let's get hands-on.
In the lab.
In the studio.
In the pool.
On the dance floor.
On the stage.
The choices are yours, the opportunities are here.
Here at Keene State College, we're focused on teaching students the skills for an ever-changing world.
I'm ready to tackle problems with industry-ready skills.
You'll get a resume that writes itself, and
a paycheck that earns.
Elevated confidence. World-class courage.
And we never stop learning.
True learning takes collaboration.
We explore what drives our passions.
Celebrate our individual voices.
And spark possibility together.
Every single student, every single day.
You already have what it takes. Welcome to Keene State.
All right, here now with Jeff Timmer, the head coach of Keene State Golf. Jeff, thank you so much for being on today. And as a golf coach, how's your golf game going today?
Golf game's all right. I've played better, but we're doing pretty good. We'll see how we finish here. We want a couple more putts to go in, but we'll be all right.
Obviously you're going to be going into the season here in a few months in the fall, kind of a dual season, fall and spring. What were some of the highlights, though, from last year for you guys?
I think first and foremost, like the women, we've really, first time we've had a full team. So that's been exciting. We had 10 to 11 girls at any time on the roster because we have dual sport athletes. And that's been a real bonus. It's the first time where we always could send 5 girls to a match. Sometimes we sent 2 teams to a match, which we've never done in the past. So that's been awesome. So a lot of freshmen this year, a lot of good freshmen this year. So it's been really good. That was probably for sure the highlight. And then, in the championship for the women in the spring, we finished all right. I thought we were going to get a top 5 finish out of 11 teams, and we just finished outside the top 5 and had a chance to be in the top 5. But so a lot of progression there.
So the LEC championship will be, at least for the men, will be in October. What are your hopes for this season out of that?
Yeah, this past fall it was unique. WestCon was supposed to host, and like a week before the tournament, they lost their golf course. And so we had a mass rush panic to host it here. And it was good, but at the same time, we weren't prepared to host. So I wish it would have, gone a little differently. But anyways, for the fall, we're looking forward to it. We have a couple freshmen coming in. One's playing actually here today from local Keene area. So we're excited to have those freshmen on the team, and keep telling everybody to get a little bit better. Hopefully we'll make some progress this year for the men.
So you said they lost, Western Connecticut lost their course, or?
Yeah, so they were supposed to host. It was like 7 to 10 days, and they just, lots of reasons why, but the course was unable to host anymore, and so a mad scramble. The Keene Country Club was awesome. They've been awesome to us as both men and women golf teams, and they were awesome again. They came through and let us host here, and so shout out to the Keene Country Club for really being very helpful to our team. So.
Yeah, and obviously hosting this great event every year, that's always a big plus, and big thanks to them, as you said. And what's kind of the approach that you encourage to your athletes for the off season? Because obviously it's somewhat of a shorter off season, as far as golf goes.
Yeah, my biggest emphasis is to try to get the players to play in competitive type of matches. Competitive golf is very different than fun golf. And not to say you can't have fun, but it's a very different experience. And so I try to encourage them, even if they take time off in the summer, at some point during the summer, you gotta play a competitive match. You just have to get that feeling back of the pressure and, making a 3-footer because your brother didn't give it to you or something like that. There's no gimmies in competitive golf. So there's a big difference in that. So that's what I try to emphasize the most. Just play a couple of competitive, even if it's, at your local club or, playing in a tournament, not quite like this, but playing in an individual tournament, it always helps. So that's the biggest emphasis.
Yeah, no, you said it can definitely be, obviously at that level, it can be competitive. And I think sometimes people kind of lose sight of that, it still can be very stressful.
Oh, it's very stressful. I think anybody who's played competitive golf will tell you that. It's the short putts that you don't practice a whole lot because people just pick them up in regular golf, but you have to make those in competitive golf, and it gets very difficult sometimes. it's still a team sport, so you're playing for your team too, and it's not just yourself, and so there's pressure with that too because you want your team to do well. So, yeah, it's very different than probably most people play golf, so.
Have you watched, I'm sure, like a decent amount of like PGA golf this season, or?
Yeah, no, definitely. I enjoy it to the point where my wife and daughter don't want to watch golf anymore, but I love watching the PGA Tour. It's amazing what they can do. I luckily am headed down to the Travelers in a couple next weekend.
Oh, wow.
Down in Connecticut, so I'm looking forward to that, actually watching it in person. But yeah, so I love it.
It's probably a bigger ask. Have you ever been in the Masters? I mean, that's really the only tournament I end up following, but
yeah. I have not. I'm trying to get in the lottery every year because you have to get in the lottery to get tickets. So haven't been lucky enough yet. So hopefully we'll get there.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Coach, for coming on. Appreciate your time, and continue to have fun out there. Hopefully kill it some more.
Thank you.
From a few too many fake friends. I wake up in the afternoon and do it all again. Yeah, I punched a man on his wedding night. I'm still trying to figure out how to apologize. I learned the morning light can't fix nothing anyway, so I haven't touched a pretty thing in 40 days. I spend all my money on a pack of cigarettes for a lady that I love with a name I forget. And I learned the morning light can't fix nothing anyway, so I haven't touched a pretty thing in 40 days.
I worked in HVAC when I was in high school, and I really liked being on a job site. When Keene State came to my high school, the admissions counselor told me I could have a job on a job site and also make a difference on people's lives. He said being a safety engineer meant I could work with my hands, but also make sure that everybody was going to be home safely at the end of the day. The safety field is growing rapidly because companies are noticing that keeping their workers healthy means that they can keep their workers working. My plan is to graduate from Keene State so I can get back onto a job site as a safety engineer. It's great because there's jobs to choose from all over the United States, so I can basically go anywhere I want. Keene State is giving me the tools to make that happen.
We're here now with men's soccer coach Matt Schmidt. Thank you so much, Coach, for coming on. And how's it been out there today?
Oh, it's awesome. We got a good day. I mean, it's a little overcast right now, but that's actually good because it's keeping it cool. We just took some lunch out to our boys who are on hold 9. We got Elias Stoll-Alaman, who's one of our captains, and then Luke Belisle. And actually, former head coach Ron Boucher and Ron Valley, a soccer alumni group, just came through. He had a massive drive coming in right here, and then they just made the putt for the swag bag.
Ooh.
So, yeah. No, it's enjoyable. It's been awesome to see a lot of the alumni. And you can't go wrong. It's a Friday. They're out playing golf, competing. So it's been enjoyable. I like this event.
Well, you've been seeing your guys golf a little bit. What about you? You pick up the clubs at all? You doing a little swinging?
The first thing I have to do is dust them off because it doesn't happen often. But, no, I play about 2-3 times a year. And actually, I kind of, bogey, double bogey golf. But I love it.
That's not bad.
Yeah, I love it. But with family and coach and recruiting, it's tough. I need to incorporate the recruiting and playing.
Well, why not today?
Next year, I'm going to talk to Marty, and we're going to get another coach's team in. I think that's a good idea.
Now, is there any banter between your players and you?
There can be a little competitive, not related to golf, because one of them actually just took a shot up there. Coach Butcher let him take a swing, and he just got off the tee box, which was which was good. So yeah, no, not really. We do like to keep a little competitive spirit. Little skill challenges is good. Yeah.
For you guys last year, kind of a bit of an up and down season. Maybe didn't end necessarily the way that you wanted it to. But what are you looking forward to as we move closer to this year?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think for us, that story for sure was like the year prior, finished second, undefeated in the LEC till the last game. This next season, tough injuries to start the year, and we scheduled up. We played Middlebury, we played Williams, and we definitely took some lumps. But, yeah, returning Demir Hamzik, who center back, he was out injured the whole year last year, which totally hurt us, but he's coming back as a redshirt, so that's going to be good. Boys are working hard right now. We actually just had a team Zoom this week to check in, make sure they're on the fitness plan and doing all their skill stuff. And then recruiting class, we actually had to go in and take a call here and just secured our third Italian player who's going to be coming in this year. And because Declan, our assistant coach there, he's Italian. He was a captain, great player. He's been working really hard on the recruiting trail. And, so we just another very good player that will be coming in to help us.
Now, you said you guys took some lumps. How did you handle that in that time frame?
I mean, it's hard. It's like those lessons. I like the phrase, win or learn. Like you have those losses, but what do you learn? I think the biggest thing in that middle spell of the season is the team was very tight. It was a very close and connected group. But then what you learn about each other when you take 3 or 4 losses in a short spell there and aren't quite sure how you're going to get out of that. And so for me, I think we actually did course correct, and we had a spell in the season where we got ourselves a good button and actually kind of backed into 4th place, probably worst season I could envision for us, and still 4th in the LEC. And then really outplayed Plymouth in the playoff game, outshot them, outperformed them, but just couldn't get one of the biggest things, and Ryan and I have talked about this, is goals. In soccer, it's a game of, small margin if you don't score. And that's what we struggle with, and that's what we're kind of excited about with some of these recruits coming in and the guys in the offseason working on their finishing.
You said Elias Stoll-Alaman is here. He's one of your captains, obviously. I noticed a lot after some of your games last year that he would kind of lead the team in a huddle. What can you say about his leadership?
Oh, he's awesome. He's an engine. Has been that way since he's been here. He's got a huge heart. Kind of a phrase he always goes with the team is hustle. That's just the expectation for him. He's an engine. He works all day. But the thing I think he's really brought to his game over the last couple of years is he's really worked on his skill, and then he's also really worked on his soccer IQ, how he reads the game. And so between that and his leadership, I think he's going to have an excellent season next year.
Now that we're in June, and I know the season will be fast approaching before you even know it. Are you starting in August, correct?
Yeah.
And
mid-August, move in, and then I think that season opener will be on Sunday the 31st.
Yep. Against Worcester State.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
There we go.
Right. So in the next couple months, what are you looking to do in the next 2 months, say?
Yeah. So I mean, right now the team has a plan. Actually, Coach Testo, women's coach, she sent out the fitness plan, so they've got that on the fitness app there. Most of the guys are playing in summer league ball, so we got some guys down in the Cape playing. We got some guys in Manchester playing with Beach Street Soccer, and then other guys are in either like a club team or a men's league. So they're really important for them to get that game play. So they're at game fitness, and then they've got a skill package from us as well. But that's the main thing. They've got to come in. The more prepared we are there, the less we're chasing it. And one of the big controllables we're talking about right now is we have to be willing to outwork those other teams. That's something we can stay ahead of them on.
What is kind of your goal, I guess, for this upcoming season? Obviously, last year, you guys still made the playoffs despite somewhat of a down year overall. But what are you planning on, or what are your hopes for this year?
Oh yeah, no, it's very realistic for us to win the LEC, and that's always the goal. That's the base, and then the point is they're playing our best soccer at that point in time and making an NCAA run as well. And Sweet 16 is always what we want to aim for, is that next piece beyond. We feel like if you set that standard there and you fall short, it's like, okay, we still had a great season, but that's where we want to be dancing. And like if we look back, like Middlebury last year, who I think ended up going to the final, right, is we were 2-1 with them in the 70th minute.
Mm-hmm.
So we know we can compete at that level. We just got to be able to do it consistently, and we got to be able to close those games out.
Now,
here's a legend right here.
Oh, yeah.
Coach, I know you're trying to get on the camera.
Yeah.
There's Butch. I just talked about what you did for our players back there and let them take that shot.
Yeah.
He's going to tell us. Yeah, he's fact checking my questions right now.
Oh.
He'll give me a good smack in the back of the head.
Hovering background.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's not the worst to get checked on every now and then, keep you in check.
Butch and Scotty, first of all, the community they created and the success they created while they were here was unbelievable for New England soccer, Division II originally and then Division III. And it's great that they're still around and supporting. But they do also make sure they let us know. They hold us accountable as well, which is, we all need people doing that, so it's good.
Mm.
Now, is there any area of the game you're really looking to improve specifically going into this next season?
Yeah, big time. So if we look at the field, we talk about like the build-up play when we're in attacking, the middle third, and then the final third. That final third, and you look at it like with great teams, they tend to have the bookends, right? Like you've got a keeper, that key defender that keeps the goals and the clean sheets, and then you've got that killer finisher who can just get that done. And we've got a couple guys returning who will be seniors, who we have a lot of faith in. Chris Correa and Nick Vasquez, they have the capability. We got a international student last year, Javi Perez out of Spain, who was just a freshman. So they've all got goals in them. And then with these new recruits coming in, someone's going to emerge as that guy we need to be clutch, get that done for us. I think that was a big thing with the guys last year. They knew they were doing a lot of right things, and you just don't get that goal, and, it hits that confidence. It's like in baseball, if you get in that slump, in basketball, the momentum. So we need those goals, and that's the key focus.
One thing I found interesting is you guys actually had kind of a series that was put out recently, kind of documenting your season last year. What was that like, having somebody kind of go around with you and film you guys and, just keep tabs on the season?
Elijah's awesome. I think the quality of what he put together was unbelievable. He really cares. He was part of that community with the boys. And honestly, in the moment, I get so focused on the soccer and so focused on the team, what we're doing. I really didn't notice, every once in a while I'd be talking, and then you kind of glance up and like, whoa. You got a camera, because it was up close and personal, so I think, reflecting back on it, I was like, oh, wow, that was right in there. But in the moment, he was really comfortable and kind of a part of the team, so it was kind of just felt natural.
And now, going into next season, is there any specific goal for you guys?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that major one is win the LEC, and then the two pieces that support that is the leadership, how the boys approach, how they do everything, and the culture we create, and then the team. Clear on what our tactics are, clear on what our game model is, attacking brand of soccer, and the boys being together and how we process that all the time. But that major goal is we got to win it. That's the bottom line. And make an NCAA run. Like, we want to be a team that you don't want to face in the NCAAs. It's going to make a run.
Now, why did you pick Keene State to coach at?
Keene State to coach at? Honestly, I was embedded in the Keene community. So I was very fortunate that, I was an assistant working in the community here. And as we just talked about, the former coaches, Rick Scott, I was his assistant. And when he got ready to retire, we kind of started to have some conversations about this would be an opportunity. And I couldn't have been more grateful because, Division III head coaching soccer positions, they don't grow on trees. So to be able to come into a program that has the history that Keene does, and then to be in this community. Like, honestly, when we were just talking to some of these recruits, when you get those recruits on campus, I mean, Keene's a beautiful place to be. And then to have the successful athletics that we do, I mean, that's really a dream gig. So very fortunate that Keene, because with my family, I've got 3 daughters, my wife, they're all here in Keene. So to have gone somewhere else would have been a big challenge. And I did have my resume out there in some different places, but the fact that this opened up at that timing was ideal. Yeah.
You talked about obviously coaches Boucher and Scott kind of as creating, kind of a legacy for the program. How do you kind of try to carry that on, or do you try to make it your own?
One toe, one toe in that shoe, those shoes to fill. I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, I think we want to embrace that culture and the community was built, stay in touch with those guys, which actually, to those guys' credit, keeping those relationships going, making those phone calls, connecting with those guys, that's its own extra job, right, to keep that alumni community going. But that's one of the beautiful things that those guys did, is not only were they successful on the field, but they had that real brotherhood and family that was created. So, and honestly, I lean into them, still have coffee with Scotty a lot, stay connected with Boucher. So it's very important to, not try to do it all. Kind of lean into them for support on that.
Well, I know there's a lot of rewarding parts going into coaching and feel-good moments, but what really made you want to be a coach in general?
Well, I think, probably 2 things. That's a good question. I haven't thought about these in a while. Is my passion for sports. So, I played sports growing up. Soccer was my primary since I was a little kid, and I was fortunate enough to play at Central Florida in Orlando. That competitive drive to compete and want to win. And, that's always been kind of something that's in my fiber. And then when I got done playing at UCF, I started working camps and started coaching and just found I really loved that idea of, keeping in the game that way. But then there's also that little bit of that giving back.
Right.
When you teach someone a skill, when you help a group accomplish something, whether it's the win or overcome adversity, that's as you know, that's a special feeling.
Oh, yeah.
So I think the 2 of those, competing and then building that community that works through that process together.
All right, well, thank you so much for coming on, being out here today, Coach, and look forward to seeing you this fall. Hopefully it'll be a good year for you guys.
We'll be ready to kick off soon.
Yeah.
Good seeing you guys.
Nice meeting you.
Try not to choke myself in. All right, please. Hey, thanks, Ryan.
Thank you. We're on now with Coach Amy Watson of Keene State Field Hockey. Thank you so much, Coach, for being on, and congrats on the LEC championship last year.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
So what are you looking forward to the most going into this next coming season?
I mean, it would be great to defend that title. You know, we're hoping to do that. It'll be tough. We lost some key players, but we're bringing, you know, funny thing about last year's team, just to go on a little sidebar here, we had a lot of players that could have easily started and been on the field at any one time. So we had a lot of depth coming off the bench. So I think we have people ready to step in, and, you know, to some of those key roles that we're losing. So I'm looking forward to see, you know, if this team can build on last year's momentum.
You know, as a coach, it is definitely, you get choked over there by the coach.
That's okay, I don't need to see it.
As a coach, it definitely is a good problem to have when you're struggling on who to put in the lineup when everyone can play for you. What's that like?
Yeah, it's great. We have a lot of players with versatility too. You know, we can move them around, slide positions. You know, we have a lot of people who are, you know, midfielders that I can either slide forward into the forward line if we need to, or pop them back on defense. So it's really nice to have that flexibility. So psyched about that.
Last year was obviously, you know, overall a great year for you guys. You started 10-0. Things kind of took a little bit of a turn there mid-season. It got a little bit harder. You had, you know, kind of a tough regular season game at Castleton, but obviously you came back and eventually won the LEC championship out there. What was, you know, kind of even during those little tougher stretches, how do you kind of keep the team focused on the goal?
Yeah, honestly, it's never good to go like 10-0, you know, because it kind of it lulls you into this false sense of security of you know, how you're doing. Losses can be valuable, you know, hopefully they're not really bad losses, but yeah, the Castleton game, they totally outplayed us, you know, and in hindsight, you know, it was a gift to a point because we went back and like we broke that game down and we went after it a whole different way the next time we played them. And if we had even if we had lost but played them closer, we might not have really broken it down the way that we did. You know, so I think you know, in the long run that kind of helped us.
Now, how do you specifically overcome those obstacles that you go throughout the season?
You know, I don't know if there's any one answer to that. I think you just have to constantly, though, keep looking at yourself, just reevaluating yourself. And I think it's really important to kind of keep your thumb on where your team's at, you know, and make sure that they're feeling positive, especially like if you hit one of those mid-season bumps where you drop a couple of games in a row. I think it's really important that you keep your team focused and you know, kind of give them the opportunity to, you know, regroup and take things in a different direction if you need to.
And you're some of your captains from last year, Irini Stefanakos, Molly Murray, both graduated. Obviously, you know, Irini and, you know, those are big shoes to fill. But how do you plan on going about it, I guess?
Yeah, they are big shoes to fill. You know, those, like on the field and in the locker room too. You know, they were all just really great leaders. Hannah Wood was the other captain that we had too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And,
I knew I left somebody out.
Yeah, that's okay. They all, you know, led in a lot of ways. And so, you know, on the field, we definitely looked to them to kind of set the pace of the game, but we also looked for them on the sidelines or in the locker room. But hopefully, you know, what they do is contagious, and, you know, they've passed it on to the players that are coming up behind them. And it usually works out that way, honestly. You know, if you have good leadership in your locker room, they're going to give that message to the people below them, and then those people step up and fill those shoes. Those two right there, they'll do it.
Yeah, Grace Bazin and my sister, Megan Goodwin.
Yeah.
So hopefully.
Yeah, they just walked by, but I mean, they're two people that, you know, they're going to jump right in, and they're going to be field leaders next year, and they're going to do a good job.
Now, what is the most rewarding part coming out of a season where obviously you have that award of winning the LEC, but what's the feeling like in that locker room with these players?
You know, this win, I mean, this win was really important. I mean, it was important for me. It was important for our program. We'd gone kind of a long stretch without winning. We'd made it to the semifinals. We'd make it to finals a couple of years in a row, and just couldn't win. So actually do it, and with this group of girls, like Reenie's class there that just graduated, like we've been a contender every single year, but just couldn't quite finish it. So it really felt good to win it, you know? I mean, whereas other years, I mean, it kind of sounds weird to say this, but, you know, 10 years ago when we were winning it kind of year after year after year, it kind of loses its meaning. Whereas this past year, we had to work so hard, like over those 4 years to eventually win it. And it really meant a lot to do that.
So it's really the build-up going into it.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of winning, you're one win away from 500th win of your career. What does that mean to you? Obviously, certainly plan on getting that this season.
Yeah, I hope to. It's kind of funny, right? It's just a number, you know, but at the same time, it's like a really cool number, you know. It's sort of been every time you hit one of those milestones. Like I remember each of them actually, and every time you get to 100, you're like, wow, that was kind of cool, you know. And then you're looking at 200 and 300, and you know, when I was younger, I always kind of looked and said to myself, wow, if I could do a 500, that would be a really cool career, you know. And so it's fun to think that, I mean, you know, I feel like we're going to get it, right?
yeah, one win.
It would be kind of weird if we went 0-20 this year, but it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Again, like I said, it's just a number, but it's also a really cool number. So I'm excited for it.
Now, speaking of numbers and winning, what's going on out there on the course? Are you swinging it at all, or I see a putter with you here? Are you just putting?
Yeah, I've sort of self-appointed myself to go to the putting green. I actually played yesterday. I played golf. My putting was ferocious.
It's a big practice day.
It was really bad. Ferocious. I don't even know if that's a word. That's like horrendous and atrocious.
You just
like
made a word.
Ferocious. It was bad. You know, I would get on in a reasonable score, and then I'd 3 or 4 putt pretty consistently. So anyway, no, I'm not playing today, but I thought it would be fun to just hit around while people came in. It's a fun time to talk to people when they come up, and yeah, it's a fun golf tournament. It's a fun group of people that come and play, and look forward to a perfect day today too.
Oh yeah,
couldn't beat it.
And it's a big back to the drawing board for you today, and try to get that putting back on track after yesterday.
That was my plan. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the good thing, too, mentioned the 500th win potentially is you guys get to open the season at home. So hopefully that can be done, obviously, in front of the home crowd.
Yeah, we have the first couple of games are home, so that'll be nice. It'll be good. And we're also going to we have Alumni Weekend coming up this year. I think it's the 12th, 13th, that weekend. And it is the first time in a while that we've been home for that Alumni Weekend. So we're going to try to do a big alumni game and see if we can get a bunch of people to come back, and I'm looking forward to that as well.
Yeah, it looks like that'll be Saturday, September 13th against Fitchburg State.
Yep.
So it should be a good matchup.
Yep, we put the save the date notices out there to, get everybody to, decline all the wedding invitations are going to be invited to that time of the year. That's probably a big wedding weekend, but hopefully we can get a big draw.
Field hockey. Field hockey weddings, field hockey.
Field hockey weddings, field hockey. Yeah, exactly. It's probably cheaper to go to the field hockey.
Exactly.
Alumni game.
Oh, yeah.
And then, so you talk about playing at home and the importance, especially here at Keene. A lot of coaches talk about the community aspect into going into coaching, especially. How does that play a factor for you?
With playing at home?
With playing at home and just being at Keene State.
Yeah. It's great. I mean, we get it's actually funny. We have a really good following. We get a lot of community people that come out, and we also get a really good draw from parents and families. It's really nice to have a home game and have the stands, filled and a lot of action out there. It's actually ironic. Sometimes we'll go to an away game and we'll bring in more fans than the home team, which is fun when that happens.
Yeah, it's always fun, and obviously the environment there at the athletic complex is pretty good. You get the light shows after every goal and stuff like that.
Night games. Yeah, that's a lot of fun.
Yeah, always a lot of fun. But thank you so much for coming on, Coach.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And best of luck out there the rest of the way, working on your putting skills.
I know, I got to get back after it. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
No problem.
New Car has over 1,700 pre-owned vehicles, the largest selection of inventory in New Hampshire. New Car Nissan of Keene has the most competitive prices. With a selection of over 30 brands, New Car has exactly what you need across the Granite State. Find your new car from any of New Car's family of dealerships throughout the Northeast and get it shipped to New Car Nissan of Keene for free. Plus, we'll deliver your new car right to your door. Visit New Car Nissan of Keene today and discover why everyone loves a new car.
Here now with the Keene State cheerleading coach, Gillian. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Pretty good.
Fantastic. A little chilly today, though. I'm not going to lie. It's supposed to be 7 degrees out, and it's like the breeze is a little too much.
But I think it's good for the golfers, though.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, it is good golf weather today. So what were some of the highlights of your guys' season this past year?
Obviously, cheering for the men's and women's basketball teams are always fun, but a lot of people don't know that we also compete.
Oh, yeah.
So we travel to Daytona Beach every April, and we compete nationally.
Yeah, I've seen that. And how does the team culture get even bigger when you guys go on the road like that? And
So it's extremely important that we're a close team, especially when we're traveling. So we make sure we're very bonded before we leave, and when we come back, the bond is even better. But yeah, it's always fun traveling with the team and getting to do what we love, compete nationally. It's amazing.
You guys obviously are always usually at the basketball games, but are there other like sports that you end up going to too?
Yeah, so we try to get out to every sport that we can throughout the whole entire athletic year. So you'll see a lot of us at the hockey games, on the soccer fields, whenever we can, because our schedules are pretty much very rigorous as we're following women's basketball at home and men's basketball, and then we have our own stuff going on as well. But we definitely try to get out to all of the teams and support them whenever we can.
And you mentioned that this team is close. In what ways do they perform that, even not only when they cheer, but outside of that as well, outside of the sport?
Yeah, so we do a lot of community events as well, and when we're working for, say, Special Olympics of New Hampshire, we'll go out and make sure that we're putting ourselves forward in the community and, expressing our team culture as close as we can out into the community. So that's always amazing.
And for like folks at home, what are some of the big differences between like competitive cheer and like if you're just, at an event?
Yeah, so usually when we're at the basketball games, we're out on the sidelines, and then we'll run out onto the court and do like quick stunts, throw some girls up in the air very quickly. We only have like a minute to do so. But when we're out competing, that's a 2.5-minute routine, and everyone is out there all at the same time, whereas the games we have are special little pods. Only a few athletes go to the games at a time. But yeah, it's vigorous. It's very rewarding because we're doing everything as a team. So like if we're missing, we don't have bench players, so if we're missing someone on the mat, we cannot do our routine to the best of our ability.
And the stunt groups didn't get all mishandled there because I know stunt groups, you need a tight core there. Yes. These girls get to know each other.
Yeah, so we start actually in July. We have a summer camp we go out to, and we pretty much try to keep the same stunt groups throughout the whole entire year so that they're cohesive.
Yeah, exactly. Because like we mentioned before, chemistry, nothing's more important than a stunt group's chemistry in cheerleading, right?
Exactly.
Right. And I saw a few of your cheerleaders out here today.
Yeah.
What's it like? How do you get them as a coach to come up here during the summertime outside of the school year and come to an event?
Well, they love it. Keene State Athletics, they treat their athletes very, very well. So anything that they need us to do, we'll be there. So we love supporting, and we love being forward-facing in our community. So it's really not hard. They really do enjoy doing this type of stuff. So it's really not hard to get them out here.
And what about you? You picking up the clubs at all?
I'm actually really good at golf.
Oh, yeah?
No one knows, but I am.
Well, you say no one knows. Why don't you go prove it? Why aren't you playing tonight?
I know. They got me working.
I'm sure the cheerleaders. Oh, okay.
Just
that's
bad.
It. Yeah, right. They got you working.
Right.
That's why.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
And there's putters over there, so.
I know. I got to show off.
I was going to golf today, but my arm's just really sore.
Exactly. Yeah.
Obviously, you guys, like you said, you go down to Daytona every year. What were some of the highlights for you, from this past season in that event?
Yeah, so we actually ranked top 10 nationally, top 3 in New England, which is a huge achievement because in our division, we have one of the most saturated divisions when we go out there nationally. We're in a division with almost 30 teams, and to place top 10, it's amazing. But definitely a highlight. definitely a highlight. And just getting to go out there with these athletes that have worked so hard all year. Like I said, we start in July and end our season in April. It's a long time, but it's very rewarding.
Yeah, I know it's really a long process, even before the season starts. What's it like putting together the choreography that goes into competing?
Yeah, it's a lot. A lot goes into it. It takes about a full month to get the whole routine together and shaped, but we start in July putting our routine together, and we pretty much don't do our full routine until January. So it's a lot that goes into it, between like the music and the choreography and making sure everyone knows their specific parts. But yeah, it's rewarding. It's the nature of the sport.
Not a lot of off days for your cheerleaders, huh?
Definitely not a lot of off days. Definitely not, because we're following the women's basketball home schedule, the men's basketball home schedule, and then we're competing.
And you're starting in July, you said. So I mean, we're here in June. School year just ended. You're going to be right back at it soon.
Right back in it. Right
just
back
in a few weeks, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but we love it. That's what we do.
It's a grind.
Yeah.
What is the recruiting process too, kind of like as far as cheerleading goes?
So there's a bunch of cheerleading combines. They're kind of like the NFL combines in a way. So we go out to different, whoever's hosting it. Like tomorrow we actually have one at Assumption University. Over 100 athletes are signed up, high school athletes. And we just go out, we watch them stunt, see what they could do, and then, we reach out to them.
That's awesome. And is there anything like you're looking for in a stunt group or tumblers?
Yeah, so we do look for strong tumbling. That's like our number one thing is strong tumbling, making sure these girls could do the flips and do them safely and correctly. And then for stunts, we look for, any stunting experience, and we love an all-around athlete, an athlete that could do multiple positions, and leaders, strong leaders for our team are always welcome.
Sounds good.
All right, well, thank you so much, Gillian, for coming on, and appreciate it.
Of course,
and
appreciate you.
See you back out on the course.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
At Keene State College, life is an adventure. You'll forge your path forward. As an owl, you'll take on challenges in the classroom, field, court, or track. Every worthwhile adventure has its share of blood, sweat, and tears. It takes hard work and dedication. No owl flies alone on their journey at Keene State. Teammates, coaches, professors, alumni, and fellow owls are with you along the way. They lift you up as you continue forward. When you're part of Owl Nation, you become the person you truly want to be.
And we are here with Chris Woolridge, the Keene State swimming and diving coach. Thank you so much for being on, Coach.
Yeah, my pleasure. It's nice to take a little break between the holes here.
I saw you guys were wearing some of the swimming caps. That was pretty interesting.
Gotta love it. That's brainchild of one of my assistants, David. So yeah, we're out here having some fun today. Thought we'd represent swim and dive.
Yeah.
So is there any technique to the swim cats while you golf, or is it just feeling good?
David's best drive of the day was when he was wearing the cap and goggles.
Oh, you can't take it off. The goggles are on too?
He put the goggles on too, and he was straight for the first time all day. So
wow.
You got to keep them on.
Might be some magic behind those goggles.
I think so. It's the blinding.
So overall, what were some of the highlights from your guys' season? You guys obviously have a very long year. You start all the way in the fall and then go deep into the winter.
Yeah, it was. The cool part about this season was the development as we came along. When we got started. We were kind of missing a few pieces, and we had, people on the diving side, some of our incomers, really step up and fill those holes as we got towards the end of the year. And on the women's side, that culminated in an LEC championship, which was awesome. And we did it really in kind of a different way where everybody that we brought scored in every single one of their events. So we really won on depth this year rather than on star power. And that was just a cool experience because everybody mattered, every swim mattered, every dive mattered, and it was, it was awesome to see it all come together like that.
Now, how are you looking to build off of that going into next season?
So, one of the biggest pieces, our men, they competed really well, but we were a little low on the roster size. But we got a big and a solid incoming class. We got 10 men coming in. So we really kind of refilled that void. And that's the biggest step forward. And for the women, it's just kind of, bringing some people in to help fill some pieces for outgoing seniors, and going towards trying to win another championship.
And for you guys last year, Aaron Turgeon set a new school record. What was it like being able to coach him last year?
Oh, it was awesome. And that was, our records are pretty hard to break. The guy's record he broke was an Olympic trialist that we had back in, 2016. One of only 3 guys in all of D3 swimming who made Olympic trials that year. So just to see him come along, and he made like a couple of small errors in the prelims. I say errors, he still swam really fast, but he had a couple of things to clean up. Coaches got him some feedback, and then he executed those. And I mean, 3/100ths of a second, I think he broke the record by. So it was just like, biting your nails the whole way. But it was an amazing moment.
Now, what do you believe is the best way when you're trying to make an adjustment on one of your swimmers and get them going even better?
You got to know the swimmer, right? Some people don't overthink it. Just here's a piece. Other people may need a little bit more, just kind of help them boost their confidence. So it's really individual based.
And as you said, on the women's side, you guys won the LEC title this past season. What are your goals, though, going into this coming year?
Certainly the goal is to win LECs again and, start to work towards putting people back at the NCAA level.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Coach Woolridge, for joining us. And we'll let you get back out to your golf game. Maybe put the swim cap and the goggles back on. Maybe that'll help.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you. I'm here with Travis Wyant, head coach of Keene State Women's Lacrosse. Thank you so much, Coach, for being on, and happy to be here today.
It's my pleasure. The weather's great.
Absolutely great golf weather. You doing any golfing today?
No. We actually just had Riley, who's out there, a senior for us. She just took a shot, and I got it on our Instagram, a little plug. So if you want to go see Riley take a shot, check us out on Instagram.
There you go. And you guys obviously had a pretty good year. Fell a little bit short in the LEC playoffs, but what were some of the highlights of the 25 season?
Yeah, I think one of the cool things about our conference playoffs this year was like it really felt like any of the 5 top teams could win. I don't think there's a lot of conferences at this point in time in the LEC that 5 teams could win in any given day. I think a lot of the milestones we hit this year in terms of like some 4-year players getting some recognition was really cool. 200 saves for Mabel, 100 points for Chase and for Lola. Tess Brown hitting 200 points. And, Riley hitting those 100-ground balls. A couple of other people hit some milestones. That's always good. I think getting a win. Who did we get a win back against? I'm blanking at this point in time, but there was a team we played last year. We lost, and we were able to get that win back this time against Worcester. And that was really helpful because, that was a spring break game last year, and we felt like we should have won that game. So getting them back in our home turf and winning that game was really nice.
And suffering tough losses throughout the season. I think last time we've met was actually against Fitchburg, right, where it was a tough loss. How do you recover from those games, especially when you go on a roll on a season and it feels like it's come up just short?
Yeah, Framingham was a tough loss for us. I think that was an overarching theme of our season was just struggling against zone teams and variations or alterations of a zone. So one of the things we're definitely going to hit on in this off season, in the fall ball season, is just prepping and preparing for those kind of zones by playing it a little bit more. So one of the cool things we headed into last season, we were prepping for Plymouth. We were going to play what we call a rover defense against them just in preparation, but we also prepared a backer for them, and we just played a prepared a man for them as well. So we got a little experience playing different defenses towards the end of the season, but at that point it was a little too late. But also our man was so effective against a lot of teams. So in preparation for next year, we're going to just give our offense a bunch of different looks. Our offense is going to be a little bit younger and more impressionable next year, so that'll be interesting to see.
How has the kind of recruiting season gone so far after just this past year ended?
I will tell you, coming from a different sport, so field hockey and lacrosse have very different timelines. The lacrosse timeline is much harder to work with. They want to commit a little bit earlier. So you're watching, instead of, watching a junior, you're watching a sophomore or something along those lines. And that gets a little bit murkier just because that communication, that level of interaction has to be a more long, longevity-wise, more prolonged. I will say I think I'm really excited for this class coming in. We've had two of our commits coming in have been committed to us since last year in April. They've been committed to us for a very long time. It's felt like they should be a part of our team for a long time. So I'm really excited to have them, and I'm really excited. Brooke Dwinski has her sister coming to join us, which I think is really fun. I've coached a pair of sisters every year I've been here at Keene State, which is, I think, an astronomical statistic. But it's really cool to have that family atmosphere, and to have the older sister picking on the little sister a little bit too. So it's always fun.
And Coach, looking at your background, especially in lacrosse background, explain to me what your lacrosse background is and what made you really want to coach it.
I think when I started in college athletics, I was a field hockey assistant, student assistant, and not to toot my own horn, but I did such a good job that the women's lacrosse team was looking for a student manager as well. So I ended up going to women's lacrosse. And they ended up paying me where field hocky did not. So
right.
that's kind of the allegiance there started there. But by the time I had kind of left my undergrad, I had established a little bit more in the field hockey world and kind of just pushed through it and got the connections I needed for field hockey and built off that. But when I got to Keene and there were some circumstances that led to a head coaching position opening, and they weren't able to fill it in the time frame that the coach leaving provided them. So I stepped in that interim capacity. So that was a really enjoyable experience. And then I applied for the position when it was actually posted and won it there. So once again, lacrosse pays me a little bit more than field hockey does. Yeah, it's been a wonderful experience. I will say coaching lacrosse is very different than coaching field hockey. Just how the makeup of the game works a little bit more. You have a little bit more stagnant, basketball-style offense, whereas field hockey is obviously that more free-flow, soccer-style play. So it gets your brain working in different ways, and you can pull things from each sport when you're coaching each individual sport. So there's times where I reference women's lacrosse. There's times where I reference field hockey when I'm coaching either or. So it's awesome being able to coach two sports. It's awesome being able to kind of do a little bit of that old school Amy Watson style, like coach everything in the world and make it work. It's really enjoyable.
Do you think there's any more field hockey left in you, maybe left for the future, maybe revisit?
Yeah, I mean, field hockey's always been that sport that's been in my background. So as long as I can, I want to be involved in field hockey as well. So.
Yeah, now what are you looking forward to the most? Obviously, it's a little ways away for lacrosse, but also as an assistant coach in field hockey for this year.
It's been a dream of mine to win 2 championships in a year. I don't think there's a lot of coaches that can say they've done that. Last year I was pretty close, making it to the championship with our women's lacrosse team and then winning it the following fall. I think each team has a wonderful culture to it, and I think we've established both of those programs as really well-run, player-driven programs. So every year we have a good group of captains, we have a good group of seniors who lead by example. So it's great to be a part of those programs, to learn from each individual athlete, like what it means to coach that sport, to play that sport. So I'm just really grateful to be involved in both, for sure.
What does it mean to you to be not only involved in Keene State, but the Keene community as well? Yeah,
so I've lived in Keene off campus now for 2 years, but I lived on campus for 4 years. So I like to think about, I did community college my first 2 years, and then I went to my home college. So I lived at home all 4 years. So being able to live on campus, get that experience. I ate at the dining hall 4 years.
Yeah,
so
dining hall food.
I like to think of myself as an unofficial student in a lot of capacities.
Right.
So I have a lot of fondness of the Keene State college community, but getting out and living off campus, experiencing Main Street, getting involved in the community, getting to know people. I mean, even the greater field hockey community where I was involved in the club team and the club scene and getting to know the high school kids. And it's just different up in New England. I'm from Virginia, so everything's a little bit tighter knit here.
Yeah.
And especially in such a quintessential New England town like this, everybody knows everybody. So getting to work with people and recognize people, even at a golf tournament like this, you start to see those people that have been here, oh yeah, you were here last year, let's yak it up about what we were doing in the year that preceded it, so it's good to be involved and it's good to get to know people, and especially a college like this that's really intertwined with the town. It's not like Franklin Pierce where you have to go to Keene anyways.
Hey, now, come on. There's a few. I'm not the only one here, actually. As you mentioned, I see a few.
Yeah. We had a Franklin Pierce foursome that came to our golf tournament.
Come on. I mean, everyone's here for a good time.
Yeah. It's just, it is what it is. But, Keene's great, so.
Well, on that note, thank you so much, Coach, for coming on. Well, hey, I mean, Keene, Franklin Pierce, we're pretty tight. We're pretty tight.
I'm wearing an owl shirt.
Yeah, he's an owl.
So
he's an owl for today. So
perfect.
We'll let it slide.
Right. Nice talking to you guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, have a good rest of your tournament.
When we put this uniform on, we're preparing to serve our home state of New Hampshire. We serve part-time in our own communities and for our families and friends. In any emergency or disaster, you can count on the soldiers of the New Hampshire Army National Guard to be there. Our mission here at home is to make life better for everyone, and the benefits we earn help us improve our own lives. Learn more about part-time service with the New Hampshire Army National Guard at nationalguard.com/NH.
We're back now with Keene State alum and Keene State Esports coach Noah Drouin. Noah, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Glad to be here.
So this was your first full year of esports, or the program of esports at Keene State. How did it go overall?
It was a fantastic success overall. We launched mid-school year, spring of 2024, with just a roster of walk-on students from the student body. We had pretty good success that season. All of our teams made playoffs. They had first-round exits all around, but still like a fantastic first season. Coming into this new school year, fall 24, first academic year, we had 10 new recruits joining as new faces, a couple of walk-ons coming on, and that fall semester that we had in 2024 was extremely successful. All of our teams performed well. The Overwatch 2 team, the team that I personally coach, had an undefeated regular season and a championship. So our first piece of hardware in program history is actually displayed at the front of the country club over there. It's a fantastic achievement. And the school year in general went really well. We had all but one team from fall and spring qualify for playoffs in their respective conferences. And again, with the new recruits coming in that we brought on for fall 24, it's great to expand the family and get to where we are now, and the future's looking bright.
Yeah, right. And with esports on the up and coming, and just not just here, but nationwide as well, it's still being new, and relatively students are just getting acclaimed to it. What's the preparation like going into a season? Like, let us know how that goes on.
Yeah, the way I like to describe esports in Keene State is we're an esports program, right? So, we have individual teams under that program. They're kind of self-contained. The preparation, really, I only play a little part into that. I help recruit, I budget, social media and all that, but I actually employ a group of assistant coaches who are experts in the other titles that I don't personally coach, and they come in and they're a lot more qualified to, handle those specific games that I can't. So that when we're preparing students to compete, it's similar to other athletic programs. Like, we're drawing up plays, we're working on communication tactics, we're looking at footage of the other schools. All of our teams compete once weekly, and they're trying to make it to a playoff bracket and beyond. So the preparation is similar. We scrimmage other schools, we practice regularly. So it's rather similar. And so it really it starts with proper coaching and having a good staff around me, and I think I have that right now, and that was proven in the last school year.
Right. Talk to me about the recruiting process as well. What do you look for?
Yeah, so it's interesting because I'm recruiting for 4 different teams or 4 different games at once, and all of my assistants kind of look for different things. So generally what I look for in a blanket sort of way is someone that's going to be a good fit at Keene State academically. Are we offering what they're looking for in the classroom, extracurriculars, that sort of thing? And then additionally, are they bringing the skill set that we're looking for a specific team? And by that, are they meeting the skill set for that team, or are they exceeding it? And so that's what I'm looking for, just on a personal, side of things for students. And then when I'm actually looking for those students, I'm looking for them online. I have a recruitment database that I'm subscribed to that students in high school and those looking to transfer, they make a profile, they match up with us, we get to talking online. I also meet students, admitted students days and open houses and things like that. So that's how I get in contact with them. And if students are interested, I connect with them, after I meet them in person or online. We usually involve my assistant coach in that conversation as well and see if they're going to be a good fit, and we kind of take it from there.
What is a typical esports game day kind of like? What does it look like? Yeah, so one of the things that I always like to tell people, at this point, esports isn't sanctioned by the NCAA. We are a member of Playfly College Esports, which is the largest governing body of collegiate esports. So before we even get to game day, I register my rosters at the beginning of each season or semester, and then they put us in a conference with other schools of similar skill level. And from there, they build out the regular season schedule for us. So I'll use Overwatch as an example because that's the team that I personally coach. Game days are roughly about 2 hours, start around 7 or 8 p.m. against whatever school that we're playing, sometimes earlier or later, depending on if they're on the West Coast. And we ask our students are in there about an hour in advance. They're running matches with their fellow teammates and getting warmed up in that way, and just kind of getting into the headspace. We have them out of their competitive or ranked gameplay about an hour before we start, so they're just kind of it's very casual at that point. And then I always make sure we get a group huddle in. We have a team captain that we designate, so I usually say a couple words, hand it over to our captain, and we break up the huddle, and then we go and do our thing. So game day is about 3 hours, and it's a lot of mental preparation and just kind of getting in the headspace and being present with teammates. Even for esports, it's very important that you're you understand that you are part of a team, even if you're just looking at a screen the whole time. You're still hearing their voices, and we do a lot to keep that connection strong. And also, you guys play, like you said, kind of a range of different schools, different division levels as far as the other sports go. Yep. has kind of been, was there kind of like a big highlight that stood out to you from last season or a big win?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing I can point out, I mentioned we had an undefeated season in fall. We actually had 2 of them. So our Overwatch 2 team in fall 24 went 9-0 across a whole season. And then one of our Rocket League teams, Rocket League Academy, finished 6-0 in the regular season. And so I'd say the biggest win is just that first championship. We beat DePaul University in our conference championship in a pretty decisive fashion to cap off the regular season and the undefeated season that was. So at this point, I would consider that just the largest win in program history just because of what it meant, bringing home some hardware. But, going into the next season, the next best win is going to be whatever brings us that next, piece of hardware or whatever it may be. So always looking forward.
Now, you talked about there was a few first-round exits as well. What do you do to recover from that and looking forward for the future? How do you adapt?
Yeah, so I mean that kind of, it depends on the game, but really just in general what we do is think about why that happened in the first place. So for teams that may have exited early in the playoffs, a lot of it comes from the coaches. I meet with coaches afterwards and say what went right, what went wrong during the season. How can we improve what we're doing? How can I better support you to support the players? And then we keep team activities going in the off season. Our off seasons are rather short because we're all school year, but we keep conversations going as a team and let the student athletes involved in that process and explain what they think they can do better, what they think their coaches can do better. So we just keep an open dialogue and try to come back stronger. And then if a first-round exit happens in the spring, my recruitment class that I bring in for that specific game might be informed by what holes the team might need filled and what might be a good fit in that regard.
Obviously, it's still a very young program here at Keene State, but what inspired you? I mean, you're obviously graduated here too. What inspired you to want to be an esports coach?
Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, so other than being a 2-time alum and just loving this institution, I'm a lifelong gamer, someone that has kind of dipped my toes into various aspects of the gaming/esports sphere. So other than just, growing up playing games, I have pretty extensive experience on Twitch, YouTube, content creation, that sort of thing. I was also technically a signed professional esports player for an organization in the game Pokemon Unite. Most people aren't familiar with it, but it's a Pokemon MOBA, multiplayer online battle arena. So I was contracted for about 6 months, and at one point, the team that I was competing on was top 16 in North America. So that's a big claim to fame that I have. And so using that experience at my previous institution I was working at, which was Fort Lewis College in Durango, Colorado, I became that school's first esports program manager. And then, I was also working with Trio, Upward Bound, and then I saw that the posting for this position came up, with it being my alma mater, seeing that there could be a pathway for me to be a full-time esports, person in whatever capacity. It seemed like it was a very enticing thing to go for. And my fiance is also a Keene State alum. She was ready to come back with me if it worked out, and it did. And so we're both here. I absolutely love this position, and to serve as the inaugural esports head coach at Keene State is the honor of my life, and it's been really amazing so far.
That's awesome, man. And going back to growing up, you said you're a big gamer. And if the answer is Overwatch, then say what would come in second. But what was your favorite game that really drove you to play games?
Yeah, it has to be Pokemon for me.
Dude. Pokemon Go in 2016 too. I'm sure that was pretty sick too.
My parents like to joke, and they're probably watching. I told them I was getting interviewed. Pokemon was the game that really kind of taught me how to read in a funny way. I was 4 years old with the Game Boy in my hands. And even to this day, I'm still a big fan of the franchise. So that really inspired me to try more things. I grew up on the GameCube and stuff, and it just kind of went from there. But Overwatch is my favorite game. I'm really proud that I get to coach that game at this level as well. It's really come full circle in that way.
What's your favorite gaming system
of all time?
Yeah.
It's probably the GameCube.
The GameCube, yeah.
That's what I grew up with. My childhood GameCube is over 20 years old now.
Yeah.
It's still sitting in my living room. I bought an HDMI converter so I can play it on my big TV. So I get to relive those memories, and a lot of those games really did age well, so it's nice to have that still.
My brother still says the same thing about the GameCube. He was a 90s kid, and he talks about the GameCube all the time and Pokemon, so I completely get it.
You had to be there. You had to be there.
And in your college process, before you went to Keene State, What were you looking for out of a school that you decided ultimately Keene State?
That's a great question too. Yeah, I'm rather local. I grew up in Derry, New Hampshire, about an hour and a half away from Keene. My original plan was to become a high school social studies teacher. So my bachelor's and master's are both in education. I didn't end up actually getting into the classroom proper. I did serve as an academic advisor for TRIO, Outward Bound, as I mentioned. But I picked Keene State because it was close enough to home, but also far away enough. The education program was unbelievably appealing to me, just with the pedigree and knowing the kinds of experiences I was going to have. Plus the campus, the downtown. I mean, this is something that Travis was mentioning too, as someone who, came from Virginia over to Keene.
Mm-hmm.
There's a certain New England charm and, something special about this town. And it's the same reason why I decided to come back, years after graduating. It really is, for me, it holds a special place in my heart. And even when I first toured, I had a feeling this was where I was going to be.
Yeah, a lot of the coaches mentioned the community factor in their decision of coming here.
Yeah, no, and it's true. I've met most of my lifelong friends and, just amazing people in the town, in the campus. And it's great that I continue to be able to do that now.
And with esports, do you guys get a decent amount? Are there ways to go there live, or is it? I mean, I figure probably streamed as well.
Yeah. So we inside of our esports facility that just opened a year and a half ago. Not only do we have 16, brand new gaming PCs, we have a dedicated broadcast station inside of the facility as well. And so I have a student who leads my broadcasts every single game. So we play roughly 80 to 90 regular and postseason games a school year. We stream every single one of them on our Twitch channel, which is Keene State Esports, and it's also simulcast on this on Keene State Owl's YouTube channel as well. So it's pretty easy to find us where all the other athletic events are, and we do everything in-house. And from the voices you're hearing on the stream to who's running the broadcast, it's all student-driven, and they do it all themselves, and they do a really great job.
That's very impressive, and especially when you were recently a student here. What do you see out of the students that are stepping up? It might be different from when you were here originally.
Yeah, they're ready to take on some additional opportunities, I would say. I find myself not having to teach these students too much. When I came into this position and knowing that I was going to have to, help manage broadcasts and so forth, a lot of them are just really good self-starters and kind of came equipped with the knowledge that was needed to make this happen from the broadcasting side of things, because it's so easy to get into the hobby now of live streaming and content creation. It's so prevalent. It's on everybody's phones. And so, it's very easy for those skill sets to get picked up. And so I was very impressed by that.
Coach Drouin, well, thank you so much for coming on, and appreciate you coming out today, supporting the college, and
Absolutely.
Look forward to see what you do next year.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
See if you get some swings in over there, too.
Yeah, will do. Thanks.
I remember writing in the second grade that I wanted to be a teacher, and I always knew that I was going to be a teacher. I started school a year early, and it created challenges for me because I wasn't able to pick up material as fast as the other students. Outside of school, my Jaju would quiz me on my math facts and read with me. It showed me that even though I had challenges in school, there were still people who wanted to help me. In high school, I knew I had to work harder than everyone else to get the same results, but I had teachers that would help me in subject areas outside of their own because they could relate to how I felt. The way these interactions with my Jaju and my teachers made me feel while I was learning is the inspiration for how I'd like my students to feel. I'm able to build relationships and be vulnerable with my students when they're struggling because I've been in their shoes and I know exactly how they feel. Being able to relate to them from my own experience has become a massive asset in becoming a teacher.
We're here now with women's soccer coach Sarah Testo. Sarah, thank you for coming on. Thank you for being out here today. Beautiful weather for some golf, although I understand not swinging the clubs today.
No time.
Not even over at putting station over there?
No, just been chatting it up.
Chatting it up.
Connections. That's all.
Yeah,
that's all
for
you need.
sure.
Exactly. So for you guys last year, not the greatest season.
Nope.
I know you would say the same probably, but did win 7 games overall, 7-10-3. What are you looking forward to as we near the fall?
So very excited I got 10 freshmen coming in. Very excited about them joining the team. We had a really good spring. Just kind of change our mindset on just having a winning mindset and just kind of reset everything. So happy about how we finished our spring. Really excited to see how our 10 freshmen, join the team, and looking forward to bouncing back from a disappointing 24 season for sure.
What were you looking for? You said you're excited about this freshman class. What were you looking for in particular out of this new group?
Winning mindset for sure is the first thing. Girls that want to come in and just want to get better every day. Those are the things you look for in incoming freshmen. And positionally, we were looking, just about everything. I got a couple goalies coming in, got a couple forwards coming in. We're really excited about this group. I think they have a lot of potential. But I think the biggest thing is hungry to win and hungry to just work and get better was the biggest thing that we wanted to add to the returners.
You guys finished last year 1-5-2 in the conference. Kind of how did you go about addressing the team after that and trying to get them ready, obviously, for this year, trying to improve that?
I think, we talked about like at the end of the season, you see, how this feels right now. You don't want to feel this again, and use it as fuel. Use it as fuel to get better, to change the way we do things a little bit. And I also think too, it was just unfortunately we had some injuries. I didn't have the same back line in any game. Hopefully a little bit of luck on our side too. But just change the way we do things and just try to do everything a little bit better and don't settle for what we went through in the 24 season and want more, expect more, want more. And so I think we've just kind of changed our mindset, and they don't want to lose.
I know you're probably done with looking in the rearview mirror and really looking ahead, but dealing with injuries like you did, how do you combat that and go into the next year?
I think, first of all, is one of the things that we addressed when I had a Zoom with the whole team like a couple weeks ago, and is just coming in healthy, and taking care of your body is, that's the biggest thing that we've talked about. I'm the strength coach here. I have the tools and the knowledge to give on to them, but that doesn't mean they're going to do them, right? But,
exactly.
And if you're having something that's small that's taking place, don't just, let it go, address it sooner than later. But just trying to get them to think about, taking care of their bodies better too, and making sure they're coming into preseason fit and not, using preseason to get fit. We say that all the time.
Yep.
But I think, just taking care of their bodies a little bit better and just being a little bit more mindful about that, and that should help too.
What are you, I guess, looking forward to the most about this new upcoming season? Obviously, a chance for a fresh start, and you said you have a lot of freshmen as well coming in. What's kind of on your mind the most, I'd say, or what are you most looking forward to?
Yeah, I think with the returning group and the new girls, I think just seeing how they blend together, seeing how, they play together and how they gel with the team, I think that even without adding our freshmen, I think we're going to be in a better place just because our returners have learned so much from going through that season. And then you add our freshmen, I just think it really can't get any worse. We can only get better. So, that's, but we don't want to think that way. I don't want them to think we can't get any worse. We want to win.
Mm-hmm.
We want to win. We're not settling, and having that positive and winning mindset. I know I've said that a bunch of times, but I think that's really, really important. Going into every game, knowing that you have the chance to win this game and not think, we're going to lose today. You can't have that mindset. So we've talked a lot about that and just being confident and knowing knowing that you can, if you do the things and you can win any game. So I think that's one of the things that we've talked a lot about. But I think this freshman group coming in is really going to add to the depth of the team and fill some pieces that we lost as well to graduation. But I'm just really excited to see what they can do.
I know we talked earlier about how you had that strength and conditioning coach in you as well as being the on-field coach. Talk about the difference between being in the weight room and coaching and then being on the field and coaching.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I've been doing both for a really long time now, but I think what's helped me is that the importance of both, seeing both sides. A lot of people don't have that opportunity to see both sides, and I think it is different, when you're on the field, and I do understand sometimes where as a coach, like, oh, we can't do that today, in terms of like getting in the weight room,
Yep.
like we gotta watch film or we need to practice a little longer. I see that side of things, but I also have to tell myself, okay, Sarah, this is really important for them to be in the weight room, to recover, to, make it to the next game, to be in a better position for the next game, because they don't understand that being in the weight room helps them recover. So we talk a lot
100%.
about that. So I think just kind of blend the two parts and being able to understand both areas has helped me as a coach for both things. Is like I see the side when I'm with my strength coach hat on, how the sports specific coaches feel, and I understand that. So I think that it's just made me better for both things.
Got it.
You guys will open at least the preseason on August 20th, so just a little over a couple of months away. Obviously, the preseason can be a time to kind of make some final adjustments, but how important is it to have a good preseason and going into the regular season?
It's really important, I think, and the part of that is for the girls coming in shape. The more they come in shape, the less time we have to spend on conditioning, and we can really just get into the tactical aspect of the game and, figure out, personnel and what's going to work. So, that's the biggest thing is they come in shape so we can spend that time, just working on, we have 2 scrimmages. We're playing UNE, we're going to Biddeford, and then Bridgewater's coming here. And those are 2 very good teams, very good scrimmages before we start our season. UNE had a great season. Bridgewater won their conference, won the MASCAC. So I'm excited for them to just have really good competition in the preseason before we kick off our season against Riviere.
All right, well, thank you so much, Coach Testo, for coming on. Appreciate it, and have fun out there the rest of the day. Enjoy, hopefully, some more sunshine.
Definitely.
Starting to peek
Thanks,
through
guys.
a little bit. Thank you.
We know you will find your community along Appian Way here at Keene State College. Over a campfire on the Student Center lawn. In some friendly games and competition. Or in a club you connect to at the Student Involvement Fair. Maybe you will find your people on the courts, in a cheering section in the stands, at the rink on the ice, skating as an owl, or chilling in the yoga studio. Your connections may take place on the quad, listening to music, hanging out with friends, participating in a Keene State tradition like Pumpkin Palooza, or working on a group project, studying with classmates. Maybe your talents will bring you together with your community on one of our stages, in the main theater, or the recital hall at the Red Fern Arts Center. For us, community is all about the people you meet and the connections you make. At Keene State, our community is really about you.
You're now with Coach Keith Boucher of women's basketball. Thank you so much for being here, Coach.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
No.
How many years have we been doing this?
Well, this is the second year of the
Oh, no, for
broadcast.
this. How many
Yeah.
years have we been doing this golf tournament?
34. 34th year of Chartwells.
Every one of them.
Yeah.
I've been doing the putting contest.
Why aren't you swinging clubs?
I could say my spiel in my sleep. Okay, you get 2 putts. You know, if you put one in, the second one's the important one. Marty had a great thing this year, though. He's got the swag bag, so you got one shot. If you put one in, you get another shot. If you put one in, you get to pick a swag bag to take home.
Did you get the swag bag?
We all, every sport had to pitch one in, and so that's the added attraction of the putting contest this year. So who knows next year what we're going to do.
How did you do out there?
The last time I was on a golf course, I got kicked off. So, I was the Happy Gilmore of my hometown. Let's put it that way.
All right. And, what'd you get kicked off for?
Threw a club, went over a bank, and I heard a loud scream, and of course my buddies drove off. And an old gentleman, he had to be 80 if he was that young. He came up over the bank with a club in his hand. And he goes, "Are you the young whippersnapper that threw this club?" I go, "And nobody else around. What could I do?" "Yes, sir. I'm sorry. You almost killed." There's a scream right there. "You almost killed my wife." I go, "Oh, I'm so sorry. My emotions got the best of me." And he goes, "Well, I'll get the best of you." He chucked it, but he didn't throw it intentionally at me. But yeah, then I got kicked off the course. He told me not to come back. I was on the 8th hole, on a 9-hole course.
Oh, so
I said, "So, all right, I'm just going to finish up." "No, you're gone. Right now, you're gone." And I said, "I just want to know you're gone." I go, "Okay, maybe I'll see you tomorrow." "No, you're gone for the season." I go, "What?" The guy was a trustee, and he gives a lot of money to the course. First of all, stupid to throw the club. But second of all, you know, just my luck. It's a trustee. And he's got his wife with him. And, that was the last time. Probably a good thing, because I lost 2 clubs in a tree previous to that.
How are they ended up in the trees?
Same deal. I threw them. It wasn't a squirrel that came along and stole it.
There's guys that slam their clubs on the ground. You're more of a thrower, huh?
I broke one. Threw another one. It was on the side of the road, and at the Dartmouth golf course, the 18-hole. It runs along the road. So I got a little upset and I threw it. Thank God I didn't hit a car. But a car ran it over. So I had like 4 clubs that in my golfing career ended up being no good. Thank God it was my dad's old set.
Okay.
So
yeah, they weren't brand new.
No, it was not like I spent a lot of money golfing. Yeah, I couldn't. You know, I played baseball my whole life, so I couldn't. The ball doesn't move. It just sits there. And that was the most frustrated thing. The ball doesn't move. So why can't I get it to go where I want it to go? And because my buddies played a lot. If I played once a week, that was a lot. And it used to frustrate me because the guys I were playing with weren't great athletes, but they were great golfers. And they used to ride me incessantly about my golf game. So I gave it up.
And now you're here at the golf course.
You're at the putting green, yeah.
There's the putting green. That's my job. Yeah. Wouldn't want to kill anybody out on this course. Probably lose my job.
So you guys obviously had a pretty decent year. Finished 500 in the LEC. Ended up making the playoffs, obviously, at the end of the year. And you lost there to UMass Dartmouth, but you guys did upset them in the regular season. How was that?
I thought, the goal is to get better as the season goes along, and I thought that happened. We had a bunch of young players, but for the last 4 or 5 years, it seems like we've been ice skating uphill. Never tried it, but I don't think it would be very much fun. And in that regard, I mean, we've had so many injuries and people that haven't been able to play. So I thought the group that we had did a great job of coming together and bonding. And yeah, they were by far the best team in our conference. And actually, we played them better than anybody in our conference the 3 times that we played them. And we did. We upset them at home. Kids couldn't have played better. I was proud of them. They really, really, against, like I said, best team that, well, as an example, they beat Smith, and Smith lost in the national, UMass Dartmouth beat Smith, and they lost in the national championship game. So, yeah, we had to play our best game, and they had to, play a little off theirs, and they did. But kudos to the kids; they played really well. So now we've lost three seniors, two of which didn't get to play much this year, unfortunately. And then Kenzie Durnford and Ariana Murray. But Sam Lee gave us a great year. And in that game, you referenced the UMass Dartmouth game. She was tremendous. She held their big kid, the 24-year-old forward for them. She held her to, I think, like 8 points, and she'd been scoring 20-some odd points. So that was a great win for us, and plus it was at home, so it was that much more. And we had played terribly the week before in a game at home against Eastern, and that's who we beat in the quarterfinals at Eastern. So that was another big win for us as well. So that was great.
Now, going into your coaching career, I mean, you going even further back, you said you went to Catholic school. How did that mold you, think, as a coach now in the future?
Well, I knew how to take punishment.
It felt like that would be one of them.
Yeah, I seriously, I thought the one thing, well, many things, but one of the most important things I got out of the Catholic school was discipline. You understood what discipline was if you didn't have it. And it was great. I went to a small Catholic school, and we were always competing against schools that were bigger than us, and I think that helped me. And when I first started playing football, when I was in the 6th grade, tackle football, I can still remember. You guys will never see it, but I was watching tape. I think that's where I started my coaching career. I was watching tape with our head coach in a small room, and he smoked Camel no filter. So I was getting nicotine high at the same time I was trying to watch the tape. And it was a black and white thing, and it's reel to reel.
Yeah.
And I'm watching tape, and I got an appreciation for what it means to be prepared to play at an early age. So I think that grew on me as I got older, and I knew I wanted to coach, and that was a lesson that was well learned for me. And the irony of that, God rest his soul, our head coach graduated from Dartmouth. I grew up in Lebanon, New Hampshire, which was right next door to Dartmouth. And Hanover was the have-nots, the haves, and Lebanon were the have-nots. So, but anyway, he graduated from Dartmouth, and he was Jewish, and he was coaching Catholic kids. And he gave me such a great education. I mean, I didn't know Jewish from Catholic, from Hindu, from Buddhist. I just grew up knowing that he was an incredible human being and gave us so much because he coached us in every sport. We wouldn't have had athletics if it wasn't for him. So he gave me an appreciation for athletics and the fact that you need to give back. And I think all coaches do that, no matter who they are. But yeah.
Well, speaking of Dartmouth, you guys actually opened last season with not a scrimmage. That was your first game, was at Dartmouth.
Yeah.
How was that experience, obviously playing a D1 team?
Yeah, it was great. We've played them the last 2 years. I don't think we're going to be able to this year. We can't work it out in the schedule. And it's just trying to give your student athletes a different experience. I think that's the other thing you try to do. We try to go on a long trip every other year, and we're actually going to one in Florida this coming year during this winter break. But for them to be, you don't get treated like that every time, man. There's a clock in the locker room that tells you how much time you got left, before the second half starts. You don't need somebody knocking on the door. You check, one of my assistants checks the clock, their clock, or they time it when we go down so we know how much time we have in the locker room. The locker room, literally, you step out onto the court off the locker room. These are small things that mean a lot. You're greeted when you get there. They've got food for you and drinks after the game. The only thing that was difficult for all of us, their timeouts, their media timeouts are 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah.
So I could order out a pizza in the time it took us. Like, they sat down and they're ready to go, and I'm going, hold on. We still got time. So there are some times when our media timeouts are 75 seconds long. So think about 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah.
But they treat us really well. I think the players got it. And you know what else? They understand that sometimes, there are other people out there that are better than you. And this is what we need to do to get better. And so they listen a little bit better when that happens. But it was a tremendous experience. I'd love to do it again. We did it once before against UMass Lowell 1 year, and I'd love to do it again. Great experience for them and for the coaches as well.
And what do you look for the most out of young players that are looking to get college experience and move on to the next level?
Good question. I think the most important thing for me is, are they competitors? Game, all right? And when you play, the good players play the game. Great players compete in every game. And so you're looking for a competitive spirit. You're working for a work ethic. You're looking at a work ethic. Just had a student, I had to leave earlier today and then come back, had a recruit from California on campus. She's a 26 grad. And she's got a great motor. You got to have a great motor. I mean, you can't turn it on and turn it off. When you step across the lines, you got to compete. And that's in practice too. You know, the really great teams, every time they step across the line, they're going to compete for the whole practice. They don't look at the clock on the wall. All right? Whether it's a drill or whether we're competing and scrimmaging. They're just going as hard as they can for as long as they can. That obviously, I think there's three non-negotiables as far as, I don't care if it's athletics or life, attitude. If you don't have a great attitude, all right, you can't play at Keene State. You can't. All right, and sometimes we all, from time to time, our attitude isn't what it should be. But overall, you got to have a great attitude. My dad was in the Navy, and he used to tell me all the time, he'd go, you know what, misery is just as contagious as enthusiasm. So don't be a miserable person.
100%.
Yeah. Or you're going to be out of this house, basically. That's
yeah.
The second thing is a work ethic.
Yeah.
We all have one. Do we choose to use it? And do we use it when we feel like it? Or do we use it every day to the best of our ability? And the third thing, I think, is commitment. I mean, there's a casual commitment. You know, we got practice tomorrow, but guys on the floor are going out for pizza that night. And we got 6 o'clock practice on Saturday morning. And going out for pizza, see a movie, and we say to them, hey, look, might catch you for pizza, but I don't know about the movie because I got to get my studying done and I got an early practice. All right, that's a casual commitment. Then there's the expected commitment. All right, you work a 9-to-5 job. All right, you work 9 to 5. But what if you don't get your work done? What if there's a big report due the next day? Guess what? You got to get it done. And the most important commitment is the unconditional commitment that you make to yourself, to your family, to a program, all right, to your education, to be the best. It sounds like a cliche, but it's not. To be the best that you can be every day. Unconditional commitment. Your parents give it to you.
Yeah.
They don't always like you. Dad didn't like me a lot of times.
Nah.
All right. But my dad used to say, I don't like you today, but I'll love you every day. All right. And if you're committed to an unconditional commitment in everything that you do, you got a great attitude, you got a great work ethic, I don't care. You can play somewhere, all right, and you're going to be successful when you graduate. And that's the goal. That's the goal for me. The most rewarding day for me is when they walk across the podium and they get their degree, because that's what they're there for. And the other stuff is just icing on the cake, as far as I'm concerned.
Big time.
Yeah. So I hope I answered your question as far as, what you look for. Yeah.
I mean, you obviously had you have some really good players on your team. Kylie Bundy, as a freshman this past year, was, I think, a big piece to add on. And obviously, Bryn had another terrific season, Bryn Radiola. What are you looking forward to, maybe out of Kylie, especially going into sophomore year, kind of taking that step, and then Bryn going into junior year?
Yeah, I think the biggest jump you make is between your, some people say between your freshman and sophomore year. I think it's between your sophomore and junior year, because you got 2 years left and the reality of graduation coming is upon you, even though you got 2 years left. And Bryn's a gym rat. She's in the gym all the time, which is what you want. And she's got to get stronger. She knows that. There are certain things that she needs to work on in her game. And we have individual conferences with our players, so we talk about that. Kylie, the same way. We had a lot of really good performances this year. As far as the young people, I mean, Ruby DeSaro, who was here today, she talked about a motor. The only problem is you got to slow her down a little bit. She goes 95 in a 40-mile-an-hour zone. I mean, she can go from one end to the other as quicker than anybody that we play. So we're looking forward to all our players improving, and then we've got a large freshman class coming in. So we're hoping that they will catch on and they'll have play with the same focus and intensity that everybody else plays with. So, yeah. Every year's a new year. You never know what's going to happen. It's a new dynamic. You got players that are on the team for the first time. You're a freshman now, so you're not the top dog anymore.
No.
And how quickly do you adjust to maybe, I played all 32 minutes last year in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got other people that want to play all 40 minutes. That's not going to happen, but we're going to play helter-skelter next year. We're going to play 94 feet all the time and press people because we're going to be small. So we're going to play more people. But, yeah, I think that'll be fun. It'll look kamikaze sometimes, but hopefully it works out.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough transition from a high school athlete to a college athlete, like you just mentioned. You are the top dog, especially any type of college you're going to play sports. You're the top dog back in high school.
Exactly.
You were the best. You were the man. You were them. And then you go and play college ball. It's a completely different animal.
Exactly. Yeah. And some people make that adjustment and some don't.
Yeah.
I'm totally honest with you. They can't handle the fact that, I was a point guard in college. Well, you have to, recruiting at our level, you have to look at the ability of that player and where they would best fit on your team.
Right.
Okay, so we've had people that were point guards that end up being 2 guards or 3 guards. They shoot it pretty well. And we've had people that played a guard and ended up playing forward for us because they were tough enough to do it, and we needed a person at that position. So the player that's more flexible, all right, is a player that will help you in the long run more. All right, if you can play multiple positions, then you're gonna. And the thing about basketball is, you can play who you can guard. All right, if you've got a player, I had a great player, Steph Denolfo, who graduated in 2017, and on an NCAA team. She was best defensive player. It was incredible how good she was defensively. She got points on defense. She would shut down the other team's best defender. So, a lot of ways to score points in the game. It's not just by scoring a point. It's by giving an assist, getting a rebound that gets somebody an extra shot. But, yeah, I think what you got to do in college is you got to encourage players to start. Doc Rivers had this. He said when the Celtics won in 2008, the reason they were so good is because every player starred in their role. And you gotta, some people it's tough to do, to accept your role because they want more. Well, if you show more, you'll probably get more, but everybody has a role on the team. Are they willing to accept it and be the best they can be at it? And that's more important than anything else. Just like a coach, we all have roles. You just gotta make sure that you're up to it every day.
Right.
You gotta bring it every day. If you don't, the players will see that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Coach, for coming on.
No problem. Great seeing you guys.
Yeah, great seeing
you.
you.
What are you guys doing all summer?
Keene SwampBats.
Nice.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And he's doing broadcast. I'm camera. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you got to put up with Ryan too.
Yeah.
And we'll see you around, right? You got to go to a game.
Yeah. I try to get over there once in a while. And the AD at Castleton, who used to be the women's basketball coach, he's an official. And Ryan tells me after the fact, he goes, "Oh yeah, Tim was umpiring last night." I go, "Well, that doesn't do me any good. He was umpiring last night. I want to go over there and heckle him." So if I'm at the game and they go, "Hey, Blue," especially he's behind the plate, "Hey, Blue, I mean, you got a shoebox for a strike zone there. You got to open it up a little bit. We're going to be here till 2 o'clock in the morning." So yeah, I'd love to go when he's up and whether it's on the bases or on the plate. I'd love to go.
We'll see you then.
All right.
Yeah.
Good seeing you guys.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
Here now, men's ice hockey coach Bobby Rodriguez. Bobby,
hey,
great to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
So obviously you guys capped off a really good first season as a program, or first season in a while as a program.
Yep.
Won, what was it, 5 in a row to close out?
We finished 6 straight, yeah.
6 straight,
Yep.
yeah. And you had that big come from behind win against St. A's,
Yes.
St. Anselm, the D2 team. What were some of the other highlights, though, from the year?
Yeah, honestly, just getting it going. Like the group of guys we brought in, we thought were outstanding. They did really well in the classroom, really well in fundraising, really well in community service, and we had a really great, exciting, fun season on the ice. I think just getting it started, seeing the support from the institution and from the campus community was awesome. I think the St. A's game certainly was a big one. The coach at St. A's is one of my best friends. We were together down in Naples and Nashville a couple of weeks ago, and he's still torn up over that game. So that's great for us. I would say honestly, the last weekend of the first semester was pretty big. We had a nice overtime win against St. Mike's, and then we went down to Fitchburg State and shut them out on a Sunday afternoon. Fitchburg, of course, won the MASCAC, so that was great for the boys. We lost at Buffalo State in January, but that outdoor game was really special. Several of our guys had never played outdoor hockey before, so that was really exciting and fun and a great experience. So that was good for us. And we had a stretch in January where we played 3 power teams. Really, we played Amherst College, Plattsburgh State, and Curry, exactly. And of course, Curry ended up being the #1 team in the country. So that was really an important, test for the guys. And, we didn't win any of those 3 games, but we played well, I think, in 2 of them, certainly not the Curry game, but in the other 2 we played really well. So all good building blocks for the boys.
And, Coach, when you go into tough games like that and the result of the game is not exactly how you want it, how do you go about it in the locker room after, and how do you also prepare for those games?
Yeah, so, particularly with a young program, like we had 21 freshmen, so with a young program, it's just you got to manage, the highs and the lows, right? You can't let the highs get too high. You can't let the lows get too low. We try to be you want to be aspirational in your goal setting, but you also have to be somewhat realistic in your goal setting. So, if every night you get off the ice with a first-year program and you're devastated because you lost the game, then, maybe you aren't totally realistic about things. So for us, we just kind of talk about, what are our targets. We try to set targets each game for shots on goal and for shots against, for, chances against, penalty counts. Penalties were a real problem for us at the start of the season. The guys got better at that as the season went on, and just as it turns out, so do the results, right? So that bears out, over time. We try to use a lot of data analytics and a lot of stats and a lot of film sessions for guys just to kind of tweak and improve their game. From practice to practice to game to practice to practice to game again, and kind of work on little steps for guys. And we had some guys who took some real good steps forward for us as a young squad.
Yeah, and you said you had a lot of new guys and a few new from Franklin Pierce guys, right?
Yeah, we had a couple transfers come up from Pierce. We had a transfer from Fitchburg. We had several guys from the club team came up with us, and we had 20 true freshmen coming in. So, it was a young squad, and it was important for them to get their feet wet, get back into, people forget, I think, that so many NCAA hockey players are 21 years old when they start.
Yeah, it's a weird concept how they do that.
It's crazy that we were one of the oldest teams on campus. With freshmen all 21 years old.
Exactly.
We were still the youngest team in the country, and we will be, believe it or not, this year we'll be nearly the youngest team in the country still.
It's crazy how it is.
Yeah. So that's the thing, is just managing expectations and just kind of try to. We always say were you better the next day than you were the day before that? When you play a team a second time, and you can't always control the score, but are we better at the things we focused on? And our guys, we thought, did really well with a lot of those adjustments.
Do you think it plays to your advantage of having older but younger players? To say, these guys are starting off their college experience at 21 years old playing college.
Yeah, for sure. I think we see it in the classroom, right? Like our guys led. We had the top GPA of any men's team on campus. I think this semester was a 3.58 or a 3.56 this semester. So that's a great GPA, and like, don't get me wrong, we got some smart guys.
Yeah.
But also, I think every coach would be envious of having 21-year-old freshmen, right?
Yeah.
Like they've hopefully made most of their mistakes already before they get to us. They've lived and learned a lot, and hopefully that translates for them.
That's a good GPA for college hockey guys too.
Absolutely.
If you know college hockey guys, you know.
Yeah.
They're characters.
Oh
I
no,
love
exactly.
them.
Yeah. No. We were really pleased with them for sure.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, obviously you guys closing out the year with the 6 straight wins, but also you guys were really good at Keene Ice, 7-3 on the year, 10 games. And obviously you were the club coach before that, but what was kind of the big difference between playing at Keene Ice, as a club team and then as an actual D3 program?
Yeah, honestly, the community support was terrific. I think, in the club league, people know when they're coming to Keene because the crowd here is better than everywhere else. And we expected that would be the same crowd we got for the varsity team, which it was. But we also expected that would be the same crowd everywhere we went. It wasn't. Plattsburgh was an absolute zoo. It was amazing and it was fun. But a lot of the other rinks we went to it wasn't the experience we expected. So I think I think college hockey guys love to play in front of a crowd. And so I think part of why we were probably better at home than on the road is that we were such a young team. So it's, when it's easier to be at home than it is to be on the road, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that helps, but also kids love playing in front of a crowd. And our guys got used to it. They enjoyed it. They fed off their crowd. And I think other teams might have been a little bit surprised to see the crowd here. So yeah, it was good for us.
Yeah, there were always, all season long, there were great turnouts, especially those Friday night, Saturday night games.
Yeah.
The whole town would come out. It was obviously great.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that this year. In the conference, we'll be building some rivalries with schools that the college athletic department already has a lot of rivalries with. But also we have a way more consistent schedule. A lot of Fridays, Saturdays. This season we had a lot of Tuesdays, a lot of Thursdays. Some of them were later than we'd like. You were calling those games late at night.
Yeah, 9 p.m. opening night. I think. Yeah,
exactly. So the schedule this year we're hoping to release in the next probably week and a half. We're just getting some more ice times from our opponents, but the schedule this year I think is really attractive, and I think it's gonna create more opportunity for the campus community to get in to see games, and particularly the local community, youth hockey kids and things like that love, the families love coming to the games, and we think that this schedule will lend itself to that more.
And Coach, do you think it plays to your advantage having a newer type and a nice arena to play hockey in for these players?
Yeah, for sure. It's it's funny because even we see some visiting teams walk in the doors and like the doors slide open, they walk in and they look and go, oh, this is sick. And for us, it's great. It's a modest community ice arena. It's just so well kept. When I was there working at the arena for years, my staff took so much pride in the ice quality and in the quality of the building. And I've been thrilled, and our guys really appreciate that the management that's currently in place at the building does the same. It's a beautiful, clean, fully operational building. It is newer than most of the rinks we go to, but they try to do things right. For us, the locker room facilities, the support we've had from the institution to build the facilities that the men's and women's team have are just top notch, and it makes athletes feel good. I think nearly every recruit that we had come in to visit this year walked into the facilities we were building, and they're not even totally complete yet. We're still putting finishing touches on, but they'd walk in and look at them and go, yeah, this is the nicest I've been to so far. So, for us, that makes a difference. Absolutely.
That's nice.
You guys obviously, as a first-year program last year, were independent, but now this fall you'll be shifting to the LEC. But do you think playing kind of a tougher schedule really helps you guys? Things are going to be obviously hard again this year.
Yeah, no, for sure. Last year, every single game was an off-conference game for every other team we played, right? Non-conference games, people can say what they want, but it's different, And for us, we're looking forward to it. It'll be a better test for our guys. They'll have to work harder. They're going to get bounced around a little bit at the start, and we're hoping to learn quickly. But we're looking forward to the rivalries. I know from a recruiting standpoint, the conference we have makes a big difference. I think the kids we talk with about coming here to play for us are really excited about this conference.
And I'm really looking forward particularly to those Plymouth State games, because obviously it's a big rivalry, and in other sports, Keene has pretty much dominated. But I know Plymouth's very good in hockey, so that'll be
Plymouth's
be
a wagon for sure. I think it'll take us a little bit of time to get there, but we're going to take runs at them right away. That's our plan, is to be as solid as we can with them.
Yeah,
for sure.
Definitely.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Coach Rodriguez, for coming on.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
Always a pleasure to have you on and interview, and look forward to this coming season.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank
you.
you. Yep.
No problem.
We're here now with Associate Athletic Director Abe Oshiak. How are you, Abe?
I'm well, Ryan. How are you?
Good.
Thank you for having me today, guys.
Did you get out and go and golf today? Or?
I didn't go out and golf today. It's always hard for me to get here because I have to drop my son at school. And we always start at 8 a.m. and he can't even get into his school till 8:10, and then I got to drive all the way over here. I don't live in Keene, so I usually just kind of hang around, socialize, help with whatever needs to be helped at the golf tournament.
Nice.
Obviously had a great year for Keene State sports. 5 LEC championships.
Yep.
Yeah, just I guess talk about that a little bit. It was a great year.
Yeah, it's really been one of the most successful years, all around from a department-wide standpoint. Since I started working here 12 years ago, it's just been. And what was cool about it to me is it was kind of like it was throughout the year. We had success in the fall with the cross countries and Jake Velasquez, and then being at the field hockey championship and watching them hold on to win that game, and then going into winter season with the launch of the ice hockeys, but also the success of the men's basketball, and then capping the year with what baseball was able to do. And I think probably nobody would be too surprised or everybody would be a lot surprised in the middle of the year, at 8-13 to see the baseball team finish 17-2 to end the year, and we got the experience of hosting the conference tournament, and be very thankful to our friends at Franklin Pierce for helping us out with their facilities. So yeah, it was just a great year from soup to nuts.
Now, is there any added pressure to your job when you have such success like your sports do over at Keene State?
Yeah, I don't know about added pressure, to my job. It certainly it throws different things at you that you're not ready for. Like the baseball tournament is a perfect example. We hadn't been strong in baseball for a really long time, but even when we were strong in baseball in like the late 2000s, early 2010s, we've only ever hosted that tournament one time, and it was 17 years ago. So literally nobody in the department was working there back in 2008. Some of us had just, were only like 2 years removed from graduating college. And so it was something you can, it's so unpredictable that you don't always know what flags are going to be thrown up or what obstacles are going to be there. And obviously, like, weather could be one of them, but, seating, a foul ball going astray, a game running too long, and you got to find a place for a team to stretch. That week was also the conference tournament week, the NCAA week for men's and women's lacrosse. So if we had a team in the NCAA tournament, they would have needed practice time on the turf field, but we're trying to get teams out there just to throw and stretch. So it's all these like logistical things that you've never gone through before, But no, I don't know if it puts any pressure. It's just a different aspect of the job that you get exposed to.
We obviously talked all day to a bunch of different coaches, but how involved are you in kind of the recruiting aspect of Keene State?
Yeah, I think where I fit into recruiting is more around like the transfers and stuff like that, making sure they're eligible. The general rule of thumb is if you're eligible at your previous school, you're going to be eligible right away when you come here. If you weren't, then you have to sit out one semester at Keene State. So I do a lot on the transfer side of things, and then as recruits come in, I help log their visits. I help prepare their entertainment. We give them some money to go kind of like get a pizza or go bowling or do something in the city, that type of thing. We help put kind of that recruiting welcome packet together. So that type of thing.
And when the school year gets underway, talk about your day-to-day activities you have going on.
Sure. Yeah, day-to-day is always different. Like if it's a game day, I know like my afternoon and evening are spent preparing for that. If it's a non-game day, I probably have at least one meeting I have to go to, or I have to meet with a student, or I have to meet with some other member of the campus community to help a student. Kim Bohannon, our FAR, who does a lot of help with student-athlete scheduling and issues with faculty and things like that. She's somebody I meet with pretty frequently. So it's not unfair to say that no day is ever the same. And so that's one of the things I think I like the most about this job is that it's not the same. It's not routine. There's a pattern throughout the year, but day to day, you never know what you're going to run into.
Well, what's interesting is in the history of the LEC, the Commissioner's Cup, there's only been 2 teams that have won it. It's been Keene State and Eastern Connecticut State.
Yep.
And obviously this year we were able to do it for the second straight year. How did that feel?
It was pretty cool. Marty and I just got back last week from the conference athletic director meetings, which were at Plymouth State. And we had to get the Commissioner's Cup out of the shelf so they could take a picture to kind of present us with the trophy. And so we put it out on the table while we were at all of our meetings so everybody could kind of see it. And then we just put it back in the car and drove it right back to Keene. And obviously I hope that's something we get to continue to do in the years to come. But it was pretty cool to get it last year, because we hadn't won it for 6 or 7 years, but last year was the closest finish, by points. We only won by like 3/100ths of a point in the history of the conference. So to get it this year with a bigger margin, only to me that kind of like reinforces the success we've been having, because you can't be so top heavy. Like, we had the cross countries, we had men's basketball and baseball finish first. We also had a lot of like 3rd and 4th place finishes that really like bolstered where we were able to ultimately like get our average points from. So it's pretty cool.
What's the most rewarding or say most satisfying feeling when you're going throughout the school year for you?
Gosh, that's a pretty wide open question. I think the 2 things I like the most, one is when I can work with a student athlete and help them, especially one that's dealing with some eligibility issues, and kind of shepherd them through that process of getting eligible and pointing them in the right direction on the classes they need to take, the grade they need to get that GPA where we want it. And the other thing I really enjoy and take pride in is when our events go well. We've had the opportunity to host a lot of big-time events, NCAA basketball, not this year, but the previous 2 years, a big event like the conference baseball tournament, which to me is like a trial run for hosting NCAA baseball, which I think hopefully is something we can be in the mix for in 2026. When an event goes well and all the pieces come together and there's no complaints and there's no issues with ticketing or security or anything like that, that's kind of when I feel like I've done my job.
Also, this past year was big for both of the hockey programs, ice hockey programs. What was it like, being able to kind of see that all come together too for their first seasons?
Yeah, it's very cool to kind of be there from the beginning. When we were having meetings with President Treadwell in like the spring of, I guess, 2023, and just deciding, is this the direction we want to go in, to making the announcement and hiring the coaches and spending all of 23-24 recruiting. And then I actually before we had hired the coaches, doing some scheduling of the games for the teams and just making sure we had teams to play for our very first night. And so all those different things. And like for me, I'm not as big a hockey fan as some. And so like hockey was kind of like a little bit of a learning experience for me in the sense that like, what do you need from a game management standpoint? What do you need from like a team welcoming standpoint? Like those are all things that just none of the colleges I ever worked at before here, and obviously been here for 12 years prior to this year, we never had ice hockey. Just kind of learning the new aspects of those sports was pretty fun for me as well.
Definitely. And, now when you're looking for coaches with the rest of the staff, what is the biggest quality you're looking to get out of to fit the program?
Yeah, that kind of is. There's no one size fits all answer to that. I think there's a myriad of different factors that go into that. Where is the program right now? What do they need? So, for example, when we hired Dan Roark 3 years ago, we were in a place where our track and field program, where we were repeatedly not having enough kids able to compete. So we needed numbers. We needed him to go out and get kids and start to build a program. The cross-country programs are fine. The track and field programs, we needed people to just be able to participate. That was different than when we hired Steve Enright. Steve Enright came into a situation where we were 3-time defending conference champs. We had a player who would go on to be the National Player of the Year. We were the overwhelming favorite in our conference. That was a situation where we needed an experienced coach. When we hired Justin Blood for baseball 3 or 4 years ago, we had a team that was at rock bottom of the conference. We needed a total infusion of talent. So there's no one size fits all. You really have to look at what is best for the program, who's going to be the best leader for the program, who can develop a vision for the program to make it competitive and take it where it needs to go, ideally as quickly as possible. But yeah, there's a lot of factors that go into that for sure.
Gotcha. And you said when a program like the basketball team was having with a lot of success, an opening comes in, you want an experienced role. What about a program that is struggling? Maybe it's a newer team. Would you get a younger coach with less experience in that situation?
Sure. Again, it all varies, but I'll point to like when we hired Haley Chandler just about a year ago, last summer. Our softball program had been struggling, and I think Haley coming in as a kind of a person who could connect with the athletes a little bit, to be able to bring the level of compete up a little bit. Like you were with me at the Riviera game, Zach
Right.
Franklin Pierce. Those are some games that in past years we might have just hoped for a run rule defeat after 5 innings, just get the other team to the 8-run limit, that type of thing. So that type of factor was a very big fit with that. So that's one example of what you might look for there.
And obviously had some advances in the Owls Media Network. Obviously got sponsored New Hampshire National Guard last year. But next year, or this coming year as well, we're going to be going, I believe, to the pay-per-view format. Flow Sports, yes.
Flow Sports coming in, sure,
Mhm.
yeah. I actually had to, so it's orientation week at Keene State this week, and I've been giving some chats with some parents of student athletes coming in. So that one is always a little touch and go because we are moving behind a paywall. All the games that have been free in the past, people will have to pay a fee, whether it's for a game or the sport or a season. There's a lot of different options, but Flow Sports is a partnership we're really excited about. We're kind of been at the vanguard of streaming within the Little East Conference. When Flow first approached the conference a couple of years ago, they really looked at our broadcast and thought this can be the standard for the Little East Conference, and a lot of credit for that goes to Ryan Hearn and the staff that he's built and the things that he's done with the equipment we have. He's really kind of a whiz with all of that stuff. And even to be able to do stuff like this, this almost college game day like event that we've got going on here has been great. But yeah, Flow Sports is coming in August and September, and that's when we'll move away from the huddle experience that fans have known in the past.
And when you were looking to start your career, look back to the beginning, why'd you pick Keene State College?
As a place to work?
As a place to work.
As a place, I mean, I'd gone to school here.
Yeah, that seems like a lot of...
Yeah, we do hire a lot of alums here. This is, for people that go here and kind of have a close bond, there's a very special connection with the college. Marty, the AD, he's an alum. President Treadwell is an alum. So we do have plenty of alums that work at Keene State. I was hired here 12 years ago as the sports information director. It was a job I always had wondered at the time if it would come open, and it did. I I interviewed. I was very fortunate to be hired by a fellow named John Ratliff, who I owe a lot of my career to for getting me started here. I've been very fortunate and appreciative to all of the different ADs we've had here, John, Christine Kelly, Kamal Atkins, Phil Rassicott, as well as Marty and President Treadwell. And I've been able to experience a lot of personal and professional growth, and it's been a great experience here.
Gotcha.
All right, well, thank you so much, Abe, for coming on. Always appreciate it. And have you gotten food yet?
I did get to eat, and I hope you guys get to eat too. There's mac and cheese, there's ribs, there's barbecue chicken. Got to get a chocolate chip cookie too.
Oh, sounds so good.
It's really good. So thank you guys for having me.
Thank you, yeah. We're here now with Joe from Bulldog Design and also Hurt Skirt here in Keene. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So you guys have obviously with Bulldog have been a big sponsor of Keene State Athletics for a long time. What has that partnership meant to your company? And obviously it's meant a lot to us as well.
Well, being an alumni of Keene State, it's always been a big part of what I do to give back to my school and be a part of the school as much as I can. So I always like being involved, have been since I graduated. So it always feels good to be able to give back in any kind of way and be a part of the community. Our building is right across the street, and we're very close. And we've been doing stuff design-wise and signage and all that stuff for years. So it's a big part of what we do.
So you said you used to go here and everything. Did that have any familiarity with the course? Did it help you out in the past few events we've had the past few years here?
Well, I'm actually from Keene originally and have been a member out here my whole life. So 54 years of playing golf out here.
Yeah.
So I'm very familiar with this golf course.
So you have a good day out there?
Yeah, we did all right.
That's the first time someone said they're actually confident in what they did today.
We did all right. I mean, I don't think we won, but I think we did all right. We held our own.
There you go. That's what matters most sometimes, right?
Well, I played with the golf coach, so
there you go.
If we didn't have a good showing, then that wouldn't look good on the score.
And playing scramble too, I'm sure you might have been playing his ball every now and then.
Every now and then. Yeah.
What inspired you to get into kind of like design? Was that something you always knew you wanted to do, or?
Yeah, it's just something that's always been a part of, I guess, the way I think. I've always been very creative. I was, very small. I used to do a lot of drawing and things like that, and took a lot of art classes in high school. And when I went to college, I was originally thinking about doing architecture, but when I went to Keene State, I got into fine arts, and then it was right around that same time that Keene State started their graphic design program, right at the same time. So I got into graphic design then, and graduated with a degree in graphic design.
Was being an alumni a big inspiration in your company in forming a partnership with Keene?
Not necessarily. I mean, it's just something a natural fit, I guess. So it made sense.
What did inspire the company to have a partnership with Keene State?
Oh, well, like I mentioned earlier, just I'm an alumni. I'm very proud alumni from Keene. and played baseball at the school. Have a ton of friends and very good friends with Marty, and Marty played baseball at the same time I did, and a lot of the coaches. Kenny Howe is my coach, and up until a few years ago, he retired just a few years ago. So he plays with me in this tournament, and has for pretty much as many years as this tournament's been going on. And played with Ryan's dad. Pat was on our original team. So it's just a lot of friendships. I was good friends with John Ratliff when he was the athletic director, and that's where I started doing a lot of the designs for the owl designs and stuff for the athletic program, and we started doing apparel for the athletic program, and it's just kind of built from there into all the other things that we do for the school along with the school.
Right. Yeah. Do you guys help design the Owls logo currently, or?
The one that the current owl, I didn't do the original concept of, but 3 or 4 of them before that I did. And then they did this new one, and what I did do is take what they did, and then all of the that is the logo, but all the ones that have that look like a badge that have the name in it, all those things, that's the stuff that I did to it. Basically, they handed it to me, so make these individual logos for each sport or whatever else, for recreation, all that.
Mm-hmm.
So my hand in it isn't the original owl, but it's kind of all the other renditions of it.
And how does supporting a higher education institution like Keene State align with your company's missions or values?
Well, it's giving back, and our biggest thing for my companies is community support, community outreach, being in touch with our customers and our community. It means a lot to be able to give back. It feels really good to be able to give back, and it's very important in what we do. So I think personally, any business, your number one thing is customer service. If you're number one in customer service, whatever else you do is going to be successful. Think about your customers first, and same with the community. Be a part of the community, try to give back how much you can, and that's the most important thing. Not big into public speaking or being recognized for things. It's not what it's about for me. It's more about being able to help out and be proud of what I do, and have other people be able to I don't know the word, just not be proud of it, but
enjoy it.
Enjoy it. It's great seeing, going around campus and seeing all the stuff I do.
Right.
That's a cool thing. Like all the shirts you guys are wearing, make all the shirts, all the stuff, be able to see all that and know that we're a part of it, just like being a part and helping.
Yeah.
Well, you guys do a great job, and thank you so much for all you do for the school, and thank you, Joe, for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Our here women's volleyball coach, Jake Gerard. Jake, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
I got to do some of your games, at least one that I remember back in the fall. But how was your guys' season overall?
It was great. We went 14-16. We made conference playoffs. Made it to the second round, and then unfortunately lost to UMass, a tough UMass Boston team. But I was really happy with the way things went in my first season. We had one more win than the previous year, so I joke around. I say we're trending in the right direction.
Hey, so did you come out here and did you win anything? Did you play golf at all?
No. Me and Gigi, one of the senior captains, we sat on hole 18 and watched everybody go by. But by the looks of it, and some of these golfers, I probably could have played.
Yeah, no, definitely.
I probably could have played. I've never golfed before, so I just spectated today.
Yeah, you guys, there was a win. Actually, the game that I did, I believe it was against Worcester State, and you guys came all the way back to win that one. But that was kind of an exciting moment. But what were some of the other kind of exciting wins during the year for you?
The wins are tough to remember, to be honest.
It was about a year ago now. But
that's a good thing, though. That's a good thing.
I remember all the, I remember we lost in 5 to a couple different teams this year. But really close games against Gordon, really close games against Wheaton in 5. Beating Riv early in the season in 5. Unfortunately, we went back to their place and lost in 5 to them. So the wins are tough to remember, but those losses, they stick with me.
Oh, yeah.
They drive me a little nuts. And I think every coach is kind of like that,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. When you deal with those losses, and I know they stick with you, but how do you overcome them and transition going into the next game?
Yeah, I think, being my first year, I had a lot to teach the team, a lot to go over, new defensive strategies, new offensive strategies, different expectations. So really, I just kind of kept teaching them what I wanted them to learn, and it was more about growth than winning the games. And we went out there and we competed every single time. And I'm hoping next year we just kind of take those few more steps and turn some of those 5-set losses into 5-set victories. That's it.
What are you excited about the most for the new class that'll be coming in this year?
I'm very excited. I think we got 4 freshmen coming in, and I think they're all capable of making an impact. We got a girl. Her name's Katie Taylor. She's 6'2". She's a middle hitter. We lost Molly Weatherby, so having her come in and compete for playing time in that position will be really great. We have another girl, Ava Harkins, who's a setter, also from Massachusetts. She plays for one of the top club teams, CMass, and she's coming in with us too, and that'll give us 2 setters. That kind of diversifies our offense a little bit. That might make us a little stronger. We also have Libro from New York coming in, and I think she can come in and compete with our bros right away. So I'm really excited about them.
That's great to look forward to. And getting these new players in, what do you look for the most when you're trying to recruit them?
Right now, it's my first recruiting class, first real recruiting class. I really want good culture kids, girls that want to come in, they want to play volleyball, they want to really be a good teammate. They want to come in and they want to work really hard. We had a couple of issues here and there in the past, just kind of the transition in coaching from the old coach to the new coach, different sets of expectations. And I think it took a little bit for the girls that are here to kind of get used to my style. And I think just through time alone and working with them in the fall, and then again in our spring season, it's getting much better. As time goes on, relationships are getting much stronger. So kind of I'm hoping that the freshmen can come in and add to team culture. Really.
Right.
That's what I'm looking forward to the most.
What does the spring season kind of entail? Is it usually like scrimmages against other schools, or?
So our spring season, it runs for about 5 weeks. It's 3 practices a week. We were going Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And so we had about 15 to 20 practices. And then we ended up with end of the spring scrimmage against a handful of teams. This year we invited Bridgewater State, Plymouth State, Gordon College, St. Joe's, Maine came down and played, and Simmons College from Boston. And so everybody came, and it was really competitive. We played 2 sets against every team. We split a lot, so we'd win the first, maybe lose the second, or lose the first, make some adjustments and win the second one. But it was really a great day of volleyball and good competition.
Like you said, it is your first year, so you're coming in and you have an existing class that's already there, and you have the newcomers. Is there a difference between coaching the existing players that were there with the previous coach and then with the newcomers that just all they know is you?
Yeah. So, this year I had freshman Marina Miller come in, Delia Ryan. So they kind of didn't know the other coach. So it was really easy to kind of sell them on my style and my philosophy and what I wanted out of the volleyball team. A couple of the sophomores and juniors, it was a little tough, just because they kind of didn't know where they stood with the other coach, and they didn't know where they stood with me. And I think one of the great things that I had is I had some really good seniors. You know, I had Molly Weatherby, Steph Ola, and Teresa Miller. And they just jumped on board with what I was selling, and they really were able to get out there and be starters as seniors and whatnot. And kind of I was leaning towards maybe starting some younger kids, but they really earned it. So it was great to have them out there.
Said you guys obviously took a little step at least last year, but what are you looking forward to, or what do you hope to accomplish this coming fall?
Yeah, I hope now that I have a year under my belt with the team, I have some recruits of my own coming in. It really kind of last year it felt like I was coaching somebody else's team. I was kind of just filling in, and so I'm hoping that this year coming up, I'm hoping that it feels like my team, and everybody can kind of trust each other a little bit more, and that's what I'm looking forward to. Like it'll feel a little bit more like it's my program, you know.
Right. And about a year and a half ago, when you were looking for this type of role, why did you pick Keene State ultimately?
So before this, I was teaching math, freshman algebra, and it was a little rough. It was a little rough teaching freshman algebra. But I coached at Emerson College as an assistant before. I've coached at UMass Dartmouth as a student assistant. And so I kind of had to take a step back, and, teaching was full time. But then Keene State opened up. Bob ran a great program for 20-something seasons. You guys have always been great in the Little East Conference. So when it became available, I applied, and I was so happy to get it.
All right, well, thank you so much for coming on, Jake. Appreciate it. And if you had a chance to get some food yet, or?
Oh, it's so good. The ribs are delicious.
Oh, I can smell it from here.
You can smell it from here.
I know, I could smell it earlier. I'm like,
right, yeah.
Definitely
really,
ribs.
Really good stuff up there. You're going to have to get up there quick.
Awesome.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Thanks,
yeah,
guys.
very nice meeting you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Later, man. Bye, guys.
Women's ice hockey coach Rob Morgan joins us now. Great to have you on, Rob. How was your day?
Oh, I had an amazing time out in Lacrosse. It was great to see all the all the people, all the great supporters of our athletics program. It's everyone comments on seeing the student athletes out there too. So it was definitely a lot of fun. Long day.
Yeah, and you were speaking a little bit before you went on about your golfing performance. What was it like out there?
Well, the course was. I like the greens out here. I mean, they play very well. Our greens back at our home course are a little bit slower, so it was nice to get a little bit closer to the hole. And the other thing that's great about this tournament too is it's a best ball, right? So you're only going to hit 4 strokes each hole, or 5 or 3 depending on which hole you're on, but you're only hit the ball 4 times. So for someone like me, that's a bit of a duffer. That's good because otherwise I'd be double that.
Yeah, me too. I understand that.
Yeah. So you're from mentioned Medicine Hat, Alberta originally. You've obviously coached hockey for a long time. Was it kind of a culture shock or culture shift coming here to coach women's hockey last year, or was it a lot of the same?
No, it's a lot of the same because I've been coaching women's hockey since basically 2000, and the biggest challenge always when you go to start up a new program is really getting to appreciate and fully understand the history and the traditions and the culture of the community that you're basically, being welcomed into. And then once you get to, learn those and understand them and really, appreciate them, it makes that whole process and the journey that much more rewarding and successful.
And going into being from Canada, what made you come back here and coach for Keene State?
Well, I mean, again, like my family and I, we've been stateside for a long time. Like we moved stateside in 2002, and so I essentially spent 1 year in upstate New York, and then it was 6 years at Dartmouth, and then so we knew that this is the area that was our home. These were the foundational years for where our kids were raised in the Upper Valley. My son graduated from Lib High, played all sports there. So my wife and I always knew that the Upper Valley, New England, New Hampshire specifically, where we live in our community, that's our home. That's where our closest friends are. So at some point, we want to eventually come back throughout my coaching career, right? So I just got pretty lucky because, for someone that's on back 9 of his career,
nice,
so to speak, it's a great place to work and coach, and it's a place that I believe that we can have a lot of success.
Nice.
And going through kind of back to last season, you guys played pretty well at home. You had a lot of home games, kind of especially earlier on in the season, more so than the men's team. But you guys finished with similar records as far as being at home. You guys were 8-4. What was it like being able to play at Keene Ice? And did you find that you guys had, kind of a home ice advantage?
Yeah, I definitely home ice advantage because it's comfortable. It's your center of pride. It's the community that they're playing for. They're not just playing for Keene State, but playing for the the community itself and the surrounding community as well. So and the other thing about Keene Ice is the ice is probably it's got to be the best ice in the Northeast. Who knows? It could be the best ice in all of the U.S. for all I know. But out of all the rinks that we played at, there's not a rink out there that plays as fast as our rink. And so that's something that we like as a team because we like to play fast. And, once we, got into sort of, I would say, the second quarter of the season, you could really start to see the team, gelling and learning how we wanted to play. But most importantly, identifying that, what our culture is going to be, our standards, how we wanted to have our opponents talk about us after the game. And so, it gave them something every day to work towards, and I was really incredibly proud of them, especially when we got through the year. I do think that they really felt, and I felt this too, that if we could steal some games from the right opponents and run the table in the second half, that we could sneak in as an at-large. Like, I know it sounds like crazy, right? But you got to get them to believe that that's ultimately what we're trying to do, and they believe that. And then when numerically it was impossible for us, because that's, teams like to play for championships. We're playing an independent schedule. You're not playing for championship. But when numerically the numbers were, they were even checking the numbers, and we lost a couple of games that, we needed to win. You could see it was now just playing out the year and just focusing more and making sure that everyone had that opportunity to, play in the game.
And what do you think plays more to your advantage? Are things like the community or the how nice the arena is in home ice advantage?
I think it's more the atmosphere inside the rink, because we have a nice rink, but there are other rinks out there, right?
Yeah.
And so, but on our schedule, there's not one arena that we played in that had a better atmosphere. Okay. And the other thing that we excel at, and I can speak from years of a lot of experience, our sports media, our broadcasting team are top notch. Like what they put together and what they do to help showcase who we are and the work that the student athletes are putting in is second to none. And so, yeah, that's credit to all you guys, especially the big dude over there.
Ryan, yeah, Ryan's great.
Yeah.
Wasn't on camera, but he's great. Yeah.
You can come in here,
Yeah.
Come on over. What?
You would break the camera.
Yeah, no, well, get over here. Like, they got to know who we're talking about.
Good. What do you need to get the makeup done?
This is the man right here.
Yeah.
Who's too shy to come in the camera, but he's going to come in the camera here right now.
He just sat down.
Yeah, we're not.
Maybe later.
Huh?
maybe later.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, nonetheless, obviously, being a first-year program, there were obviously a lot of firsts, but you had a lot of younger girls on your team. But you did have some, transfers who were seniors who were playing there last year. What did that mean, for the younger girls to have kind of older, teammates to look up to?
Yeah, they both Paige and Haley, they were outstanding, and you cannot create the culture and the expectations and standards as fast as what we did unless you have that type of experience in the locker room. And so they were able to bring their experiences, the good, the not so good, and be able to share their story, right? Because that experience is powerful. Because when you're with someone that's been through it, and can say to someone else that might be struggling, say, hey, it's going to work out, it's going to be okay. Just trust the process. And it goes a lot further in situations when it's coming from your teammates, especially an older teammate. And so to have them, and then I had said to them when I was recruiting them that you have an amazing opportunity. You get 1 year. We're trying to get another year for them, but you get 1 year to really connect with all these other founding members who are going to return and truly leave a legacy, right? Very few people get to do that.
Yeah.
And they embraced it, and they love Keene. Keene is their home, and we certainly loved having them with us.
What made you really want to be a coach growing up, especially you were up north? What made you be like, yes, this is what I really want to do?
Well, I mean, where I grew up, you know, when you're born, you get skates.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know? And it's where I grew up. It's cold. It's lots of ice rinks, outdoor rinks, and that's just what you do. And so I fell in love with the game. But what really probably inspired me to want to be a career coach was the coaches that I had. I was really fortunate to have really great, you know, role models, mentors growing up, and that was from youth level. I can name every single one of my coaches from youth level up to junior hockey, college hockey, and out of all the years of playing, I really only had one coach that, you know, would not be at my top of the list. But that's one out of probably, you know, 12 coaches throughout my career. And so it was that the love that they had for the game and the love that they had for helping young people reach their full potential is something that I really appreciated and thought that that's something that I wanted to be able to do for my career.
And what are you looking forward to the most, you know, as we head towards this next season?
I'm excited to get going here and have everything's in place. You know, and so yeah, we had a good year. We had goals for last year, but now what excites me, especially the girls, is that we're playing in the first ever Little East Conference, and we get to play for a championship. Women's hockey doesn't have an AQ into the national tournament right away. We have a 2-year wait period. So the only way you can get into the AQ is to win your championship and finish in, probably it's going to have to be the top 10 national ranking. So we have a really strong non-conference schedule again. And I'm really excited about having, you know, our foundation that is solid. We have a great returning core of young players and some experienced players, and then we have a great group of first years coming in. And so we're going to have the depth that we need. We're going to have an improved blue line. We had players that were normally forwards playing on defense, and you know, sometimes there was one game where Haley, she played 50 minutes.
Wow. 50 out of, wow.
I kid you not.
For hockey, that's crazy.
It was at New England College. She actually scored a hat trick in that game, but I said, listen, you just have to pace yourself your moments because we only had 3D for that game. We had injuries, and so anyways,
Good for
that
her.
excites me. We're going to play in the conference. We're going to have a really strong, deep roster. And that we have, you know, the right, you know, culture and standards that have been put in place for us to continue to build upon.
Well, thank you so much, Coach Morgan, and congrats on getting through the first season.
You bet.
Obviously,
Thank you.
the inaugural team, that was very special, and excited for this next season as well.
Thank you so much, and thanks for all the great work you guys do too.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. You're now with longtime Keene State men's soccer coach Ron Boucher. Dr. Ron Boucher, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. What a great day. What a great turnout.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's happy, and, this is a big moneymaker for athletics. And to see the community and the alumni, I mean, I've seen people today and talked to people I haven't seen in a while that come back to play in this event. And I think it's very special, and it shows you the camaraderie of the alumni athletes who keep coming back. So, I ran this tournament for 10 years, and I know the work that goes into it, and Marty did one heck of a job the last couple of years running this tournament. And to have this now, technology is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, year 2 of it, it's been great.
And you're talking about this event today, and everyone's out there, especially alumni, coaches, everyone's out there trying to do well on the course. Did you swing a golf club at all today?
I played pretty well today.
Oh, yeah?
Actually, yeah.
Nice.
We have Keith Brown, who was an All-American soccer goalie for me. He's the guy that hits the long ball. And then Coach Valley, he was a soccer coach in New York for 35 years. He's the finesse guy. My son-in-law, Scott, he's a lefty who can cut the corners, and I just kind of pick up the pieces behind those guys. I had some long drives today, had some great putts, I had a couple of chips, but, I'm also a duffer at times too, so that's the game of golf,
And it's also scramble today, so, if you messed up, you got the guys behind you, you got it going.
And sometimes in the scrambles, it's hard to get in a rhythm.
Yeah,
because
true.
you're only really hitting 18 shots, and then, but you have fun with the people behind you and the fun with the people in front of you. They're making fun of you, you're making fun of them, and nobody cares. It's just a good day.
It's a
good
beautiful
day for
day.
everybody.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, sun's out now.
I think the punting contest was successful, and I think I missed by that much, and I was all excited. I thought it was going in. And I won it like 3 years ago, and I said, I'd like to do this again, but it's hard.
What do you think you specialize in more? Driving, putting, middle range?
I think middle range. I think that the last 3 weeks I've changed my grip around. I've changed my stance around, and I seem to be driving the ball. I'm not a young chicken anymore, so.
Well, no.
I'm 82 now, so I feel pretty good. I hit pretty good. Still work because I find that enjoyable. I tell everybody I'm getting another higher education degree. This one I'm learning about people and community.
Yeah, that's right. There you go.
Because it's a whole different ball game, but it's fun, and I think I'm a people person anyway, so I don't mind talking. Whatever we have to talk about.
Yeah, you got to be.
But I'm glad you guys are here. I think you've done a great job. I hope we can continue with what you're doing, and hopefully we can continue to win games, and we can continue to raise money for athletics, and that's what we have to do. That's the way you keep the athletic program going. So
awesome.
You guys are part of it, and this gentleman right here at the end keeps all of you moving anyway. So thank you for all you do for technology and Keene State athletics.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate you
guys.
Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, guys.
We're here now with athletic director and organizer of this event, Marty Testo. Marty, thank you so much for being on.
Man, I appreciate your kind words, Ryan. Definitely the athletic director, definitely not the organizer. The organizer extraordinaire, Shannon Topher.
Okay.
She took on this responsibility, this role this year more with the transition from events that we've done with Alumni and Advancement. Not that the director of Alumni and Advancement, Andrea Vickers-Severt, she still was in the back, behind the scenes, but no, Shannon Topher, home run, A+. She's a rock star. We are fortunate to have her, and, I'm glad she's on my team.
And Marty, I know you were very, very busy today. You were walking around all the time, and you ever get a chance to go over there and do your own putts? I know you weren't driving, playing real golf, but
here's the deal, man. I'm a really bad golfer.
So is 90% of everyone that was out there.
Right, but I love it. I appreciate the question. I wish I had more time to play. I really love the sport. I really admire people that have the ability to play it and play it well. I think it's such a highly skilled sport. But so no, I probably had some chances. I had a couple people ask me if I wanted to take a shot, this, that, and the other thing. I just didn't. I was like, there's no way that my shot's going to be better than yours. So that's kind of where we landed with it. But no, I think golf is a great game. It really, really amazes me how people have the ability to play this game at a high level. I was fortunate to come out. We hosted the Little East Championships this year for men's golf, and I come out and I watch our kids play, and I'm like, oh my God, I couldn't throw it. I was a baseball guy. I couldn't even throw it that close, right?
Yeah.
It's special. They're special. But today was special. I think that's the bigger picture. Today was special.
Right.
We can sit here and we can talk about all the accolades, everything we did this year. We had a tremendous year from a win-loss records and, success and individual honors and team honors and community service and fundraising. But at the end of the day, to me, this is what it's about. We had all of our huge community sponsors here meeting our athletes, meeting our coaches, talking about what's important. Why Keene State? Why are you here? What's your name? Where are you from? What are we going to do? And that building of relationship, that opportunity to communicate between our current student athletes and alums and sponsors of people that care about this program, home run. Home run.
Yeah, definitely brought the community together today, and everyone did an amazing job coming in. Not just coaches, but alumni and partners of Keene State. It's very impressive to watch. I appreciate that because I appreciate it even more because you're new to it. Yeah. Right? I do, and I appreciate what you did for us today by showing up, Ryan. I really do, on a spur of a moment. But it's really nice when you see somebody new to it kind of take that in and be like, wow. Yeah, this is pretty good, right? 100%. So I appreciate that comment. I'll pay you off the air later. All right. So, I, very, very, very fortunate to have the support, the people I work with, the coaches, our athletic communication people, which include you. People, it is such a team effort. When you think of sports, you think of team, right? There's no way we accomplish the things that we accomplished today or any other day without the team. And this team keeps growing. This team keeps getting stronger. We're headed in the right direction. I'm really, really happy where we are. Not satisfied. Never going to be satisfied. We're going to keep pushing. But listen, the expectation here is to be great at anything we put our hands on. And we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to do it.
And, obviously I'm a big, baseball fan too. It's probably my favorite sport.
You don't have to say probably, right?
It is.
Well, no, if you're going to throw football in there, then it's not.
Aside from football and, baseball, football. But I think it was really great, to kind of cap off the sporting year too, just with, not only being able to see tournament in baseball, but also being able to win it, I think was really special for those guys and obviously for athletics in general. So
now you're getting near and dear to my heart. So it's a tough one for me. Excuse me, as a player, former player here in the program and a coach, and having some great years as an associate head coach with Ken Howe, and bringing some teams to the pinnacle, getting to that NCAA tournament, and it's been a long time, and to get back there this year and what Coach Blood and his staff has done and what his student athletes have done, listen, I was really excited for him. And I'm a supporter of all programs.
Oh,
I get
course,
excited
yeah.
about everybody. But listen, baseball is me. This is what I knew of Keene State. They recruited me as a baseball player. I came here, I played, I coached. Like, that one's special for me. And I listen. We got the right guy. We got the right staff. We got great players. Like, they're just scratching the surface. So buckle in, man. Just be ready. They're going to continue to do a great job.
Yeah, very excited for obviously the coming year. Obviously, happy with everything that was accomplished in this past year as well. And this obviously tournament was once again another great success. The 34th annual Keene State College Chartwells Golf Classic, and this was the second year in a row that we've been able to broadcast it, and it's been amazing. And thank you so much, Ryan, of course, for jumping in.
Of course,
and
my
taking
pleasure.
that spot. And I mean,
we might have a spot for you, man.
Yeah.
Word on the street is you're pretty good.
Yeah, you're pretty good. Yeah, so
thank you. Everything was good today. We were all here, ready to go. Most of us, anyway.
You called it.
But here's the bottom line. Keene State College Athletics has had a tremendous year, both on the play surfaces, in the classroom, and in the community. We have a tremendous president, Dr. Melinda Treadwell, who supports us beyond belief. We work with great people on this campus that understand the importance of the student athlete. And that's what makes us successful. Makes us very, very successful is the people that understand that when kids in our department choose Keene State, it is because they want to succeed as a student and an athlete. It's very important to them. So I'm really, really fortunate to be in this seat. I'm surrounded by great people, whether it's athletic communication, whether it's our faculty athletic rep, Dr. Kim Bohannon, who is second to none. You name it, we are starting to put the right people in the right places to build something that is already special, that's going to be even beyond special. And I'm just excited to be a part of it. I really, really am. I want to thank everybody that was a part of today. I thought today was
nice.
Pretty nice.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
That's pretty cool.
How was the BBQ?
Oh, great. Unbelievable.
The ribs?
Yeah. Spot on, huh?
Oh my God.
Spot on.
Who made those?
Right? Big shout out to Melanson. Big shout out to Melanson as our barbecue, country barbecue sponsor, and they've been a huge sponsor for years. So again, we're fortunate. We have great sponsors, great coaches, great student athletes, great athletic communication, great support from our alumni advancement team with Andrea. I don't know. Again, I wake up every day and you kind of give yourself a little pinch going, right, is this real? Is this real? But it's cool. It's special. I love it.
Yes, sir.
And Frog.
Oh, yeah.
Frog Brewing.
Yeah.
Right there.
Hootie.
We love it. That's that Owl IPA.
And it's the weekend. Friday.
Father's Day weekend.
Hey, listen, Ryan told me he's an IPA guy. He wasn't aware of it. He's going to make a trip down to the Frog.
Trip down to the Frog. Maybe this weekend. Take your father there.
There you go.
Here you go.
Appreciate it.
Well, anyway, thank you all so much today for tuning in, for Ryan Goodwin, for Marty Testo, for Ryan Fitzpatrick, and for our amazing producer and broadcast engineer. Doesn't want to be on camera, but he's excellent. Ryan Hearn.
Our amazing punctual producer.
Yeah.
Right? Punctual producer. Hey, listen, I know he's behind the scenes. He's the best. There's nobody better. He's top notch in the LEC. He puts the best product out there for our streams. Even though I was a little cranky at him this morning, we hugged and we made up, and he's the best. He's irreplaceable. Sorry, and we're really special and thankful to have him. So,
well, thank you all so much once again for tuning in. Looking forward to another upcoming season of Keene State Athletics, and for everybody on this broadcast, thank you so much for tuning in to the 34th annual Keene State College Chartwells Golf Classic. Have a good weekend.
You have been watching a Keene Keene State Athletics broadcast on the Owls Media Network. Please tune in to our next broadcast, and thank you for watching.